Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Bakugo Had a Twin Sister? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. This caused her to narrow her eyes at Katsuki. He rolled his own eyes and scoffed, expressing his impatience. He urged her to hurry up, and she left the two kids alone, hoping this time would be good for them. They were practically twins after all. Once the door shut, Katsuki strolled up to Amari and placed his small boot on her bed, looking rather annoyed. He asked her what her deal was and why she was stuck there. Amari sighed and placed a hand on her fore, explaining that the doctors said she couldn't leave. Being a young kid, Katsuki didn't fully grasp her situation. He asked if she couldn't even go outside or do things like hunt for beetles or play superhero games. Amari shook her head, stating that the doctor said she had to stay because she could get hurt badly. Crossing his arms, he expressed his boredom and asked what she did in there, suggesting she just stared at the walls. Amari found this amusing and admitted that sometimes she thought about what her quirk would be. This excited Katsuki. He stood on the chair next to her, fists raised in exhilaration, declaring that he already knew his quirk would be the best and that he would be the best of the best, like All Might. Hearing All Might's name made Amari perk up. She exclaimed that she saw him on TV all the time and that it would be great to be like him. Katsuki nodded in agreement, affirming his ambition to be the best. Their mother peeked in, laughing at his enthusiasm, and couldn't help but smile at the two, realizing her worries were unfounded. A couple of years later, Bakugo was sitting in kindergarten when he felt a small spark ignite from his fingertips. His classmates gasped in awe, and even the teachers seemed impressed. They congratulated him on his quirk, praising its wonderful nature. Looking down at his hands, he felt amazing. He was finally on his way to being the best. Then he remembered something he had heard in class. Leaning over to his teacher, he asked if it was true that twins got their quirks around the same time. The teacher, though confused, confirmed that it was usually true. Bakugo realized she didn't know about Amari. No one did, as she was in the hospital and had essentially vanished from the outside world. He brushed it off, saying it was no reason. Internally, he was excited to show off his new quirk to his family, hoping the teacher's words were true. Maybe then Amari wouldn't feel so weak. Rushing to the hospital, Bakugo threw the door open, and Amari looked confused as she asked what he was doing there. She seemed the same as usual, but he ran up to her, excitedly announcing that he had gotten his quirk. He let sparks ignite from his palms, and her eyes widened in amazement, exclaiming how cool it was. Katsuki stood proudly, reveling in the praise. Amari smiled for her brother, but her expression quickly shifted as she glanced at her very skinny arms and muttered that she wished she could get her quirk too. He rushed to her bedside, recalling what his teacher had said about twins getting their quirks at the same time. He encouraged her to focus, insisting that she could get hers as well. Amari seemed uncertain, recalling the doctor's warnings. But Bakugo urged her to disregard what they said, emphasizing that as his sister, she needed to be strong. After a moment of silence, Amari nodded, squeezing her eyes shut and trying to focus, determined to make her brother proud. Suddenly, she felt an odd heat in her fingertips and looked down to see them glowing a swirling gold color. This wasn't the power their parents had. Eyes widening, she gasped, catching her brother's attention as she exclaimed that she had done it. She got her quirk. Bakugo stared in awe at her power, watching her laugh with tears of joy in her eyes, wondering if this meant she could be a hero too. Just as her brother was about to smile, something unexpected happened. Amari's expression turned to panic as she began coughing excessively, curling over her sheets in desperation. The glow in her fingers faded, and Katsuki, alarmed, asked what was wrong with her. She didn't respond, instead putting a shaking hand to her mouth and discovering blood on her palm. Suddenly, a dozen doctors and nurses rushed in, bringing large machines and preparing to assist her. They quickly assessed her condition, declaring that she was having an attack and needed immediate care. They began hooking her up to various machines while her small body shook under the pressure, her hand gripping the railing for dear life. Noticing Bakugo, one of the doctors ordered him to be removed from the room. He protested, trying to resist as a nurse pulled him away, but he was easily pushed out as the door locked behind him. After about 30 minutes, his mother arrived, looking panicked. The doctors pulled her into a private room to discuss Amari's condition. Young Katsuki couldn't bear to wait and quietly followed his mother, eager to hear the conversation, though he wished he hadn't when he learned the truth. His mother, with a hand to her mouth, whispered her concern, asking how Amari was. The doctor opened a file and explained that they had stabilized her condition, but her attack was caused by her quirk awakening. His mother's eyes widened in shock, and she questioned if that was a good thing since they had said she might never get her quirk. The doctor shook his head, expressing his concern. Normally, receiving a quirk is a wonderful thing, but for Amari, it was very dangerous. His mother, confused, asked how it could be dangerous. He pulled out another file and showed her the statistics. To sustain a quirk, one must have a strong body. The more powerful the quirk, the more the body must work to maintain it. In Amari's case, her body had been weak since birth, meaning using her quirk could potentially endanger her life. That was why they had hoped she wouldn't develop one. Katsuki stood frozen, struggling to understand what this meant for his sister. His mother made a distressed sound, placing a trembling hand on her forehead, realizing the implications. The doctor simply shook his head, confirming her fears. Amari had been born weak because, in the womb, Katsuki had taken most of her energy and nutrients. It was a sad reality, but not uncommon with twins. One often emerged stronger, and in this case, it was Katsuki. His quirk would undoubtedly be powerful because of that. Leaning against the wall, Katsuki felt numb as he processed this information. The realization that his sister's condition was linked to him was overwhelming. It wasn't his fault, yet. The pieces began to fit together in a way that made him feel sick inside. The reason she couldn't go outside, play with others, or use her quirk were all connected to him, unknowingly. The weight of this truth made him feel ill. Feeling a wave of nausea, Katsuki ran from the conversation, unable to bear it any longer. He collapsed to the ground, grappling with the harsh reality that had struck him. Time and again, he had mocked her for being weak and confined to the hospital, but the ugly truth was that he was the cause of her suffering. Everything was his fault. A couple of nurses rushed to him, asking what was wrong, but Katsuki couldn't hear them over the sound of his own despair. What had he done? Because Katsuki had fallen ill, his father picked him up and brought him home, though the child had far too many thoughts swirling in his mind. He barely touched his dinner and crawled into bed without his usual resistance, which was rare for him. Normally, his parents had to coax him to sleep every night. Lying there, all he could think about was Amari. He wondered silently if she would be okay. He hoped so, otherwise he didn't know how he could live with himself. If only he hadn't been so stubborn in the womb and hadn't taken all of Amari's strength, she would be able to run, jump, and enjoy life like everyone else. It felt selfish to have bragged about his life to her, knowing everything he now understood. Gritting his teeth, Katsuki sat up in bed, throwing the sheets off and standing up, a new sense of determination igniting within him. He realized that since he had taken all of Amari's power, he wouldn't let it go to waste. He would use that power to protect her and become the strongest hero the world had ever seen. Throwing open the window, Katsuki took a deep breath and shouted at the top of his lungs, releasing all the pain and regret he felt. He declared his ambition to be the #1 hero, driven by a newfound purpose for her and for himself. Shortly after that night, it was announced that Amari would study in America to escape everything and hopefully have a fresh start. The medical care there was also better suited for her condition, so everyone believed it was the best decision. Katsuki hadn't seen her since that night, and he preferred it that way. He buried her existence and the guilt deep within himself until he could hardly acknowledge it. Yes, this was better. However, one day while playing near his street with friends, he caught a glimpse of a familiar shade of blonde hair watching them. Turning to her, the sickening feeling returned, bringing back painful memories and guilt. One of his friends noticed her too and pointed out the resemblance. Another friend made a snide remark about her appearance, questioning if they were related. The twins stared at each other for a moment, and Amari opened her mouth to speak, but Katsuki interrupted, determined to keep his past hidden. He denied knowing her, insisting he could not be related to someone so weak. He turned his back on her and walked away, unwilling to face the damage he had caused. His friends agreed, dismissing her as a stranger. They hurried off to play, leaving Amari alone once more. That was the last time Katsuki saw Amari, and he thought it would be the last time he had to worry about her. To him, she was just a memory he wished to forget. Or so he thought. 10 years later, Amari raced into the house, kicking off her shoes, and dashed past the dorm leader, who shouted at her to slow down. Amari turned back, smiling and raising her hands in apology, eager to reach her destination. As she ran down the hall, she stopped at the mailbox, taking the key from her pocket and muttering a hopeful plea. She inserted the key into the lock and opened it slowly, squinting her eyes in anticipation. When she saw a white envelope with a red seal, she squealed in delight, overwhelmed with happiness. Amari couldn't contain her excitement as she exclaimed that something special had arrived. The rest of the dorm hushed her, but she simply smiled and brought the paper to her lips. As she tore it open, a hologram message appeared, featuring All Might, who greeted her with enthusiasm. He welcomed her to UA, expressing great excitement about her acceptance as one of the 5 recommendations this year. He emphasized that it was not just about status but also about heart and determination. With a cheerful farewell, he ended the transmission, leaving Amari beaming with joy at the thought of finally attending UA. Bakugo's day was taking a turn for the worse. He sat through a tedious lecture while his childhood rival, Deku, rambled on about his dreams of becoming a hero. Bakugo dismissed Deku as a quirkless fool, and his frustration grew when his friends scolded him for being too rough on Deku. He shoved his hands into his pockets, feeling annoyed at their concern. All he had done was burn Deku's notebook and toss it out the window. It wasn't like he had done anything truly terrible. As anger bubbled within him, Bakugo noticed a bottle on the ground and kicked it, sending it crashing against a nearby pole. His friends tried to calm him down, suggesting they hit the arcade to take his mind off things, but Bakugo remained agitated. He recalled Deku's foolish aspirations and felt his irritation rise. Suddenly, the ground shook, and a voice broke the tension. A dark green, formless blob appeared behind them, unmistakably a villain. Bakugo barely had time to react before the sludge lunged at him, engulfing him entirely. This day was only getting worse. Amari stretched her arms and yawned as she stepped off the plane, finally taking in the sights of Japan after a long absence. She grabbed her suitcase and maneuvered through the bustling crowd. Just then her phone rang. She answered, excitedly sharing her thoughts about Japan's beauty, but the voice on the other end was not pleased. The voice reminded her about the supplies she needed to take, warning her of the consequences if she didn't. Amari reassured him that she had the pills and was not careless. After a brief exchange, she hung up, ready to find the bus schedules when a news report caught her attention. The screen displayed a report about a sludge-like villain wreaking havoc in downtown, having attacked shopping centers and started fires. Amari's heart raced when the reporter revealed that a middle school student had been taken hostage. Her breath caught when she heard the name, Bakugo Katsuki from Aldra Junior High. Her eyes widened as she saw her brother struggling against the villain on the screen. Without a second thought, she pushed through the crowd, determined to reach him. Ignoring the protests around her, she sprinted to a nearby taxi, giving the driver the address from the report. This was not how she had envisioned reuniting with Katsuki, but she had to act quickly. Bakugo felt the sludge enveloping him, seeping into his skin, but he refused to be defeated by such filth. He fought fiercely, igniting his explosions against the slime, determined not to let it consume him. Despite his efforts, he remained trapped, the villain mocking his struggle. A surge of power coursed through Bakugo as he realized he had struck gold. With this newfound strength, he believed he could finally defeat his opponent. However, the sludge monster drew closer, engulfing him and rendering his efforts futile. Was this truly how he would meet his end, defeated by a low-level villain? It felt absurd. His attention shifted when he spotted a flash of green and locked eyes with Deku, who appeared utterly terrified. Why was he here at such a critical moment? He seemed so helpless. The viscous substance began to seep into Bakugo's mouth, causing him to choke as the burning liquid filled his throat, making it hard to breathe. As his vision blurred, Deku's green hair stood out among the indistinct shapes. For the first time, he found himself wishing for help. He didn't want to perish like this. Sensing Bakugo's silent plea, Deku instinctively sprang into action, driven by an overwhelming need to save his friend. Ignoring the other heroes calling out to him, he dashed toward the monster and hurled his backpack at its face, allowing Bakugo to break free from the sludge. Coughing violently, Bakugo struggled to see through the haze. He called out to Deku, questioning his presence. Deku, in a state of panic, clawed at the sludge without a plan. His legs had moved on their own, and he was unsure why. It simply felt like Bakugo was calling for help. Bakugo's eyes widened as the villain recovered, launching an explosion toward Deku in a fit of rage. Deku braced himself for impact, but to his surprise, the explosion seemed to bounce off him. He opened his eyes to find his skin shimmering with a golden glow. Before he could process this, another voice echoed behind him, sounding out of breath. A blonde-haired stranger appeared, asking if he was okay. Nodding, she smiled and extended her hand, expressing her frustration at the chaos. She demanded the villain release Bakugo. The villain, amused, prepared to attack the newcomer. But she merely smiled and snapped her fingers. Suddenly, golden energy swirled around them, forming a protective dome that trapped the monster inside. The sludge struck against the dome, screeching in frustration as it began to burn. The girl then focused her gaze on Bakugo, her eyes glowing bright red as she pointed at him. Instantly, Bakugo's skin began to shimmer like Deku's, and the sludge slipped away as if repelled by the golden aura. Once fully freed, Bakugo collapsed to the ground, coughing from the aftermath of his ordeal. He was bewildered but grateful to be alive. The girl lowered her arm, but Deku noticed her hand trembled slightly. Was she all right? The monster surged to life again, now targeting the girl. It threatened her, furious about losing its prize. As it charged, she pulled Deku behind her, preparing for the worst. But suddenly, another figure intervened, declaring that everything would be fine because he was there. They turned to see All Might holding back the villain's attack. With a single powerful punch, he sent the monster soaring into the sky, never to return. The crowd erupted into cheers for their beloved hero, leaving Amari, the blonde girl, in shock. She struggled to find her words, stuttering in disbelief at All Might's presence. Deku nodded enthusiastically, sharing her admiration. Amari's attention quickly shifted back to her brother, who was struggling to stand. She rushed to him, offering her hand and asking if he was okay. But Bakugo, in a fit of anger, swatted her hand away, demanding she not touch him. Deku felt compelled to defend her, reminding Bakugo that she had just saved his life. Amari was taken aback by Bakugo's reaction when another voice broke the tension. All Might praised her bravery, thanking her for her help despite the danger. He asked for her name. Amari, trying to remain composed, introduced herself as Amari Bakugo, expressing her honor at meeting him. At the mention of her last name, Bakugo's demeanor shifted, his eyes widening in realization. This was his sister. Reflecting on their last encounter, he noted how much she had changed. She still looked thin and short, but now she seemed older. Guilt washed over him as he remembered the distance between them. Deku, confused, asked if she was truly a Bakugo. Amari confirmed it, placing her hands on her hips and pointing at her brother. She then turned to Deku, curious about his identity. He stammered, introducing himself as Midoriya Izuku and expressing his pleasure in meeting her. Amari grimaced at the formalities, suggesting he simply call her Amari to avoid confusion. This made Deku flustered, unsure if he could address her so casually. He hesitantly agreed, adding a suffix to her name. Her smile faded slightly when Katsuki interrupted, demanding to know why she was there. Amari took a deep breath, nervously explaining that she had come to attend school. Bakugo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. She laughed nervously, admitting that she had intended to share this news later, but the situation had forced her hand. Not liking the tension, Bakugo grabbed her collar, lifting her off the ground due to her smaller stature. He insisted she reveal her intentions. With determination in her eyes, She declared that she was going to UA. At her words, Bakugo's grip slackened in disbelief. There was no way she could attend UA. From what they remembered, using her quirk could be dangerous. Amari, determined, revealed a letter from her pocket, showing it to him. She had been recommended for the entrance exam. Not believing his eyes, Bakugo snatched the letter from her, confirming her claim. How was that even possible? In frustration, he crumpled the paper in his hands and ignited it before tossing it aside. She was not going. Amari's eyes widened as she rushed forward to retrieve the remnants. She reminded him that she had saved his life and that she wasn't his mother. In fact, their mother had already given her approval. She was going to UA. This infuriated him. She knew how dangerous it was. Why was she being so reckless? With his quirk flaring, Bakugo grabbed her collar again, feeling the need to shake some sense into her. He warned her to drop out before he forced her to reconsider. He intended to be the strongest hero and didn't want anyone weak holding him back. Dangling in the air, Amari struggled against her brother but remained resolute. She was stronger than before and was determined to attend UA. The determination in her eyes even unsettled Bakugo, who sighed and let her go, allowing her to fall to the floor. If she wanted to risk her life, it was her choice. He dismissed her, telling her to do as she pleased but to stay out of his way. He turned and left, while Amari brushed herself off. His ego hadn't improved, but she figured it could have been worse. Suddenly, she noticed a hand reaching out to her, and found Deku smiling. He reassured her that Bakugo was just being himself and that deep down, he was happy to see her. Amari accepted his hand and sighed, picking up the burned remnants of her letter. She had anticipated a rough encounter. They were simply too different. Deku's expression turned somber when All Might approached them, smiling. It was time for Amari to leave. She encouraged Deku to go ahead, hoping they would meet again during the entrance exam. Time passed quickly, and soon it was time for the entrance ceremony. The auditorium buzzed with excitement as everyone awaited the announcement of the top 5 recommended first-year students. It was a rare honor to be chosen. Amari entered the hall, feeling uncertain as she adjusted the red tie around her neck. She approached someone with a clipboard, asking for directions to the first-year recommended section. He chuckled lightly, noting her height, and led her to a chair marked with the number 2, instructing her to wait. She sat down, observing the other students who appeared bored. However, her attention was drawn to the student in the number 1 chair beside her. He seemed bored too, but there was something intriguing about him. His hair was a striking combination of crimson and white, and he sat with his eyes closed in a stoic manner. When he noticed her staring, he opened his eyes, causing her to panic. She quickly rubbed the back of her head and extended her hand, introducing herself. He glanced at her hand but instead crossed his arms and introduced himself as Todoroki Shoto. Feeling embarrassed, Amari laughed nervously and acknowledged his introduction. Todoroki grunted in response, indicating he wasn't interested in conversation. Yet, her nerves got the better of her, and she continued speaking. She complimented him on being the top recommended student, which seemed to catch his attention. His expression shifted to one of determination as he declared his intention to win. Amari was taken aback, unsure how to respond. He questioned her desire to win, assuming that was the purpose of her recommendation. His close proximity made her uneasy, and she raised her hands defensively, explaining that winning wasn't her primary goal for coming to UA. Her answer seemed foreign to him, prompting him to ask why she was there. As she looked into his eyes, she noticed they were 2 different colors, one gray and one turquoise. They captivated her, and she found herself unintentionally expressing her thoughts, calling him pretty. Realizing her mistake, Amari felt her face heat up as Todoroki's expression shifted from intensity to embarrassment. She quickly tried to backtrack, stumbling over her words. Just then, a teacher called for Todoroki to prepare for his turn. Amari sighed in relief as he stood to leave but called out to wish him good luck. He paused for a moment, and she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. First, Amari stared at the random boy, then she complimented his eyes, and finally wished him good luck. What was wrong with her? The air hung in silence for a few more seconds before Todoroki left without looking back. That proved it. He thought she was strange. Good job, Amari. She silently hoped that not all boys at UA were this intense, or her poor heart wouldn't be able to handle it. Putting her head in her hands, Amari let out a frustrated groan at her own foolishness, catching the attention of the other recommended students. They really let in some odd characters this year. Soon, it was time for her speech, and Amari felt unprepared after everything that had happened. Still, she had to clear her mind and focus. There was a reason she came to this school after all. The teachers called her name, and Amari smoothed out her skirt before stepping closer to the stage. She could hear Present Mike introducing her and took a deep breath. His voice echoed throughout the hall. And now, we meet our number 2 most recommended student from this year's first-year class, Amari Bakugo. The crowd cheered and gasped at her name, quickly realizing she was related to Katsuki, given her red eyes and blonde hair. That was already quite rare. Katsuki watched his sister and scoffed, one of his friends whispering nearby. He was clearly annoyed and let out a small explosion near the boy's foot, causing a small flame. "Shut your mouth before I set your entire body on fire," he warned. The boy yelped and fell silent as Amari approached the microphone and smiled. She introduced herself, expressing her hopes to meet everyone's expectations this year and asking for their support. After bowing, everyone clapped, and whispers filled the area. Some commented on how small the number 2 most recommended student was, questioning how she even got accepted and suggesting she seemed easy to beat. Katsuki narrowed his eyes at every comment before standing up and shouting to the entire auditorium, demanding silence. Amari paused when she heard him and couldn't help but smile, wanting to believe he did that for her. Afterward, she headed backstage and sighed in relief. If today was any indication, this year was going to be quite interesting. Amari rounded the corner of the hallways until she found a tall door marked 1A. It took a while, but she had finally located it. This school was enormous. Pushing the door open, she was met with about 15 students, all waiting for class to start. When she walked in, they noticed her presence, but the only thing she could focus on was her brother's angry expression in the corner. "Oh, you have got to be kidding me. No way. Go find another class, brat," he exclaimed. At his words, the students gasped and connected the dots. One of them asked if she was Bakugo-chan, the second highest recommended student. Amari smiled and awkwardly raised her hand to greet them, ignoring her brother's words. "Yeah, that's me. Although you can just call me Amari. It would be much easier." The class nodded in agreement, and she bowed once. "I can't wait to get to know all of you." Everyone seemed stunned and looked between Bakugo and her. One student remarked on how they seemed like polar opposites. It was true, Amari and Katsuki were quite different. Katsuki was tall and muscular with a loud demeanor, while Amari was shorter, reaching only his lower chest, with a slender build and a more gentle attitude. The only similarities were their matching hair and eyes. Katsuki scoffed at his classmates, clearly not in the mood. "Shut up." Amari, however, was kinder, nervously laughing. "It does seem that way, doesn't it? We didn't really grow up together. Is it that obvious?" Everyone nodded without hesitation, and Amari's expression fell slightly. Suddenly, the door opened to her left, and everyone turned to see who it was. A nervous voice greeted them. Hello." Amari's eyes brightened when she recognized the newcomer. "Ah, Midoriya. You made it." Deku recognized her immediately and bowed, clearly anxious. "Yes. Hello, Bakugo-chan. Amari-chan. It's good to see you too." She couldn't help but laugh. "If it's too hard, you don't have to call me by my first name. I don't want you to strain yourself." But Deku raised his hand to stop her. "No, it's okay. I'll get better, I promise. Besides, you seemed uncomfortable when I called you by your last name, and I want to be good friends." Amari's eyes widened in surprise. The fact that he noticed her discomfort after just one encounter was impressive. This boy was someone to watch out for, definitely not to be underestimated. Letting her lips curve into a small smile, Amari expressed her gratitude. "Well, thank you, I appreciate it, Midoriya." Deku blushed at her response, while Katsuki's irritation grew. He felt she needed to stop being so nice to Deku. You two are getting on my nerves already. Just find a seat and be quiet, he snapped. The two froze at his outburst, and Amari replied apologetically. As annoying as he is, he's right. I better go find my seat. See you around? Deku nodded eagerly, and Amari waved goodbye. The teacher would arrive any minute, and she needed to settle in quickly. Finding a small name tag in the back row, Amari placed her bag on the desk and sat down, reflecting on her speech from the auditorium. She hoped it had been good enough. Her thoughts drifted back to the boy in the hallway, where she had embarrassed herself completely. It was his fault for asking so many questions, and did he not know anything about personal space? Oh well, now it was over. Now she wouldn't have to see him ever again. She could just focus on class and never see that strange tomato boy again. Amari laughed to herself and began to pull the book out of her bag when she noticed a blur next to her, seemingly taking their seat. This must have been her neighbor. Thinking it would be rude not to acknowledge them, she turned to the person next to her and smiled, introducing herself. She was about to say her name when her world came to a halt. It was him, the tomato boy, Todoroki. Without thinking, she let out a loud scream, almost as if he were a bug on the ceiling. Everyone in class turned around to her, startled by the noise, and Amari felt the heat rise in her cheeks. Why did she have to sit next to him of all people? One of the students poked her on the shoulder, noticing her frozen state. They asked if she was okay. Clicking her brain back into place, she tried to backtrack, but it came out as unconvincing rambling. She assured them she was fine, repeating how good she felt, but it only made her classmates look at her like she was crazy. Bakugo put a disappointed hand to his face, wondering if she had always been this spastic when they were kids. Once they turned back around, Amari face-planted onto her backpack and groaned internally. This was fine. She could fix everything. It could have been an easy mistake. He might not have even heard it. Composing herself, she turned back to him and raised an apologetic hand. She expressed her regret about what happened at the opening ceremonies, explaining that she had been really nervous. Todoroki looked down for a moment before meeting her gaze with his usual piercing stare. He remarked that calling someone pretty was usually something done when one was nervous, which was good to know. Feeling the sweat start to accumulate, Amari tried to brush it off. He did hear her. She clarified that it wasn't usually like that. Sometimes she said things before her brain could process them, and they didn't really mean anything, so he shouldn't worry about it. He seemed to think for a moment before a hint of amusement crossed his lips. He had noticed. At least he was enjoying himself. Amari, on the other hand, was panicking. She suggested they forget that ever happened and start over, maybe even be friends. Suddenly, his amusement faded, replaced by his usual stoic demeanor. His eyes seemed distant as he stated that he didn't think so. Blinking, Amari laughed nervously and tried to explain herself. She acknowledged that what she did was kind of weird but promised she wasn't like that all the time. Well, she couldn't really promise that, but she would try. Todoroki raised his hand to cut her off. It wasn't that, he explained they couldn't be friends. Confused, Amari tilted her head and asked why not. That was when his piercing gaze returned, more intense than usual, as if he were staring into her soul. He looked serious when he said that she was his enemy. Letting the words sink in, Amari pointed to herself, still not fully understanding. A slight chill filled the air, and she shivered. How was she his enemy? Before she could ask more, a tall man in a bright yellow sleeping bag wormed into the classroom and announced in a monotone voice that he was Aizawa Shota, their homeroom teacher. He instructed everyone to change and hurry outside for a test. Everyone gasped, including Amari. A test on the first day of school? That was certainly odd. One by one, the students stood up to change, and when she turned back to Todoroki, she was surprised to see him gone as well. What was that about? He was so intense, more so than usual. She silently wondered what he meant by calling her his enemy. That wasn't how she saw Todoroki at all. But one thing was clear: Amari was digging herself into an even deeper hole. Once they had changed, the class was escorted into a training building. It was dome-shaped with protective layering on the sides, likely so people could freely use their quirks. Lining up, Amari decided to stand next to Deku instead of her brother or Todoroki, both of whom clearly didn't want to talk to her. Fair enough. Nudging her elbow, Amari whispered to her new friend, asking what he thought the test would be. Deku shrugged, noticing he was sweating more than usual. He hoped it wouldn't be anything too serious. She nodded in agreement and watched Aizawa stand on the stage next to them. Aizawa announced it was time to start the test. He would be pairing them off in groups of 2, giving them 3 minutes to defeat their opponent. If neither succeeded, it would count as a draw, and a defeat would earn fewer points than a draw, so they should try to stay in the ring as much as possible. Everyone seemed on board with the idea as the teacher continued, explaining that the goal was to fight before the class discovered each other's quirks. In a real battle with villains, this approach was more realistic. Then he pointed to his clipboard and sighed, stating that those with the lowest points in battle would face expulsion. Were there any questions? He hoped not. This got everyone riled up. What did he mean by expulsion? So basically, if you were the weakest in battle, you got expelled? That seemed a bit harsh. Amari glanced at Deku, only to find him literally shaking. Concerned, she asked if he was okay, but it seemed he couldn't hear her, only listening to Bakugo's mocking laughter. Bakugo declared that now he could get rid of 2 useless weaklings faster than he thought. This caused Deku to shake even more, and Amari placed a supportive hand on his shoulder, assuring him that he was going to do great. There was a reason Amari had been accepted into UA, and Deku reflected on her words, recalling all the effort he had put in to reach this moment. She was right, he could do this, maybe, perhaps. But doubt lingered. Aizawa's voice cut through the crowd as he turned a page on his clipboard. He announced the first match would be between Todoroki Shoto. Amari watched him step onto the stage, shaking her head. Whoever faced him would have a tough time. Aizawa continued, introducing Amari Bakugo. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Why was the universe so cruel? Determined to take action, Amari shakily stepped onto the stage beside Todoroki, as Aizawa instructed them to move to the ring. Todoroki began to walk away when she called out to him, trying to lighten the mood. She wished him good luck. He shot her a sharp look before leaving, not uttering a word. It seemed he had something against her. As she took her position, Amari felt a rough grip on her arm and turned to see Bakugo glaring at her. He warned her not to use her quirk. Confused, she responded that she had to, that was the point of the match. Bakugo tightened his grip, drawing the attention of their classmates. He insisted she wouldn't fight. Amari narrowed her eyes as Aizawa intervened, questioning Bakugo's actions. Bakugo twisted her arm slightly, indicating she wouldn't be participating. Amari's eyes widened at his protective gesture. It was amusing that he wanted to be the big brother now. She insisted she was fighting. Aizawa replied with indifference, stating that if she didn't fight, she would be expelled. Bakugo frowned but remained silent, realizing he didn't want to face expulsion either. Reluctantly, he released her, and Amari rubbed her arm, locking eyes with him as she declared she would prove herself. Turning back to the ring, she noticed Todoroki looking rather bored, likely due to the delay caused by their exchange. As they prepared for the match, Aizawa announced they had 3 minutes to defeat each other, and the countdown began. Amari reached into her pocket, retrieving a small bag and selecting a white pill, swirling it in her hand. She glanced apologetically at Todoroki, explaining she couldn't go easy on him. He looked puzzled, asking for what she was sorry. With a sigh, she swallowed the pill, her expression shifting to one of fierce determination. Her brother was watching her. The bell rang, and Todoroki immediately unleashed a wave of ice toward her, hoping to finish the match quickly. The ice crashed into her, but he noticed a shimmering gold substance enveloping her. His next ice attack bounced off her, revealing she had some sort of protective coating against quirks. Before he could think further, Amari charged at him, her smile replaced by a serious expression. As she aimed to punch him, he managed to grab her arm and throw her aside. She hit the ground but quickly got back up, attempting the same attack again. Todoroki thought it foolish, but when he touched her arm, he felt a burning sensation coursing through him. The gold coating was hotter than he expected. Grunting, he pushed her away with a blast of ice, realizing close combat was not the best strategy against her. Amari crashed into the wall, and her protective coating faded. He noted the time limit on it. He began launching ice shards at her, but she dodged them effortlessly. Who was this girl? Switching tactics, Todoroki stomped his foot, covering the floor with ice that crept up the sides, ensnaring her foot. She cursed under her breath as the cold seeped in. Confident he had won, Todoroki called out for her to surrender, warning her that he couldn't monitor the temperature and her foot could be in serious trouble. Amari gritted her teeth, feeling the cold invade her bones, and started to concede when suddenly, the gold matter swirled beneath him, creating a dome that isolated him. Amari smirked, explaining she needed him in one spot. As she closed her fist, the dome began to shrink around him. Deku gasped, realizing she was using the same move she had during the sludge villain incident. She was cornering him. Bakugo watched with wide eyes, astonished at how much she had grown as a fighter. It was as if the girl he once knew had transformed into someone entirely different. Todoroki touched the dome's top, only to recoil in pain. The same gold matter that had coated her burned him upon contact. The dome continued to shrink, and as it pressed against his back, he gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. Soon his whole body would be burned if he didn't stop this. Amari forgot about the discomfort in her foot and locked eyes with the boy, mocking his words. She expressed that she really didn't want to barbecue anyone today. Todoroki grunted as the dome touched his bare skin, realizing he had to act, and admitting defeat was not an option. Using his hand, he pulled against the dome, letting his ice shoot into the top while enduring the intense pain it brought. Amari's eyes widened at this move when suddenly the dome shattered into pieces, and she felt a sharp pain in her chest. No one had ever broken her barrier before. The pain surged until she began to cough, feeling as if something within her had shattered. Wiping her mouth, Amari found blood but quickly shook it off, sensing the fierce determination radiating from Todoroki. This boy was a true force. Bakugo's eyes widened at the sight of blood, wanting nothing more than to rush into the ring and pull her out before she harmed herself. However, he knew he couldn't, which only fueled his frustration. Amari looked down at her foot, willing the heat to melt the ice, which shattered beneath her. Putting up a protective shield, Amari charged at him just as Todoroki did the same. Neither of them wanted to back down, and both felt a sense of disappointment at that. They reached their hands up only for the buzzer to sound above them, the teacher announcing that time was up. It was a draw. The two of them froze as they realized the 3 minutes were over. Glancing towards the class, everyone seemed just as shocked. They had completely forgotten about the timer. Wiping away a drop of blood that had formed, she turned back to find Todoroki leaving the circle, and there was no way she would let it end like that. Amari raced after him, pulling his arm to get him to stop. She wanted to express her admiration. Todoroki ripped his arm away, seemingly annoyed. He questioned if she wanted to gloat. Not fully understanding, she put her hands out, clarifying that she just wanted to say he looked incredible out there. This caused him to pause. Usually, opponents either yelled at him for winning or gloated about beating him. What was this girl thinking? Noticing that she had his attention, she jumped excitedly, nodding. She praised him for being amazing, mentioning that no one had ever broken her barrier before and that his floor freeze move was also impressive. He was taken aback by her words, suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed. He asked if she was a fan. Amari paused for a moment, rubbing the back of her head awkwardly and smiling. She admitted that she guessed she was a fan and had joined the Todoroki fan club. Todoroki wasn't expecting her to take his sarcasm seriously, and he grew even more embarrassed, insisting that it wasn't a thing. He looked back at her, wondering if she was the same person he had just fought. Todoroki hated to admit it, but if the fight had continued, he wasn't sure if he could have won. Her moves were so calculated and precise, he realized he shouldn't have underestimated her. A thick silence grew before Amari spoke again, asking what he meant by calling her his enemy. She seemed genuinely bothered by it, which confused him. Did she really not know? He explained that if he wanted to be the #1 hero, then she was his biggest threat. Amari blinked a couple of times, absorbing his response before laughing. She reassured him that he didn't have to worry about that, as she didn't want to be the #1 hero. That wasn't why she joined UA. Todoroki was surprised, as that was the only reason anyone went to UA. He asked her why she was there, noting that she had never answered his question earlier. She thought for a moment, and he noticed a hint of sadness in her eyes, reminiscent of the opening ceremonies. What was she hiding? Then, seemingly shaking off the sadness, she adopted a playful tone. She proposed that she would tell him if he practiced with her that weekend. He obviously wasn't expecting this and protested that they were enemies and couldn't train together. But Amari pouted, insisting that they weren't enemies. She expressed her need for practice and her desire for him to show her some of those cool moves, complimenting him on being really good, perhaps even too good. She smiled brightly, and Todoroki tried to decipher her intentions. Perhaps she wanted to spy on him to climb the ranks or steal some of his moves. It seemed like a terrible idea. But then he thought of something else. If he trained with her, he could discover her weaknesses to use in future battles. It was risky, but he had the courage. This could be the opportunity he needed to surpass her and eventually his father. Sighing heavily, Todoroki replied, swinging his bag over his shoulder, agreeing to meet her. Amari's face lit up, and she squealed, jumping around before hugging him tightly. She thanked him profusely, promising she wouldn't regret it and that she would try really hard. The close contact caused him to blush, and he gently pushed her away, slowly realizing what he had just agreed to, muttering that he was beginning to regret it already. He walked away before she could overwhelm him again. He just had to be patient. This girl was the key to overcoming his father, he just knew it. Todoroki arrived at the meeting spot in the center of town only to find Amari already waiting for him. She had her hair in a ponytail, wearing basic gray sweatpants and carrying a large crimson duffel bag. He was already 10 minutes early. How was she here already? She spotted him through the crowds and excitedly waved at him, reminiscent of a small puppy greeting its owner. Now that he thought about it, that was a fitting comparison to her annoying, loud, and jumpy. She called out to him to hurry up, which made him sigh, already regretting his decision as he strolled up to her. She was completely unaware of the people staring at her. She glanced at her watch and counted in her head before breaking into a grin. She had been waiting for 2 hours. His jaw dropped at that revelation. She had mentioned 1 o'clock, hadn't she? Nodding her head, Amari waved him off. She was just too excited to hang out with her new friend. She playfully slapped his back, but Todoroki pulled away. He reminded her that they couldn't be friends. Amari put a finger to her lips and smiled knowingly, as if she held a secret. They would see about that. She had already booked a room for them. Without looking back, she turned on her heels and walked toward their destination, leaving him behind. Realizing she was moving on without him, he ran to catch up. Once they reached the training room, Amari tossed her belongings on the ground and stretched her. She asked what they should do first, playfully calling him Tomato instead of Todoroki. He raised an eyebrow at the nickname, questioning if she had really just called him a tomato. Laughing nervously, she pulled out a water bottle and waved her hand dismissively, insisting that he must be hearing things. Though he wasn't convinced, having known her for only a short time, he felt that it sounded like something she would say. They got down to business, and she pointed to the sparring circle, suggesting they start with some sparring so she could assess his techniques. Amari nodded but then held up a hand, stopping him. She pulled a small packet from her pocket, and Todoroki recognized it as the same kind of pill she had taken before. Did she take one before every fight? She quickly swallowed it, prompting him to ask what it was. Amari remained silent until a familiar smirk crossed her face. She told him he should focus on other things. Then, without another word, she charged at him with determination, leaving him momentarily shaken. Why had she avoided his question? No matter, he had other things to focus on. He launched a wave of ice toward her, but she blocked it with her golden shield. She teased him about his nickname. Noticing her comment, he smirked and shot a sheet of ice beneath her, confirming her lie. Amari acted appalled, jumping over the icy spot before landing safely. She claimed she would never be offended. Now face to face, she threw a punch at his face, but he easily blocked it. Height was not on her side. However, she thought the ground was, and she kicked his legs out from under him, causing him to fall with a thud. A large dome encased him, and Amari stood over him proudly, asking if he gave up. As he grunted beneath the pressure, she thought she had won, until he smirked at her. Confused, she followed his gaze and noticed a sheet of ice blocking her circle, allowing his powers to seep through. In a flash, Todoroki pressed his hand to the ground, and ice crept up to her foot, slowly covering her entire body. She shivered at the icy contact, and her shield fell due to the shock. Feeling the temperature drop, she noticed her lips turning blue as Todoroki stood above her without difficulty. He declared they would stop there, knowing she wouldn't give up. Using his left hand, he touched the ice around her chest, causing it to melt and free her. Amari gasped as she regained her freedom and tried to catch her breath. He had learned from their last fight. He was good. His voice echoed in her ears as he stood above her, telling her she had talent but was too proud and let her guard down easily. A villain wouldn't have been as nice as he was. Finally catching her breath, Amari stood up to meet him. She acknowledged that she had been told that before and remarked that it had been a good round. He nodded but changed the subject, asking what else she wanted to practice or if she wanted to explain why he wasn't her enemy now. Understanding where he was going with this, Amari smirked and told him not to get ahead of himself, hinting that she had a few ideas. The practice continued for a couple of hours until they decided to call it quits. It was around dinner time, and both were feeling worn out. Breathing heavily, Amari grabbed her towel and wiped the sweat from her brow. She complimented Todoroki, saying he wasn't too bad, though she had already known that. He sat down on a bench and ran his fingers through his hair, returning the compliment but reminding her that he had won. He then asked if she would tell him why she joined UA. Amari was silent for a moment before jumping up and pointing, instructing him to wait right there. She hurried off to grab her duffel bag, leaving him confused. She didn't keep him waiting long, emerging in a simple white top that laced off the shoulder and a galaxy blue skirt with small ribbons on the side. It was a complete change from her previous outfit. She twirled for dramatic effect and posed, asking for his opinion. Todoroki seemed dumbfounded and asked what she was doing. Frowning, Amari reached down, grabbed his hand, and pulled him up from his seat, insisting they go have some fun. He looked confused and pulled his hand away, reminding her that she hadn't answered his question. She looked away for a moment, then winked and pressed a finger to her lips, promising to tell him after their outing. She pleaded with him to come along. Her sparkling eyes made it hard for him to resist. He decided to endure it, thinking it would all be worth it. He finally agreed. Amari squealed in happiness and pulled him outside into the bustling streets. The first place she took him was a small cake shop on the edge of town, where she picked out 2 large slices and sat down at a table to enjoy them. She exclaimed how good it was. Todoroki seemed lost in the moment, asking if she would finally tell him why she joined UA. She shook her head and offered him a piece of cake, smiling brightly. He groaned internally, wondering what her master plan was. The second place she took him to was an indoor mall of sorts. He observed her as she wandered through the aisles, carefree, a sense of irritation bubbling within him. He questioned his decision to stay. Why hadn't he just gone home? Was he truly that curious about her claim of not being a threat? Her desire for friendship puzzled him. Amari called out to him, tossing some clothes in his direction before ushering him into the dressing room. She insisted he try them on, confident they would look good on him. Before he could protest, he found himself inside the room, staring at the clothes she had chosen. It was all bearable, or so he kept telling himself. After their 10th stop, they strolled into a nearby park when Todoroki snapped, expressing his frustration. He turned away from her, but she reached out, pleading for him to wait. She admitted to avoiding the topic he had been pressing her about. The atmosphere shifted as she patted the head next to her, preparing to share her thoughts. She suggested he sit down, as she was finally ready to explain. Todoroki complied, sighing as he posed the question that had been on his mind all day. Why did she insist he wasn't her enemy? Amari smiled softly, glancing at her hand before responding. She explained that by the time he achieved his goal of becoming a top hero, she might no longer be around. The weight of her words hung in the air, leaving him puzzled. He asked if she was moving away, to which she chuckled lightly, hinting at something deeper. She revealed that she couldn't afford to think about long-term goals. Todoroki fell silent, allowing her to continue. She pulled out a small box she always carried, revealing the pills inside. She explained that she had been weak since birth, and when her quirk awakened, it nearly cost her life. Her body struggled to handle it. The pills contained nutrients and energy, allowing her to use her quirk for a short time without risking her life. He looked at the pill, a new question forming in his mind. He asked what would happen if she fought without taking one. Amari paused, staring at her feet before answering. The truth was stark. Without the pills, she wouldn't survive. Todoroki's eyes widened at the realization. The risk she took was immense. How could she be so accepting of something that could lead to her demise? Amari stretched her hands out, chuckling at an unspoken joke. She acknowledged that it didn't matter whether she took the pills or not. Eventually, her quirk would claim her life. The pills were merely a temporary fix, and one day they would stop working. As he processed her words, Todoroki connected the dots. She had no long-term aspirations because she understood her time was limited. It struck him deeply, causing an ache in his chest. He realized he might have been too harsh during their sparring sessions. What if he pushed her too far? Amari seemed to sense his thoughts, offering a sad smile. She acknowledged that he might think she had a death wish for engaging in such dangerous behavior. She explained that she could live a mundane life without using her quirk, but she chose to pursue something meaningful, even if it meant a shorter existence. She wanted to be a hero, to make a difference, and to fulfill her dreams. As the stars twinkled above, Todoroki felt her passion and determination. She was willing to sacrifice everything for a few years of living her truth. It was both tragic and inspiring. She had come to terms with her fate. At a loss for words, Todoroki finally whispered, asking if she was afraid. Amari considered his question, admitting that while fear was present, she had long accepted that achieving her goals required courage. She didn't seek to be the strongest hero, she simply wanted to be remembered. He reflected on his own ambitions and realized how trivial they seemed in comparison. If faced with her circumstances, he wasn't sure he could be as brave. For the first time, he saw her as fearless, and he wanted her to know it. He told her she was amazing. Her cheeks flushed, clearly taken aback by his compliment. She stumbled over her words, downplaying her actions as merely playing the cards she had been dealt. Curiosity sparked within him, and he asked if that was why she joined UA. Her smile faltered as she admitted that while it was part of her motivation, it wasn't the whole story. The silence stretched as he sensed her internal struggle, debating whether to share more. He reassured her that she didn't have to reveal anything painful. However, she raised her hand, sighing as she decided to continue. She had never shared this with anyone before. With a bittersweet smile, she explained that she joined UA because of her brother, Katsuki. As she looked down at her hands, memories of unpleasant moments surfaced. When they were children, Katsuki often insisted that a Bakugo needed to be strong, the strongest of them all, and she felt she just couldn't measure up. There were moments when she felt close to death, and she struggled to be what he wanted her to be. Before she left for America, she saw him playing with some friends who asked if he knew her, and he said no. Katsuki was so ashamed to have her as his sister that he never mentioned her to anyone, and she believed she deserved that treatment. Todoroki listened intently as she shared her feelings, noticing a slight crack in her voice. She explained that when she went to America, she worked tirelessly to become strong like him, undergoing numerous surgeries and intense training just to stand beside him. As she lifted her shirt slightly, he gasped at the sight of overlapping scars and cuts on her body, including some burn marks. He wondered what she had endured. Noticing his look of shock, she quickly pulled her shirt back down. She assured him that she would spare him the details, insisting he wouldn't want to know. Then, pulling her legs up to her chest, she expressed that she didn't care about being the #1 hero or social status. All she wanted was for her brother to be proud enough to acknowledge her as his sister, which would allow her to die happily. Todoroki felt a heavy, furious heat rise within him as he reflected on her interactions with Bakugo. This girl was breaking apart for him, and he realized he had no idea how deeply she loved him. Amari wiped her face, revealing tears in her eyes. When she noticed him staring, she turned away, trying to brush it off with a laugh, claiming she was a mess. Todoroki felt an urge to wipe away her tears but hesitated, asking if Katsuki knew about everything. Amari shook her head, explaining that while Katsuki was aware she shouldn't use her quirk, he didn't know that each time she activated it, she was shortening her life. She joked that he would probably pull her out of UA and be furious if he found out, and while she laughed, Todoroki could see the sadness in her eyes. Suddenly, Amari slapped her face and stood up energetically, declaring that she didn't have time to be sad. She suggested they get milkshakes on the way home, craving something sweet. Normally, he would have found her outburst annoying, but now he understood better. He stood up as well and agreed to her suggestion. Amari jumped for joy, then paused, realizing something. She asked if this meant they could be friends now that she had proven they weren't enemies. He thought for a moment. Before today, he would have turned her down regardless of her explanation, but now he couldn't say no after all she had shared. He agreed that they could be friends. Her face lit up with a goofy grin as she cheered, throwing her hands up in excitement. He watched her hop down from the hill, unable to suppress a smile at her childlike enthusiasm. This girl was the strongest person he had ever met. The next day arrived faster than expected as Amari trudged into school, her feet dragging from lack of sleep. After returning home, she realized she might have shared too much with Todoroki. He had only wanted to know why she was at UA, and instead, she had opened up about her life. She worried he might find it annoying and decided she should apologize. As she approached the classroom, she spotted his two-tone hair from afar and rushed to meet him. It was better to address the situation now rather than let it become more awkward. Reaching out, she tugged on the back of his backpack, causing him to tip backward in surprise. When their eyes met, he asked what she was doing. She smiled and rubbed the back of her head, gathering her courage. She wanted to apologize for the previous night. His brow furrowed in confusion. He didn't see any reason for her to apologize. She hesitated before explaining that she felt she might have overshared and that it was fine if he wanted to forget everything. Todoroki reflected on their conversation and knew he couldn't forget it, even if he tried. Her life wasn't his business, so perhaps it was best not to discuss it further. He simply replied that it was all right. She nodded, but a new question arose in her mind. She asked why he had listened to her in the first place since they hardly knew each other. Amari looked away, contemplating before smiling softly and shrugging. She admitted that she really wanted to be friends with him, reminding him that she was part of the Todoroki fan club. Her honesty made it hard for him to doubt her sincerity, but he wondered why anyone would want to be friends with him so badly. It didn't make sense. Feeling a slight embarrassment, he groaned at her last comment, reminding her that he had asked her to stop saying that. Amari giggled in response, clearly enjoying his discomfort. Just as he was about to speak again, someone shoved her roughly in the shoulder, separating them. "Get out of my way, nerd," the person said, interrupting their moment. "You are a nuisance." She regained her footing before wobbling and was about to call him out for being rude when she realized just who it was: her brother. Without another word, he slipped into the classroom, and Todoroki watched her hand curl into a small fist. He silently wondered why she would risk everything for someone like him. He had just pushed her out of the way, and for some reason, it made him angry. He stopped his thoughts when a small whisper echoed in his ears, repeating the same phrase over and over again. It was okay, she could do this. Glancing at her, he could see the slight fear in her eyes as she turned on her heels and entered the classroom. What was she doing? Amari waved her hand at a few students before strolling up to her brother's seat and smiling. Todoroki couldn't help but watch everything unfold. She greeted him, but Bakugo took one look at her before purposely turning his head away. He clearly didn't want to talk, but Amari pushed on. She needed to discuss their fight during class yesterday. She expressed that she just wanted to chat because yesterday had been rough, and she wanted to see if he was okay. Her brother's brow furrowed in annoyance, remembering her defiance. He hissed that he would be even more okay if she dropped out like he had told her to. Amari's eyes saddened, and she placed a hand on his desk, insisting she couldn't do that. Bakugo slammed his hands on the surface, reaching his limit. He stood up, staring her dead in the eyes, demanding to know why not. Just looking at her made him sick. He shouted, urging her to go back to America so he never had to see her again. The classroom fell silent, everyone feeling mildly uncomfortable. Deku spoke up first, suggesting that Bakugo should be nicer to his little sister. At his words, the two siblings turned to look at him as if he were crazy, especially Katsuki, who told him to shut up, insisting he didn't know anything. Deku backed away slightly, unsure of what had riled Bakugo up, when Amari decided to clarify the situation. She mentioned that Katsuki was only 10 minutes older than her. It took a moment for the entire class to process this before they gasped in shock, realizing they were twins. Amari nodded slightly, and the class was left speechless, as it seemed practically impossible. Mineta seemed especially freaked out by the revelation, exclaiming that it was impossible since they looked and acted nothing alike. Uraraka also appeared confused, having thought Amari had skipped a couple of grades. Shaking her head, Amari formed her hand into a fist again. She tried to lighten the mood with a laugh, but Todoroki could tell she was uncomfortable, making the same expression as during their talk the previous night. Mineta opened his mouth again when Bakugo slammed his fists on the desk, demanding everyone stop talking about it before he lost his temper. He dismissed the idea of them being twins as a joke. Amari's shoulders fell, trying to ignore the sting of his comment. Instead, she played off the uncomfortable atmosphere, agreeing that the word didn't seem right for them. Suddenly, the door slammed open, and she felt relieved when the teacher walked in. Any more of that conversation, and she might have cracked under the stress. She couldn't fall apart in front of the whole class. As the teacher instructed everyone to take their seats, Amari noticed Bakugo had already sat down and turned to find her own seat. Todoroki watched her pull out her books, wondering how much she must have been hurting right now. All she wanted was her brother's acceptance, but he treated her like a nuisance, like a bug on the ceiling. He pondered what Bakugo would do if he found out Amari was risking everything for him. Maybe then he would show some gratitude. But as soon as those thoughts entered his mind, he cleared them away. She had told him to forget about everything, so that was exactly what he would do. He had more important things to worry about anyway. Just then, the door slammed open again, and a loud booming laugh echoed throughout the space, capturing everyone's attention. Katsuki sat alone in the hospital waiting room when a voice echoed next to him. He turned to find Amari standing in front of him, asking if he was okay. Placing his hands on his lap, Katsuki shook his head, not wanting to worry her. He insisted it was nothing. Amari smiled at this and turned her head toward the window, her only view of the outside world. She remarked on how pretty it was outside and asked if the weather was warm. He shrugged, noting the 4 sticking out of her arm, and replied that it was average. Nodding, her eyes saddened as she expressed her wish to feel it. Katsuki felt his heart drop in his stomach, and his next words poured out without meaning to, asking why she didn't. The air grew thick as her voice rang in his ear, smooth yet cruel, stating that he had taken everything from her. His eyes widened as he found her just inches from his face, questioning what she meant. She smiled, but it was empty and mocking, blaming him for her situation. She lamented that she couldn't live a normal life because of him. Katsuki felt hypnotized, unable to look away but hearing her words clearly. It was too much. He let out a shaky breath, whispering for her to stop, but Amari continued, running her hands through his hair, reiterating that it was his fault she couldn't go outside or use her quirk. He pounded his hands across his ears, trying to block it out, pleading for her to stop. Yet her words returned, even more cruel than before, claiming it was his fault she was made fun of and that she would die. At her last words, he pried his eyes open, horrified to see blood trickling down the corner of her face, pooling on the floor. He shook his head, apologizing, but Amari only smiled, touching his face as more blood appeared on her arm. It felt like his touch was harming her. She declared it was too late for apologies and that she would never forgive him for what he had done. Katsuki felt his heart racing as he woke up, his scream echoing in the silence of his room. He looked around, realizing he was alone, drenched in sweat. The nightmare had been more vivid than usual, leaving him shaken. His mother burst through the door, her voice loud and demanding. She expressed her frustration at his early morning outburst, warning him that he was lucky it was his birthday or she would have been much harsher. She tossed a pile of clothes at him, instructing him to get ready for school. Katsuki scoffed, knowing that the day ahead would be difficult. It was his birthday, a day he associated with the worst memories, particularly the day he felt he had ruined his sister Amari's life. Just as he was about to change, his mother returned, her tone shifting to a more casual one. She asked him to convince Amari to join them for dinner that night, as she had shown disinterest earlier. Katsuki waved her off, not wanting to face her after the nightmare, knowing that dinner would be uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Amari received a call from her mother, who wished her a happy birthday and invited her to dinner. Although she wanted to go, she knew it would make Katsuki uneasy, so she hesitated. Amari put on a cheerful tone, telling her mother that she had to study for an upcoming test. Her mother expressed disappointment, encouraging her to have some fun instead. Amari quickly fabricated another excuse, claiming she had plans with friends, which her mother accepted easily. It was a routine she had learned to navigate, knowing her mother allowed her more freedom due to her health. After hanging up, Amari sighed, wishing she could celebrate with her parents. As she prepared to leave for school, she spotted Todoroki waiting outside her apartment. He explained that he had been unsure which apartment was hers and had ended up waiting there. Amari was surprised by his presence and asked why he wanted to see her. He suggested they walk to school together, and although she was initially taken aback, she agreed, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. Todoroki noticed her flustered demeanor and couldn't help but smile, which earned him a playful jab from her. They began walking side by side, both feeling the weight of the silence. Todoroki broke the quiet, asking about a comment Katsuki had made in class the previous day that seemed to upset her. Amari hesitated, her expression shifting to one of hurt. He quickly reassured her that she didn't have to answer, but after a moment, she laughed and caught up to him, downplaying the incident. She mentioned that it was nothing new, just something that had caught her off guard. When Todoroki pressed for details, she revealed that Katsuki had expressed a desire to forget about her, which left her feeling sad yet stubbornly determined to remain in his life. Todoroki's eyes widened at her words, a sense of concern settling in his stomach as he processed what she had shared. He really wanted to confront Bakugo for saying such thoughtless things to her. He had no idea how much they hurt her. Todoroki glanced at her sullen posture for a moment before playfully pushing her head down. She looked at him in surprise and exclaimed that he was acting crazy. He shrugged and quickened his pace to get ahead of her, stating that he just wanted her to stop thinking about it. Amari paused, realizing his intention, and smiled as she ran to catch up with him. She took his hand and playfully mimicked his earlier action. Todoroki appeared surprised and called out to her. She laughed and teased him, claiming he couldn't beat her to the gates. Feeling the challenge in her words, he accepted it with a grin, and they took off running, trying to outpace each other. Amari couldn't help but laugh, reveling in this wonderful new feeling. Was this what friendship felt like? As they reached the gates, she spotted Bakugo coming from the opposite direction. Gaining a bit of courage, she approached him with a smile, trying to forget about their earlier confrontation. She greeted him, but he merely pushed past her without a word, his expression darkening at the sight of her. The memories of their previous fight haunted him, and he wanted nothing more than to escape. Amari's hand fell to her side, and Todoroki noticed her disappointment, wishing to comfort her. He reassured her that Bakugo probably just hadn't noticed her. She smiled but knew that wasn't true, he had clearly seen her. Perhaps he simply didn't want to talk today. Class continued normally, and when the bell rang, Deku stood up and approached Bakugo cautiously. He wished him a happy birthday and presented a card he had made. Bakugo scoffed, grabbing the card and letting it ignite in flames, expressing his disdain for Deku's annual gesture. Deku felt a pang of sadness but wasn't surprised. Bakugo had always reacted this way. The other students gasped at the scene, and Uraraka suddenly realized something important. She exclaimed that it was also Amari's birthday. Everyone turned to Amari, who was busy packing her things and hadn't been paying attention. She looked up, confused by the sudden attention. Denki rushed over, demanding to know if it was true. Feeling uncomfortable under their gazes, she muttered that it was indeed her birthday. The class erupted in excitement, with even Todoroki appearing surprised. He hadn't known it was her special day. Uraraka clapped her hands, suggesting they celebrate with karaoke, which sounded fun to Deku, who eagerly asked Amari for her thoughts. However, Amari looked even more uncomfortable and shook her head, insisting they didn't need to do anything special for her. She usually didn't celebrate. This prompted Ida to speak up, grabbing her arm and declaring that they must celebrate, claiming it would be a crime not to. Bakugo, annoyed by the entire idea, dismissed them, stating he wanted no part in it. Deku, confused, asked if he really didn't want to celebrate his birthday with everyone. Bakugo's mind was clouded with the memories of his earlier dream, and he felt sick at the thought of sharing his birthday with anyone, especially Amari. His voice came out harsher than intended as he scoffed at the idea of celebrating what he considered the worst day of his life. The classroom fell silent, and Deku laughed nervously, trying to understand Bakugo's feelings. But Bakugo's glare was fixed on Amari, who seemed hurt by his words. Usually she hid her feelings well, but now it was painfully clear. Trying to keep her composure, Amari smiled sadly and mentioned she had other plans that evening, hoping they would enjoy themselves. She quickly grabbed her bag and headed for the door, stopping in front of Bakugo to hand him a small wrapped gift. She wished him a happy birthday, but he simply swatted it from her hands, letting it drop to the floor. Looking down, she maintained a sad smile and told him it was fine. He could throw it away if he wanted. Without another word, she turned and left the classroom, leaving everyone staring at Bakugo with disappointment, especially Deku, who expressed that Bakugo had hurt her feelings. Bakugo ignored him, turning away and choosing not to acknowledge his actions. The thought of spending time with Amari felt like torture to him, and he couldn't shake the guilt gnawing at him. He told Deku to be quiet. He paused when he sensed another presence behind him and turned to see Todoroki staring back at him. He asked what Todoroki wanted. In response, Todoroki picked up the gift Bakugo had knocked away and cradled it carefully in his arms. Then he forcefully shoved the object back into Bakugo's chest, commanding him to accept it. Bakugo dropped the present into his lap, feeling annoyed by Todoroki's forcefulness and questioning who he thought he was to tell him what to do. Todoroki silently turned away from Bakugo's challenge and walked out of the classroom, ignoring the shouting behind him. After the confrontation, Todoroki found himself heading towards Amari's place instead of going home. He knew she was shaken by her brother's actions and felt he wouldn't be able to rest until he knew she was all right. As he walked, something shiny caught his eye, but he quickly dismissed it and continued on his way. When he reached her door, he knocked. Thankfully, she had shared her apartment number with him earlier that day. A loud crash came from inside before the door unlocked, revealing Amari leaning against the doorframe, looking less than pleased. She initially snapped at him to leave her alone, but her expression softened when she recognized him. Upon seeing Todoroki, her demeanor changed completely. She invited him in, her voice warm now. He raised his hands in protest, noticing something off about her. He hesitated, wanting to check on her but unsure of her state. Amari, however, insisted he come inside, playfully pushing him in and laughing. As he stepped in, the strong scent of alcohol hit him, raising his concern. He asked if she was drunk, to which she pouted and flopped down in the living room, dismissing his worry. She reached for another bottle, prompting Todoroki to rush forward, reminding her that she was underage and shouldn't be drinking. Later, Amari had just finished combing her hair when her phone buzzed beside her. It was odd, not many people had her number. She answered, feeling a headache from her hangover. A long silence followed before a male voice greeted her uncertainly. Amari was confused and pressed for clarification, but the voice simply stated it was Todoroki. She froze, coughing on her drink in surprise. How did he have her number? He explained that she had entered it into his phone the night before, which left her bewildered. As she tried to recall the previous night, her memories were hazy. She felt embarrassed about her behavior and decided not to mention her memory loss just yet. Instead, she shifted the conversation, asking what he wanted. He inquired about her plans for the day, and she mentioned grocery shopping, feeling it would be a dull day. Todoroki responded affirmatively, then told her to meet him at the train station at 5 p.m. Amari was puzzled by his invitation but decided to get ready, realizing she needed to thank him for the bracelet he had given her. When she arrived at the train station, she spotted him among the crowd. He looked different, dressed in a black button-up shirt with a white undershirt and matching black pants. Amari felt a flutter of nerves, wishing she had dressed up as well. She waved to him, calling out his name. He approached, looking slightly confused by her teasing about his outfit. She felt a blush creeping up her cheeks as she struggled to compliment him without feeling embarrassed. Instead, she shifted her focus to the bracelet he had given her, expressing her gratitude. Todoroki acknowledged her thanks, saying it was nothing special. Amari smiled, feeling a warmth in her chest. She then decided it was time to ask him about the previous night, hoping it wouldn't be anything too embarrassing. Touching her neck nervously, she apologized for her behavior, admitting she hadn't expected him to visit. It was probably really bad. She waited for him to deny it, but instead he simply agreed. It was true, it had been bad. Falling to the floor in defeat, Amari turned away, feeling utterly embarrassed. She apologized, then hesitated before asking if she had done anything strange. This caused Todoroki to freeze, recalling the kiss and feeling his cheeks grow warm. He realized they needed to address it, or things would remain awkward between them. Amari noticed his reaction and began to panic, trying to remember even the smallest details. She feared she had indeed done something wrong. Her words caught in his throat as he grew confused. Was she really asking if the kiss had been bad? It seemed she genuinely didn't remember. Laughing silently, Amari looked defeated. She admitted she didn't really recall what had happened. Todoroki felt as if his world was crashing down around him. He had spent all night thinking about their kiss, and she had forgotten it entirely. It seemed he had worried for nothing. He leaned his face against a nearby pole, feeling drained by her words. Amari's voice broke through his thoughts as she apologized again, hoping whatever she had done wasn't too terrible. Letting out a heavy sigh, he decided to brush it off to avoid further awkwardness. If she didn't remember, perhaps it was best to forget it. He assured her it was nothing significant. Amari watched him for a moment before letting out a relieved laugh and lightly hitting his shoulder. She expressed her relief, then asked why they were there, noting he hadn't provided much information over the phone. Todoroki chose to let the embarrassing topic go, turning his attention back to his watch. He told her it was a surprise and urged her to follow him. After walking for about 20 minutes, they stopped in front of a small restaurant with a sign in elegant gold cursive. Todoroki opened the door for her, announcing they had arrived. Amari, slightly confused, accepted the gesture and stepped inside, where a brown-haired male waiter greeted them. The waiter asked how he could assist, but before Amari could respond, Todoroki stepped in, stating they had a reservation. The waiter's eyes widened in recognition of Todoroki's name, expressing his surprise and honor at serving the son of the number 2 hero. He led them to a small table in the back. As Amari reached for her chair, Todoroki quickly pulled it out for her, making her feel a bit awkward. She thanked him, and once they were settled and the waiter had left, Amari felt free to ask questions. She inquired about the purpose of the dinner. Todoroki picked up the menu and explained it was all for her. Her cheeks flushed at his words, and she began to ramble, surprised by his thoughtfulness. He recalled her tears from the previous night and asked if she had ever celebrated her birthday. Amari's eyes widened in disbelief as she realized he had arranged this for her birthday. He nodded but looked away, acknowledging he wasn't her family. Amari stood silent for a moment, wondering why he would go to such lengths for her, considering they had only known each other for a short time. Trying to hold back tears, she smiled and shook her head, telling him it was perfect and that no one had ever done something like this for her before. Todoroki felt a sense of relief at her tear-streaked smile, knowing he had made the right choice in booking the reservation. He wanted to see her happy and that smile often. Breaking out of his thoughts, he pointed to the menu and told her to order whatever she wanted. Amari nodded excitedly, and they enjoyed their dinner, laughing and talking about the smallest things. Once dinner was over, Amari stood to leave, but Todoroki stopped her, saying it wasn't over yet. Confused, she followed him, wondering what else he had planned. They walked for a short while until they reached a small clearing, allowing Amari to see the view first. When she reached the top, she gasped at the sight before her. A large hill overlooked the city lights, sparkling far beyond the horizon against a dark blue and purple sky. She had never seen anything like it. Todoroki spoke from behind her, admiring the view as well. He explained that since she had just moved there, he wanted to show her his favorite spot. Gazing at the scenery, Amari was utterly speechless, marveling at the beauty of the sky. Amari had only ever watched the world from a window, which made Todoroki feel a pang of sadness as he placed his hands in his pockets. He often came to this spot when he needed to think and thought it might help her as well, rather than being cooped up in her room. Amari looked down, frustration evident on her face. She realized she had said something foolish the night before, and that was why he was doing all this. Reflecting on their kiss, Todoroki expressed his concern, admitting he didn't want her to keep everything bottled up inside because it worried him. Her gaze snapped back to him, curiosity piqued. She asked why he was worried. He shrugged, sighing, admitting he didn't understand it either but felt compelled to show her this place. She didn't have to use it if she didn't want to. After a moment of contemplation, Amari closed her eyes and let the breeze wash over her. She found it relaxing and decided it was a good spot. Todoroki felt a sense of relief at her words, resting his hands on the railing in front of him, agreeing with her. As another breeze swept through, Amari shivered slightly, noting that the warm weather was fading. Suddenly, she felt something drape over her shoulders and realized it was Todoroki's button-down shirt. Surprised, she tried to remove it, laughing as she insisted it wasn't that cold. However, his hand gently stopped her, and she felt the warmth radiating from his palm as he urged her to keep it on. Amari hesitated for a moment before pulling her hand away, feeling the warmth vanish. She agreed to keep it if he was sure. He nodded, and she couldn't help but admire him, noting how beautiful and mysterious he looked, just like during the opening ceremonies. She never expected they would become friends. Despite their growing bond, she realized she still knew very little about him. There seemed to be an invisible barrier around him, keeping others at bay. She had always wanted to ask about his scar but refrained, understanding that the past could be painful. Placing her hand on the railing, Amari lowered her voice, speaking slowly so only he could hear. She expressed her gratitude, acknowledging that he was the first person who had stuck by her for so long. Most people ran away when they heard about her struggles, so his support meant a lot to her. Todoroki turned to her, captivated by the way her blonde hair glimmered under the streetlights. He recalled the previous night when she had touched his face and called him by his first name, wishing to hear it again. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, he told her she could call him by his first name. Amari's eyes widened in surprise, and he felt the heat rising in his cheeks as he quickly clarified that it would be easier since he called her by hers. She considered his reasoning and acknowledged that he had a point. Although it didn't lessen her embarrassment, she admitted that they had grown close. Taking a deep breath, she decided to give it a try. Turning to him, she looked into his two-tone eyes and spoke softly, saying his name. Hearing his name from her lips sent a familiar shiver down his spine, and both of their faces flushed with color. It was overwhelming. They both turned away, trying to hide their nervousness. Amari placed a hand over her heart, which raced in her chest, and reconsidered her earlier decision. Todoroki coughed, attempting to mask his own feelings, and agreed that it was indeed a bit strange. Once they calmed down, Amari shrugged, suggesting that they could take baby steps. He nodded in agreement, and they fell into a comfortable silence. Todoroki broke it by saying it was getting late and offered to take her home. Understanding his intention, Amari nodded and allowed him to lead her back into town, all the while trying to ignore the persistent thumping in her chest. Deku walked into the training facility early on a Monday morning, eager to strengthen his quirk and body. All Might had advised him to keep his vessel engaged to handle one for all. Typically, he trained on the beach or at home, but today he decided to try one of the nearby training spaces, knowing they had more equipment available. As he entered, he felt slightly intimidated by the professional atmosphere and noticed several aspiring heroes in training. Deku paused when a man at the desk called him over. The man greeted him and asked if he was looking to rent a room. Nervously, Deku nodded, explaining that he was from the UA Hero course and had been told he could use the facility for training. The man's eyes lit up at this information. He mentioned that another UA student had also come in, someone from the Hero course who trained there every morning. Intrigued, Deku asked about this other student, wondering who it could be. The man pointed down the hallway, encouraging Deku to check it out. He mentioned that the other student was quite impressive, and Deku felt a surge of excitement. Although he knew it wasn't right to spy on fellow students, his curiosity got the better of him. Feeling compelled, he made his way to the second floor to see who this mysterious UA student was. There he found an assortment of windows that allowed people to watch the professionals train. He located the room the man had mentioned and decided to take a quick look, curious about what he would find inside. That was until he saw who was actually there. Deku's eyes widened as he watched her skillfully dodge between the fake dummy robots, taking them down one by one until none remained. It was Amari. Once the bell rang, she glanced at the timer in the center, her expression tightening with dissatisfaction. When Deku looked at the timer, he couldn't help but gasp. It read 7 minutes. Had she truly defeated all those enemies in just 7 minutes? That was incredible. He observed her wipe a bead of sweat from her forehead before pushing a button to reset the robots. Was she going to do it again? As the buzzer rang, Amari sprang into action, weaving through the fake villains and using a golden protective coating to strike them down. Her eyes reflected pure determination, devoid of any emotion. At the last enemy, he noticed Amari clench her fists in frustration, small sparks flickering from her palms, leaving him in shock. That wasn't typically part of Amari's quirk. When the buzzer rang again, she collapsed to her knees in exhaustion, prompting Deku to gasp and rush to her side. She looked as if she might faint. Racing down the steps, he burst through the door. He was concerned for her well-being. She coughed slightly before recognizing his presence, her vision blurred from the exertion. She asked him what the score was. Deku, confused, hesitated before turning to the scoreboard. He read it aloud, noting the 6 minutes. He insisted that it wasn't important right now and that she needed to rest. Amari processed the number, then punched the ground in frustration, attempting to stand again. She insisted that it wasn't good enough. Deku steadied her arms, sensing her determination, but let go when she seemed more stable. He expressed disbelief at her insistence, reminding her that 6 minutes was an impressive time for that course. Yet she remained unconvinced, stating that she needed to be better. She was determined to try again. Deku could see the exhaustion etched on her face and called her out on it. He mentioned what Kaken might say in this situation. At the mention of her brother's name, Amari chuckled, saying he would think it wasn't good enough, which was why she was going again. She started to walk toward the edge of the ring, but Deku stopped her, sensing a sibling rivalry at play. He asked if she wanted to beat Kaken. Looking down at her hands, Amari sighed and clarified that it wasn't about beating anyone. She felt she would never gain Kaken's acknowledgement if she couldn't even accomplish this. She reassured Deku that she trained every day. Deku realized what the man at the front had meant when he called her a monster. Did she really push herself this hard every morning? The recommended students truly were different. Then he recalled something from her last fight. The quirk she used at the end seemed vaguely familiar, almost like Kaken's. He wondered if it was possible. He asked her if she also had Kaken's quirk. At his question, she froze, laughing it off. He opened his notebook and showed her the notes he had taken during her training, reading aloud that her quirk was gold matter. He pointed out that the sparks at the end were just like Kaken's quirk and asked if she had inherited it. Looking down at her palms, he could see her anxiety. She pleaded with him not to tell anyone. That confirmed it. She really did have Kaken's quirk as well. But why was she trying to hide it? He told her it was amazing to have 2 quirks and that she should use it. She shook her head, clenching her fists as she replied that she couldn't use it anyway, so it didn't matter. She asked him to act like he hadn't seen anything. Deku was puzzled and asked why. Amari smiled bitterly, letting her hands fall to her sides. She explained that it was a quirk of a Bakugo, and she didn't feel worthy of it yet. She believed she hadn't earned it. Deku listened carefully, beginning to understand why she was uncomfortable with everyone using her last name. She thought she didn't deserve it, believing a name had to be earned. Did she really not see herself as Kaken's sister? Then she turned back to the scoreboard and pressed the button to reset everything. She expressed that she didn't expect him to understand, but she needed to do this. She needed to be stronger, and she apologized. Deku's eyes widened as he watched her run forward, tackling the course again despite her exhaustion. He had always thought it was strange for someone like Amari to be so highly rated, especially given her size. But now, there was no doubt about it, she was recommended for a reason. After training, Amari walked through the school doors, feeling a bit lonely since Todoroki hadn't walked with her that morning. However, she knew she had to train, and he seemed to understand that. As she reached her classroom door, she caught herself staring at the soft glimmer of the bracelet he had given her. It might have been embarrassing, but she hadn't taken it off since receiving it. It felt like a security blanket, bringing her a sense of calm. Smiling slightly at the memory of the previous night, she was startled when a voice interrupted her thoughts. Her brother stood there, looking annoyed as usual, and asked what she was smiling about. She quickly replied that it was nothing. With a sigh, he threw his bag over his shoulder and pointed to the door. Amari found herself in front of the door, realizing she was blocking the way. She quickly stepped aside, mumbling an apology to Katsuki. He brushed past her, bumping her shoulder slightly as he scoffed, calling her annoying. Amari's gaze fell, but she tried to shake off the comment as she followed him inside and took a seat. Moments later, Todoroki entered the room, and she greeted him with a smile. He placed his bag on his desk and nodded in response to her question about training. Amari couldn't help but glance at Deku, feeling a bit self-conscious. She mentioned that Midoriya might think she was strange after their earlier encounter. Todoroki found her reaction amusing and smiled slightly as the teacher walked in to start class. After class, it was time for lunch. Amari grabbed her food and chose to sit at the table next to Deku, Ida, and his friends. She hesitated, not wanting to intrude but also not wanting to be alone. When Todoroki approached her, he asked why she didn't just join them. Amari laughed nervously, admitting that she often felt awkward around people and sometimes rambled on. Todoroki took a seat across from her, amused by her admission. Amari felt embarrassed, resting her head on the table and lamenting how it was a miracle he still talked to her after her many blunders. He casually remarked that he had grown accustomed to it. Despite his words, she felt uneasy, especially since Deku had witnessed her training that morning. She expressed her concern about making things awkward, revealing that she might have shared her reasons for not calling herself a Bakugo. Todoroki's eyes widened, prompting him to ask what Deku had said. Amari sighed, explaining that he hadn't said anything, which made her think she had scared him off. Just then, she felt a presence behind her and turned to find Deku looking anxious. He bowed slightly, apologizing for his reaction that morning and admitting he had been worried about her. Amari reassured him that she was fine, insisting it was nothing to worry about, although Deku still seemed unconvinced. He quickly changed the subject, asking if she was ready for the upcoming written test. Grateful for the distraction, she shrugged and mentioned how strict Mr. Aizawa was. Ida chimed in, stating that Bakugo didn't have to worry since Amari was top recommended for a reason. At the mention of her last name, Amari grimaced, unsure about that claim. Suddenly, Bakugo appeared, tray in hand, and scoffed at the idea of her being top recommended, questioning how she could have achieved that. Todoroki noticed Amari's grip on her chopsticks tighten as Ida defended her. Bakugo dismissed Ida's words, recalling how weak Amari had been as a child. He suggested that perhaps she had cheated to get into. Amari narrowed her eyes and asserted that she had earned her place fairly. Bakugo slammed his hand on the table, insisting that it was impossible for her to be in the top ranks. Deku felt a surge of anger at Bakugo's comments, knowing how hard Amari worked. He stood up, ready to defend her, but before he could finish, Amari jumped up, calling out to him to stop. The cafeteria fell silent as she glanced at him, shaking her head. She then claimed she needed to study for the test and left the cafeteria, leaving Todoroki observing her departure closely. Deku felt regret wash over him after she left, realizing he had made a mistake. Bakugo, confused, asked what had just happened. Deku shook his head, urging Bakugo not to speak to her that way, as it would hurt her feelings. Bakugo looked in the direction Amari had gone, acknowledging that was exactly what he intended. He thought that if he could drive her away from you, perhaps he could rid himself of the guilt he felt and the nightmares that plagued him. He believed she needed to understand that being there was pointless and that she would only end up getting hurt. As he contemplated this, he noticed someone watching him and turned to find the quiet boy staring at him intently. Narrowing his eyes, Todoroki glared as he picked up his chopsticks again. He wanted to put Amari's brother in his place but knew he didn't want to hurt her. She loved her brother too much for that. He simply replied that he wanted nothing. Bakugo's temper flared when a loud bell rang above them, causing the students to cover their ears. The walls began to close in, and a voice echoed through the halls, announcing an emergency evacuation due to a broken barrier. Panic erupted as everyone rushed toward the exits, shouting about villains attacking. Deku's eyes widened in disbelief. His friends quickly stood up to leave, but Bakugo halted, a sinking feeling in his stomach. He realized Amari was missing. She must have gone to the library, which meant she was outside. Deku touched Bakugo's shoulder, urging him to leave. But Bakugo's mind was elsewhere, and without thinking, he ran in the opposite direction of the safe zone, heading toward her. He shouted for everyone to be quiet, his friends gasping as they called after him, warning him that he could get himself killed. Deku tried to grab his arm, but Bakugo reacted in anger, pushing him away. He was consumed by worry for his sister. Ida, confused, tried to reason with him, suggesting that going out would only make things worse. Bakugo, however, was resolute, insisting he would not abandon her. A nearby teacher attempted to pull him away from the danger, but Bakugo's heart raced with guilt over their last conversation. He had pushed her away to keep her safe, not to leave her in danger. He shouted in frustration, demanding to be let go, insisting that she was still out there. Fear gripped him as he unleashed an explosion, teachers urging him to stay back for his own safety. But Bakugo was deaf to their concerns, his determination fueled by the thought of his sister. Todoroki observed, surprised that Bakugo had openly referred to Amari as his sister, realizing he truly cared for her. Meanwhile, Amari walked toward the library, reflecting on how her brother might have been right about her reputation. Halfway there, the emergency bell interrupted her thoughts, and she froze as the announcement echoed, warning of a villain attack. She needed to find safety. As she approached the doors, a prickly sensation crept up her neck, making her pause. She turned around but found no one there. Out of the corner of her eye, she thought she saw a purple mist dart across the ground, but it vanished when she blinked. Compelled to follow the strange occurrence, she rounded the corner, convinced she saw the mist again entering the building. A chill enveloped her, and she wrapped her arms around herself, feeling uneasy. The prickling sensation returned, stronger this time, causing discomfort in her neck. She called out, questioning who was there. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her ear, sending a shiver down her spine. The words were indistinct but made her feel uneasy, as if she were being drawn to obey. Her mind began to cloud, and she felt herself drifting away, lulled by the voice. It felt warm and suffocating, urging her to follow. A loud noise jolted Amari from her trance, and she pressed a hand to her temple, trying to shake off the headache. Footsteps approached, and she raised her fist, ready to defend herself against the unknown threat. When a hand touched her shoulder, she turned, instinctively aiming for the person's face, but they screamed in fear. A reporter fell to the floor, exclaiming that she should watch where she swung. Amari blinked in surprise, realizing it was just a reporter. The reporter introduced himself as Heiei Toya from the Herald News Station, there to report on All Might becoming a teacher at Amari's side in relief, realizing he wasn't a villain after all. However, when the reporter got too close, she felt uncomfortable, and a hand pushed him away, annoyed. Aizawa appeared behind her, warning the reporter to leave the students alone. The reporter stuttered an apology and hurried away, relieved to escape the teacher's presence. When he was gone, Aizawa looked less than pleased with Amari. He reminded her that she was instructed to make her way to the safe zone and questioned what she was doing so far from it. Amari glanced around before bowing her head and apologizing, explaining that she thought she saw something. Aizawa interrupted her, emphasizing that this was even more reason not to chase after it. He pointed out that in a real emergency, who knows what could have happened. She nodded sadly, prompting him to sigh. He decided to escort her back to the rest of the students, who must have been worried. As they walked back to class, Amari spotted her friends in the distance, waving excitedly at her behind Aizawa. When they noticed her, they rushed forward, enveloping her in a tight hug. They expressed their relief that she was okay, and Amari laughed, trying to reassure them that it was only a false alarm and no big deal. She caught Todoroki's eye, and he let out a sigh of relief he didn't know he had been holding. Suddenly, a loud and angry shout broke through the moment. Bakugo, clearly furious, approached her. Amari tried to play it off with a laugh, greeting him casually. However, he wrapped his arm around hers, pulling her away from her friends despite her protests. As they turned a corner, he slammed her against the wall, demanding to know where she had been. Amari closed her eyes, feeling his breath too close to her face as she replied that she had been in the library, which was what she had told him before. He didn't seem satisfied with that answer, slamming his fists into the wall beside her head, leaving a dent. He scolded her for being reckless, questioning if she wanted to put herself in danger. At his words, her gaze fell, and she thought about the pills in her pocket, quietly admitting that she didn't want to die. Bakugo shouted at her, urging her to stop doing reckless things. Amari felt a surge of annoyance. She didn't appreciate being made to feel weak. She asserted that he was overreacting and insisted that she could fight now. However, Bakugo remained unconvinced, arguing that her actions were only putting her in danger. He expressed his frustration that she didn't understand the seriousness of her situation. Amari's eyes widened when he called her by her name, even in anger. It was the first time he had done so, and while it was a moment of bliss, it quickly turned to anger as she realized he didn't understand her. She challenged him, asserting that she wanted to be a hero too, and questioned if he had ever considered that. Bakugo scoffed, dismissing her aspirations as delusional and insisting she would never be a hero. Silence fell between them as Amari's expression darkened. She declared that she would prove him wrong, that she would become a hero. Bakugo stared at her for a moment before scoffing at her determination, expressing a wish to see her fail so he could show her how pathetic she was. Her eyes narrowed as she hissed that he should watch her. Bakugo shook his head, clearly frustrated by her stubbornness. He decided that if she wanted to put herself in danger, he wouldn't worry about her anymore. He turned and walked away, muttering that she could do what she wanted. Amari felt a mix of emotions as she watched him go. She knew he was protective, but his harsh words stung. Later, Todoroki entered the classroom and found Amari slumped over her desk, her posture uncomfortable and her head down. The atmosphere around her was heavy with despair. He approached her slowly, asking what she was doing. She responded with a frustrated groan, muffled by the desk, claiming she was studying. Todoroki raised an eyebrow, noting that it didn't look like studying at all. He pointed out that she didn't seem to have any books and was face down on the desk. She groaned again, turning her head to the side to look at him, and told him to stop judging her life choices, admitting that she was feeling depressed. He locked eyes with her, sensing that there was a story behind her mood. He asked why she felt that way. Amari lifted her head, running her fingers through her hair in anxiety as she explained that she had fought with Bakugo again. She lamented that it seemed to be all they did lately and expressed her frustration at herself for losing her temper. Todoroki understood her feelings, knowing how difficult Bakugo could be. He reassured her that she shouldn't fault herself for their arguments. Amari's gaze fell again, and she expressed concern that they were only growing further apart and wondered if she should just give up. Shaking his head, Todoroki called her bluff, knowing she was too stubborn to truly consider giving up. Amari groaned, realizing he was right, and face-planted back onto her desk, muffling her voice once more as she expressed her dislike for his accuracy and asked to wallow in her self-pity. Todoroki looked down at her, wishing there was a way to help. He knew that Bakugo was not an easy person to deal with, but he hoped they could find a way to bridge the gap between them. Of course, Todoroki would help if he knew about Amari's short lifespan, but it seemed she didn't want to deepen their relationship that way. If only he could find a way to support her. Todoroki was pulled from his thoughts by the sound of giggling and chatter to his right. He spotted Mina, Momo, Achiko, and Yuga gathered in a small group. Just as he was about to turn away, he noticed a magazine in Yuga's hand. Yuga exclaimed that the new cafe looked dazzling, almost as dazzling as himself. Mina nodded enthusiastically, snatching the magazine from Yuga. She exclaimed that they had real cats, and she had always wanted to visit a cat cafe. Achiko jumped up and down, suggesting they go after school. Momo agreed, adding that they had a new flavor of ice cream and a photo booth. The group squealed in excitement, startled when Todoroki approached them quietly. He stood there awkwardly until Achiko spoke first, asking if he needed something. Lifting his hand, he pointed to the magazine and asked if he could have it. Yuga gasped, surprised to think that Todoroki shared his interests. But Todoroki simply replied no. Yuga fell silent as Achiko, excited about the situation, handed the magazine to Todoroki. He nodded silently and turned away, leaving everyone else confused. Momo remarked that it was odd to discover the most popular boy in school was a cat person. Achiko chuckled, suggesting it was something else. Everyone watched as Todoroki placed the magazine on Amari's desk, causing her to look up in confusion. He pointed to the ad and shrugged, saying it seemed like something she would like. Amari's eyes widened as she grabbed the ad and began reading, her excitement evident in her voice. She exclaimed that it looked really cool. Todoroki then returned to his seat, sitting down carefully. He told Amari to be ready after class. Her head snapped to him, realizing he intended to take her to the cafe to cheer her up. She asked if they were really going. He paused while taking a book out of his bag and said it was only if she wanted to. Amari couldn't help but smile, feeling a strange happiness inside. She shouted her answer, gaining the attention of the whole class. Everyone turned to look at her strangely, having only heard her enthusiastic response. She felt embarrassed, realizing it must have sounded desperate. Trying to recover, Amari coughed and backtracked, attempting to act nonchalant about being invited. Todoroki watched her with amusement, which made her blush. He simply agreed to her tentative response. Class began shortly after, but all Amari could think about were their plans for later. After class, they walked to the cafe, greeted by a dozen cats. After paying, they made their way to a corner and ordered ice cream. Amari picked up a black cat, giggling excitedly as she declared she would be its mother. Todoroki found her statement amusing but reminded her that she couldn't adopt them. She frowned, putting the cat down, and asked why he had to crush her dreams like that. Their ice cream arrived, themed around cats, and Amari smiled, feeling a bit sad. She sensed Todoroki was uncomfortable. She thanked him for trying to make her feel better but expressed her concern that this wasn't really his kind of place. He replied that while it wasn't, she enjoyed it. Her words made her feel both ashamed and strangely happy. She told him he didn't have to do all these things for her if he didn't want to. She understood he felt bad about her situation, but just talking to someone was enough for her. Todoroki picked up the cat that had brushed against his leg and asked if that was why she thought he was doing this. Amari blinked in confusion and nodded, stating that he wouldn't be here if she hadn't shared everything with him. She expressed her gratitude but wanted to know where they stood. Todoroki reflected on their conversation, realizing she was right. He had started this out of pity but wanted to help her feel less sad. If her brother wasn't there for her, someone had to be. Taking a breath, he shared his true feelings. He admitted he didn't usually accept friendships like this because he found them annoying and distracting, as his focus had always been on becoming the top hero. Amari felt a sting at his words but couldn't deny it. However, he raised a hand to stop her. He acknowledged that while it was true, he didn't mind it when he was with her. Amari listened, shocked by his honesty. Even if it were a lie, she appreciated it more than she could express. She admitted she approached him because she didn't want to be lonely anymore and was glad it was him. She smiled, and Todoroki felt a strange warmth in his chest. He liked seeing her smile. He noted that it was the second time she had truly smiled, the first being at her birthday dinner. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Amari turned away, surprised by his observation. When Todoroki handed her a small white cat, she accepted it happily and quickly changed the subject, exclaiming that it resembled him. Just then, a waitress approached with a camera, commenting on how cute they looked together. Amari gasped, throwing her hands up in embarrassment. The waitress smiled sweetly, though she didn't seem convinced by Amari's denial. She explained that she was there to take their complimentary photo. Amari, feeling a bit anxious, turned to Todoroki, unsure about the situation. She felt she was already pushing her luck with the cafe and couldn't bring herself to ask him to take a picture with her. She quickly replied that they didn't need the picture. The waitress, undeterred, insisted it would only take a minute and urged them to slide closer together. Amari raised her hand in protest as she felt Todoroki inch closer, seemingly going along with it. She hesitated, reminding him that they didn't have to do this. Their legs brushed against each other as the waitress lifted the camera, instructing them to smile. With no time to think, Amari smiled instinctively as a flash filled the space. The waitress lowered the camera, looking pleased as she handed them the finished photo. She wished them a wonderful day and left. Amari stared at the picture, unable to contain her laughter, while Todoroki looked at her in confusion. She covered her mouth and showed him the photo, pointing out how confused he looked. Todoroki, with his stoic expression, didn't see the humor in it. Amari continued to laugh, finding his serious demeanor amusing. She peeled off the back of the sticker and excitedly placed it on his phone, declaring they could preserve this moment. She did the same with her phone, placing the two side by side and giving a thumbs up. Todoroki looked down, shaking his head in mild disappointment before changing the subject, asking if she was ready for the training at USJ the next day. Amari thought for a moment before responding that she intended to show Katsuki her seriousness about becoming a hero. She hoped that once he believed in her, they could grow closer. Remembering Bakugo's words from the cafeteria, Todoroki felt a surge of anger but tried to calm it for her sake, focusing instead on something else. He mentioned that Bakugo had called her his sister the day before. Amari's eyes widened in surprise, and she leaned closer, eager for more details. She was thrilled to hear that Bakugo had never done that before and wished she could have been there to hear it. Todoroki felt a mix of emotions. While he wanted to be happy for her, he found it somewhat disheartening that she was so excited about something that should have been a given between siblings. Clapping her hands together, Amari declared it was progress and that maybe all hope wasn't lost after all. Todoroki, not wanting to dampen her spirits, nodded in agreement. Amari smiled brightly, holding a small cat plush in front of her and thanking him for brightening her day. He remained silent but felt a sense of happiness for her. He hoped things were improving for the two siblings. With determination, Amari looked back at the ice cream and resolved to show Bakugo that she belonged there. As they traveled to the USJ training grounds, Amari sat on the bus with her classmates, feeling a strange sensation at the back of her neck that seemed to intensify as they approached the area. Midoriya, sitting next to her, noticed her puzzled expression and asked if she was okay. Amari snapped out of her thoughts and laughed lightly, dismissing her discomfort as something that would pass. Bakugo's mocking voice cut through the chatter, taunting her about getting cold feet. Amari narrowed her eyes but chose to remain calm, reminding him that he had told her she could pursue her dreams without his interference. Bakugo's expression shifted, clearly annoyed that she was using his own words against him. Deku, noticing her frustration, offered her a comforting pat on the back, trying to lift her spirits. Azui chimed in, curious about Midoriya's quirk, comparing it to All Might's. Midoriya seemed startled by the comparison, while Kirishima quickly pointed out that All Might didn't get hurt when using his quirk. Deku nodded, trying to clarify, and complimented Kirishima's quirk, which made him smile proudly. The conversation shifted to quirks, with Kirishima pointing out that Todoroki and Bakugo had particularly flashy abilities. Amari felt herself flush at the mention of her brother and downplayed her own abilities, stating she just did her best. Azui leaned closer, intrigued, and asked why Amari's quirk was different from Bakugo's. Amari smiled nervously and explained that she inherited her grandmother's quirk, which had skipped her parents. She shared that she hadn't known her grandmother well, as she had passed away before she and Katsuki were born. The students listened with interest, and Azui turned to Bakugo, eager to hear his thoughts. Amari was known for her kindness, while Bakugo often appeared angry, which made it hard to believe he would be popular. Bakugo felt his frustration rising, ready to confront anyone who challenged him. Just then, Aizawa intervened, urging them to stop their antics as they arrived at their destination. As they stepped off the bus, the students were welcomed by 13, one of the current ranking pro heroes. She led them inside and began explaining the various exercises they would be undertaking. Upon entering the dome, everyone gasped at the expansive space filled with different climates and environments designed for their training. Amari's face lit up with joy as she shared her excitement about the training ground she had helped create, which simulated various accidents and disasters to prepare them for real hero work. Aizawa, however, seemed unimpressed and approached 13, inquiring about All Might's whereabouts. 13 whispered that All Might had overexerted himself earlier and was currently resting in the lounge. Aizawa sighed in disappointment, acknowledging that they would have to proceed without him. Suddenly, the lights flickered and went out, plunging the area into darkness. The water nearby surged erratically as an overwhelming presence filled the air. Amari felt a sharp pain in the back of her neck, stronger than before, and unease washed over her. The students watched in shock as a swirling purple mist appeared, followed by hundreds of figures emerging from a portal. Aizawa's demeanor shifted as he warned 13 to protect the students and instructed them to stay still. Another man stepped out of the portal, his light blue hair and the many hands covering his body sending chills down everyone's spines. Aizawa's gaze hardened as he recognized the threat. The blue-haired man expressed disappointment that All Might was absent, revealing his intention to create chaos to draw him out. Amari's heart raced as she realized the gravity of the situation. These were real villains, and they were after All Might. The man then noticed Amari, intrigued by her ability to sense their presence, and suddenly, a warp opened beside her, engulfing her completely. Todoroki and Bakugo's eyes widened in alarm as they rushed forward to find her. Amari found herself thrown to the ground, staring up at the blue-haired man and the other villains. He leaned closer, questioning her significance. As she discreetly reached for a pill in her pocket, he caught her hand, pulling it back painfully. He taunted her, teasingly holding the small box she needed. Bakugo, witnessing the scene, charged forward but was held back by 13, who urged him to stay away from the villain. The man continued to toy with Amari, pressing down on her box, causing her pills to disintegrate before her eyes. Panic surged within her. Without her pills, she felt powerless. As fear gripped her, the man tightened his grip around her neck, warning her not to make any sudden moves. Just then, a rush of energy swept past them, startling the man and causing him to release Amari. She coughed as she scrambled to her feet, finding Aizawa standing protectively in front of her, urging her to retreat to safety. Amari ran back to her classmates, who breathed a collective sigh of relief upon her return. Deku placed a hand on her shoulder, expressing concern, and she nodded, still shaken by the encounter. Todoroki helped her up, and she looked into his eyes, fear evident in her expression as she confessed her inability to fight without her pills. Bakugo approached, his anger masking his worry for her safety. He demanded to know why she hadn't used her quirk to defend herself, unaware of the true reason behind her hesitation. Amari felt the weight of his words, realizing that admitting her helplessness would only validate his fears. She apologized, explaining that she had been too shaken to act. Before Bakugo could respond, Ida urged them to move towards the exit. They needed to reach safety. As they began to run, another portal opened, and a villain emerged, questioning whether All Might was supposed to be present. Bakugo and Kirishima seized the opportunity to attack, their quirks aimed at the threat. Amari's eyes widened in alarm as she realized that their efforts might not succeed against this formidable foe. Katsuki's name echoed in the air as a loud explosion erupted, confirming Amari's fears. The warp villain remained unfazed, taunting them with threats of chaos. Everyone gasped as the purple substance expanded, engulfing them. If only Amari could have used her quirk to shield her friends from this menace. She felt herself being swept away, the screams of her classmates ringing in her ears. Suddenly, Amari was dropped from the air into a body of water below. The impact was jarring, and she gasped as the cold water enveloped her. As her vision cleared, a blur rushed past her. A hand gripped her leg, dragging her deeper into the dark depths. In a burst of determination, Amari kicked her attacker, breaking free and surfacing. She spotted a boat nearby and swam towards it, climbing aboard to find Deku and Azui hiding there. She asked if they were okay, relief washing over her as she saw them. Deku's eyes widened in surprise at her presence. He expressed his concern for Katsuki, which only heightened Amari's anxiety. She searched desperately for him, her heart racing with worry. Deku, looking somber, admitted he hadn't seen Katsuki. Amari struggled to process this, but soon stood with determination in her eyes, declaring her need to find him. Azui, using her long tongue, pulled Amari back, cautioning her that Katsuki could handle himself. Frustrated, Amari glared, knowing Azui was likely right, but the thought of Katsuki in danger was unbearable. Deku, glancing at the villains still searching for them, suggested they needed a plan. They couldn't just hide, heroes had to act. Amari looked down at her hands, feeling the weight of her limitations. She confessed to Deku that she couldn't use her quirk at the moment, which shocked him. He had thought her quirk had no time limit. When she explained her situation, shame washed over her. She longed to fight, but activating her quirk without the necessary pills was too risky. Azui understood the gravity of their situation and wondered if they could hold out until All Might arrived. Amari noticed the villains surrounding the boat were merely watching them. An idea sparked in her mind. Perhaps they were unaware of their quirks. Deku quickly grasped her plan. If the villains didn't know their abilities, they might have an advantage. But just then, the boat rocked violently as water began to seep in, signaling the villains' intent to force them into the water. Holding onto the railing, Amari exchanged a determined glance with Deku before an idea struck her. She announced her plan and, before anyone could stop her, jumped onto a piece of debris floating in the ocean. Deku and Azui were confused, questioning her ability to act without her quirk. Amari smirked, revealing her stubborn nature. She was determined to fight, even if it meant risking everything. As the villains approached, Deku watched in disbelief. Amari, once powerless, was now putting herself in danger. He soon realized her strategy. She was distracting the villains to give him and Azui a chance to attack. As the villains drew closer, Amari kicked one in the face, taunting them. She warned them to stand back, and they hesitated, unsure of her abilities. But when they realized it was a trick, they charged at her, demanding her defeat. Amari, unfazed, pointed to the sky, prompting some of the villains to look up just in time for Deku to unleash his power, creating a massive whirlpool. Azui quickly wrapped her tongue around Amari, pulling her away from the chaos. Once on the beach, they regrouped, and Deku sighed in relief, acknowledging the danger they had just faced. Amari shrugged, satisfied that her plan had worked. Deku admitted he understood her strategy, but she simply stated that revealing it aloud would have alerted the villains. Amari reassured Midoriya, expressing her trust in his abilities. She smiled, and Deku marveled at her calmness despite the chaos around them. It was a relief to see her so determined. She suggested they find Katsuki. The group decided to move closer to the main battle involving Aizawa and the blue-haired villain, hoping to offer assistance. Being kids didn't mean they couldn't help lighten Aizawa's burden. Amari was particularly eager to see Katsuki. As they neared the fight, they noticed Aizawa was still engaged but appeared more exhausted than before, which raised their concerns. Amari stepped forward, only to be caught off guard when a hand covered her mouth and pulled her back. Reacting quickly, she struggled against her attacker and landed a punch to his stomach, causing him to groan. Just as she was about to strike again, a familiar voice stopped her. It was Todoroki, who held his stomach where she had hit him. He lowered his hand, prompting her to speak. She expressed her concern, worried she might have hurt him. Her eyes then shifted to the person beside him, and relief washed over her when she recognized Katsuki. She was grateful he was safe. Bakugo scoffed at her concern, dismissing the idea that he could be held down by a group of thugs. Amari smiled, feeling reassured, when Deku joined them, expressing his excitement at seeing them both. However, Amari quickly reminded them of the pressing situation. She pointed out that Aizawa seemed to be reaching his limit and might not last until the pros arrived. Deku glanced at the fight, understanding her implication. He agreed that they needed to take action. Todoroki placed a worried hand on Amari's shoulder, expressing his disapproval of her considering a fight. He warned her that it was too dangerous, even if she had her quirk. Amari took a moment to think before nodding slowly. She was aware of her limitations but believed they could still utilize everyone else's strengths. As they brainstormed a plan, a loud crash interrupted them, causing everyone to turn in shock. The villain had gained the upper hand, and Aizawa was pinned to the ground, blood seeping around him. The sight was alarming, and Amari gasped in horror, whispering Aizawa's name. Bakugo felt a surge of helplessness, unable to stand by while his teacher was in danger. He stepped away from the wall, and Amari grasped his hand in desperation, urging him not to engage in a fight against such a powerful opponent. He pushed her away, insisting he could handle it. Amari's heart raced as she realized his intentions. She pleaded with him not to go, fearing for his safety. Bakugo, frustrated, shoved her aside, determined not to waste the strength he had gained. He declared that he would be the greatest hero, dismissing her concerns about her own abilities. Amari knew that his reckless decision could lead to disaster. In a final attempt to reach him, she begged him not to leave, expressing her fear of losing him. For a moment, he hesitated, but then a wave of guilt washed over him. He felt unworthy of her trust and harshly stated that he never considered himself her brother. Her heart sank at his words as she watched him disappear behind the rocks. Doubt crept in. Did he truly not see her as his sister? Todoroki observed the exchange and quietly helped Amari to her feet. He felt frustrated with Bakugo's harshness, knowing Amari only wanted to protect him. Amari wiped away her tears, pushing aside her pain. She had to focus on Katsuki and ensure he was safe. Turning her attention back to the battle, she saw Bakugo charging at the villain, arms outstretched for an attack, shouting fiercely. An explosion erupted, and for a moment, Bakugo believed he had succeeded. However, the smoke cleared to reveal a monstrous creature standing in his way, completely unfazed by his attack. The villain seemed amused, revealing that this creature was meant to take down All Might, but they would settle for Bakugo instead. Bakugo's eyes widened as the Nomu seized him, tossing him aside. Amari gasped, feeling a surge of panic as she instinctively wanted to rush to his side. He groaned, blood trickling down his face, but he quickly retaliated with another explosion, dodging the Nomu's attack and charging back toward the villain. Confident he had the upper hand, Bakugo raised his fists, only for the villain to effortlessly catch his hand, mocking him for his efforts. The students were supposed to be the elite. The boy had just enough time to widen his eyes before the villain placed his fingers around Bakugo's armor, watching it crack and disintegrate beneath him, dangerously close to his arms. Without thinking, the Nomu grabbed Katsuki again, slamming him against the floor, causing the area to fracture around them. Deku turned to his friends, desperate to figure out a plan when he noticed someone missing from the group. Todoroki's eyes widened in fear as he realized exactly who it was. The blue-haired villain approached Bakugo, who was struggling to breathe, and smiled, expressing his satisfaction with the situation. He snapped his fingers, and the Nomu raised its fists before bringing them down with tremendous force toward the boy. The impact would have been devastating. Closing his eyes in fear, Bakugo braced himself for the pain, but everything around him suddenly fell silent. The impact he anticipated never came. Instead, he felt a shimmering, golden coating enveloping his entire body, as if the attack had simply bounced off him. The villains appeared confused, turning their heads to see Amari standing a few feet in front of her, hand extended and her eyes glowing red with her quirk. She had just saved his life. In that moment, Todoroki's world came crashing down around him as he recalled what she had shared about her backstory. He remembered her saying that she couldn't use her quirk without the pills, and that if she did, it could cost her life. That reckless girl, what had she just done? Amari appeared distressed, her hand trembling slightly. A drop of blood trickled from her nose as she sighed, realizing how things had come to this. With limited time left, she was determined to ensure that Katsuki and her friends would be safe. Chuckling to herself, she turned back toward the villains, her steps purposeful as a golden aura enveloped her. She resolved to give it her all, knowing this was the moment to unleash her full potential. A strong ringing in her ears echoed as Amari recalled the words that had played in her mind since childhood. The doctor's voice served as a constant reminder of her limitations. Throughout her training and surgeries, her dream of standing beside Katsuki and protecting him had fueled her resolve. That dream had brought her to this critical moment. When she witnessed her brother being attacked, Amari instinctively moved toward him, driven by a fierce determination. It didn't matter that he had treated her poorly or that this could be her last act. She needed to save him. Drawing her hand back, Amari found a strange humor in the situation. After fighting so hard to survive, it was ironic how quickly everything could be taken away. She could already feel her body rejecting her quirk, a burning sensation filling her lungs. Despite the pain, she focused on the villain before her. If this was to be her final stand, she would face it head-on. The villain noticed her intense gaze, intrigued by her defiance. Amari pushed through the pain, narrowing her eyes. She declared that the villain had made two significant mistakes, hurting Katsuki and underestimating her. Bakugo watched in disbelief as Amari sprang into action, cursing her recklessness. He questioned her decision to fight when he himself struggled against their foes. As she covered her body with a protective layer, Amari dodged the Nomu's attacks, raising her hand to confront the blue-haired villain. He caught her fist easily, but Amari smirked, realizing his quirk was ineffective against her golden shield. She seized the opportunity to kick him in the stomach, forcing him to recoil in pain from her touch. However, her moment of triumph was short-lived as the Nomu loomed behind her. In one swift motion, it grabbed her and flung her across the arena, causing Bakugo, Todoroki, and Deku to gasp in horror. Amari's protective layer began to falter upon impact with the ground, and she groaned from the pain coursing through her body. Fighting without her pills was taking a toll. Feeling nauseous, she rolled over and coughed, blood escaping her mouth. Frustration surged within her. She couldn't give up yet. Bakugo watched in terror, unable to look away from his sister's suffering. This was precisely why he had wanted to protect her from joining UA. Their eyes met, and Amari found the strength to rise again, albeit shakily. She realized this might be their last chance to communicate, and she needed to say what was on her mind. She began to apologize, expressing her regret for not being the sister he had always wanted. She had tried her best, but it seemed she had fallen short. Bakugo listened, confusion clouding his mind. He felt he was the one who had failed her, not the other way around. As the villain blocked her punch and pushed her back, Amari struggled to conceal her injuries. She acknowledged her shortcomings but wished she could have been the sister he deserved. Sensing the Nomu approaching, Amari cleverly formed a golden barrier around it, preventing its movement. Bakugo's heart sank as he saw blood trickle down her arm, urging her to flee instead of continuing to fight. But Amari found humor in his words, even as pain surged through her. She declared that she didn't care if he hated her or if he had never seen her as family. She was still his sister, and she loved him. She would never let him die. At her heartfelt confession, Bakugo was left at a loss for words, grappling with the weight of her emotions. He had never imagined he would hear those words from his sister. He always believed he didn't deserve them. Her gaze then shifted to Todoroki, who was staring in shock. He was likely one of the few who fully understood the weight of her actions. She silently expressed her gratitude for his friendship, even if she felt unworthy of it. Todoroki, smiling back at her with a hint of sadness, felt a sharp pain in his chest as he realized the significance of her gesture. She was prepared to accept her fate. He placed a shaky hand over his mouth, whispering softly to himself, "No." In that moment, he understood he couldn't let her face this alone. He dashed into the fray, unleashing a sheet of ice toward the villain. Amari blinked in surprise, gritting her teeth against the pain. The Nomu was relentlessly attacking her barrier, straining her body. She called out to Todoroki, warning him of the danger. He turned to her with a frown, insisting that he wouldn't allow her to die. Her expression turned sorrowful as she shook her head. Despite his kindness, she believed his presence in the battle was futile. "It's too late. I can't go back. It doesn't matter anymore." Todoroki raised his hand, his voice steady. "It matters to me." They both froze as the villain broke through Todoroki's ice wall, irritation evident on his face. All I wanted was to eliminate All Might, but now I have to deal with these kids. It's frustrating. Amari felt the strain on her body, realizing time was running out. If she wanted to save her classmates and Katsuki, she needed a plan, and quickly. She surveyed the battlefield, formulating a strategy she knew they wouldn't like, which is why she chose to keep it to herself. Taking a deep breath, she assessed the positions of the villains, Todoroki and Bakugo. This would likely be her final move, and it was risky, especially with her body failing her. She cast one last glance at Todoroki, smiling to ingrain his face in her memory. He would never know how grateful she was for their friendship. Todoroki. He turned to her, noticing the tears in her eyes and the sadness etched on her face. Her words pierced through him, filling him with grief. Thanks for being my friend. Then her expression shifted to one of determination. In one swift motion, she raised her hands, enveloping Todoroki and Bakugo in her protective gold shield. Amari screamed from the pain as she charged toward the blue-haired villain, her palms extended in a familiar pose. The villain regarded her with amusement. What? You think you can attack me the same way again? That's not very smart. But Amari smirked, her palms crackling with explosive heat, channeling Bakugo's quirk for the first time. Not quite. With a decisive movement, she slammed her hand against the ground, triggering a massive explosion that filled the space. The force was so great that Deku and Azui were nearly swept away. Fortunately, Amari's gold shield protected Todoroki and Bakugo from the blast, leaving them in shock, especially Katsuki. Was it possible? When they were younger, he had only seen Amari with one quirk, their grandmother's. He often teased her for not having their parents' quirk, but was that all a facade? Why had Amari been hiding this? He had so many questions. As the smoke began to clear, they saw the blue-haired villain hurled through a wall, groaning from the impact. Amari extended her trembling hands before collapsing to the ground, feeling a tightening agony in her chest and her breath becoming shallow. That was it. She had given all she could. She pressed a hand to her chest, forcing herself to breathe, willing herself to hold on a little longer. Everything was not yet over. Suddenly, the doors above burst open, revealing a swarm of pro-heroes rushing into the fray, led by none other than All Might, declaring his iconic catchphrase. It is. If I know what? Because I am here. Amari watched his silhouette approach as her vision began to blur. It was okay. Everything was okay now. Katsuki was safe, Todoroki was safe, everyone was safe. She felt relief wash over her for the first time, allowing the pain to consume her as she accepted the consequences of not taking her pills. Todoroki spotted her in the distance, kneeling, and felt a wave of relief. She was still okay. But then she collapsed, hitting the ground with a heavy thud, causing the world around them to freeze. Bakugo's eyes widened, summoning the strength to rise despite the exhaustion from the battle. His heart dropped in his chest. Todoroki reached her first, rolling her onto her back. Streaks of blood marred her arms and face as she lay unconscious and still. Amari? Hey, Amari. He shook her shoulder, but she did not respond, and the reality of the situation crashed down on him. He checked her pulse, gasping at how faint it was. No. Bakugo rushed to her side, cradling her in his arms, shaking her with intense fear and worry. Hey brat. Get up. This isn't funny, get up right now before I kick your butt. The shaking did not rouse her, prompting Todoroki to urge him to calm down. Bakugo! But Bakugo shouted back, tightening his grip. You shut up. She's fine, okay? She's stubborn and stupid and she'll be fine. Todoroki felt tears prick at the corners of his eyes, knowing he had to explain to Bakugo what had happened. She wasn't supposed to use her quirk without her pills, but she did it to save you. The harsh truth hit Katsuki like a wave, overwhelming him with emotion. This was the first time he had heard of this. What are you even talking about? Quit acting like you know her. She's going to be fine. As he reflected on Todoroki's words, Katsuki remembered what Amari had said during the battle. Her words sounded like a goodbye, as if she knew this moment would come. Bakugo felt a wave of despair and guilt wash over him. He wanted to use the power he had taken from her to save her, to help her, not to harm her. She had warned him not to fight, but he had gone out anyway, leading to this situation. Shaking his head, Bakugo began to talk to himself, trying to reassure himself to stave off insanity. Tears filled his eyes as he spoke in denial, insisting that it wasn't his fault and that she would be fine. Suddenly, a blur rushed past him, crouching down to the floor. The two boys turned to see Recovery Girl looking solemn. She remarked on how much effort the girl had put into her fight. Loosening his grip on his sister, Bakugo felt a flicker of hope. He urged Recovery Girl to help her, but she shook her head sadly, confirming what Todoroki already feared. She explained that she couldn't heal her because the girl's body wouldn't be able to handle it, and they would have to wait for the ambulance. Bakugo's hope shattered, and he vented his frustration at the old woman, demanding to know why she couldn't do anything. Recovery Girl sighed, pulling a small jar from her pocket. She explained that it was the only thing she could offer, as the girl had given her those pills for emergencies. Todoroki quickly recognized the jar and gasped, reaching for it. They were her pills, 4 of them. Perhaps there was still hope. Recovery Girl nodded, explaining that the pills were meant to be taken before putting a strain on her body. She expressed uncertainty about their effectiveness now that the girl was unconscious. Before she could finish, Todoroki had already taken a pill from the jar and melted it down with his quirk into a soft liquid. He moved toward Amari, still held protectively by Bakugo, who protested vehemently. Ignoring Bakugo's outburst, Todoroki pushed him aside, urging him to move. He leaned down to her eye level, placing the liquid in his mouth and gently pressing his lips against hers to administer the medicine. He recalled a night when she had drunkenly kissed him on her birthday and silently hoped this would work. It had to work. Bakugo's rage ignited as he witnessed this. He couldn't understand why Todoroki was kissing his unconscious sister. He shouted at him to get away. Recovery Girl raised a hand to silence him, explaining that Todoroki was trying to help. Todoroki pulled away, placing a gentle hand on Amari's face, pleading for her to wake up. He waited anxiously, but her head merely lulled to the side, and a wave of terror washed over him. It hadn't worked. The sound of sirens filled the air as paramedics arrived and took Amari away, her body still lifeless. Bakugo's screams echoed as he demanded they not touch her, while several pro-heroes restrained him. In the back of his mind, Todoroki understood the grim reality, but he refused to accept it. 3 days passed, and Amari showed no signs of improvement. She remained motionless, like a doll without an owner. The doctors were baffled. Despite conducting countless tests, they could not comprehend how she was still alive. By all accounts, she should have succumbed. Todoroki presented the pills she had taken, but the doctors were unfamiliar with them, claiming there was no such medication available, which only heightened his anxiety. Bakugo had not left his sister's side since the incident, refusing to let anyone touch her unless they promised to help. His anger was more intense than usual, masking his own guilt and grief. Todoroki observed from the doorway as Katsuki held his sister's hand, feeling a surge of uncomfortable rage. None of this would have happened if Bakugo had accepted her love. That was all she had ever wanted. Determined to confront Bakugo, Todoroki stepped into the room. Katsuki noticed him and groaned, irritated by his presence. He demanded to be left alone. Narrowing his eyes, Todoroki decided it was time to speak up. He had held his tongue long enough for Amari's sake, but now he needed Bakugo to understand. Bakugo looked confused, questioning what Todoroki was talking about. Todoroki stepped closer, his voice filled with intensity. He revealed that Amari had loved Bakugo deeply, yet he had treated her poorly. Since childhood, she had sought his approval, but he had only pushed her away, forcing her to the brink just to hear him acknowledge her as his sister. Bakugo opened his mouth to respond, but Todoroki pressed on, his voice unwavering. He shared how Amari had wanted to celebrate his birthday with him, how she longed to live with him and their parents but had refrained to avoid making him uncomfortable. Even when using her quirk could have endangered her life, she had pushed herself, believing she needed to earn her last name. Did you know that she thought she wasn't worthy enough to call you her brother or a Bakugo? Of course, you didn't, because you just pushed her away. You kept pushing her away, and look what happened. Balling his fists in anger, Katsuki shot up from his seat, overwhelmed by the weight of the revelation. He grabbed Todoroki's shirt, his frustration boiling over. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. He felt the need to defend his sister fiercely, insisting that Todoroki didn't understand her at all. Glancing down at her sleeping form, he glared at her brother. Todoroki claimed to know more because he actually cared. Perhaps Katsuki needed to try that too. Bakugo's eyes widened as he realized that Todoroki's words held truth. How could this stranger know more about her feelings than her own brother? He had pushed her away out of guilt, not because he didn't acknowledge her. The thought of her believing she was unworthy was unbearable. What if she thought that right before it was too late? Everything felt overwhelming as Katsuki shook his head, releasing his grip on Todoroki and turning to punch the wall beside him in frustration. He muttered that it wasn't his fault. Todoroki remained silent as Katsuki recognized that he needed air, a break from the suffocating emotions surrounding him. He slammed the door behind him, and Todoroki sighed, moving over to Amari with a heavy heart. He regretted that she hadn't wanted Katsuki to know. He sat beside her, brushing a strand of hair from her face, noticing the bracelet he had given her for her birthday still adorning her wrist. It seemed she had cherished it. Looking out the window, he recalled an unpleasant memory. He expressed his dislike for hospitals, admitting he usually tried to avoid them. As he touched her hand lightly, he felt how cold and pale it was, almost lifeless. He wondered why he had shared so much with her, things he hadn't told anyone else. What would he do if she truly was gone? A sob threatened to escape, but he swallowed it down, pleading silently for her to wake up. His words felt futile, and he found himself standing, already moving toward the door, promising to return the next day. He shut the door behind him and almost made it out of the hospital when a rough-looking man in a doctor's coat hurried past him, silver hair and blue eyes hidden behind black-rimmed glasses. Brushing off his shoulder, Todoroki felt a chill run down his spine, sensing something was wrong. He couldn't shake the feeling and found his way back to Amari's room, unease gnawing at him. When he pulled open the door, he gasped at the sight before him. The same man who had bumped into him in the hallway was now holding Amari over his shoulder, as if trying to carry her away. Warning bells rang in his head as Todoroki unleashed an ice blast, causing the man to look up and smile before vanishing in an instant. He scanned the room, but the strange man was nowhere to be found. It was clear that someone was trying to kidnap Amari. Racing down the hallway, he spotted that familiar shade of white hair in the lower-level garage. Using his ice powers, he slid down from the second floor, jumping in front of the man. He demanded that the man return her. The fake doctor shrugged, raising his hands defensively. Fortunately, there were no people around, allowing them to speak freely. He claimed he didn't want to fight and that hurting Amari was not his intention. Todoroki growled, remaining on guard, demanding to know what the man intended to do with her. The man shrugged again, stating that he was going to save her life unless Todoroki had objections, which would make things easier for him. Todoroki wasn't fooled. He questioned how the man could claim to save her by taking her away from the hospital, especially when the doctors were unsure of her condition. The man laughed, dismissing the doctors as incompetent. Todoroki remained skeptical, and the man knew he had to prove himself. He pulled a small box from his pocket while Todoroki continued to question him. The man pointed to Amari, flopping her down on the ground as if to make a point. He claimed she wouldn't wake up from anything the doctors did. The only thing keeping her alive was the pill she had taken. He described her as a motionless doll, barely alive. Then he placed a hand on his chest, insisting he was trying to save her before being interrupted. Todoroki weighed his options, knowing it would be foolish to trust this man after he had attempted to kidnap Amari. Yet, he recalled Amari mentioning a doctor, and perhaps this man was the one she referred to. With a heavy sigh, Todoroki lowered his hands, deciding to follow the man. He warned him not to harm her. The man feigned concern, telling him to do as he wished, as long as it meant he would leave faster. Todoroki followed the man into his car, laying Amari down on the seat. The man lit a cigarette and groaned, claiming she would be the death of him. After calming down slightly, Bakugo returned to Amari's room, reflecting on everything Todoroki had said. Was it all true? He wasn't sure if he wanted to know. Opening the door, he froze when he noticed the room was completely empty. The bed covers were thrown aside, and Amari was nowhere to be found. Panic surged through him as he searched the room frantically, calling out for her. He shouted her name, desperation rising within him. Yet all that met him was a heavy silence as the realization set in. Amari was missing. Falling to the floor, 7-year-old Amari heaved a shaky breath, her small hand grasping her chest in desperation. It had been a couple of months since she moved to America, and ever since then, she had tried to make herself stronger, sneaking out to run every day, even though her health wouldn't allow it. She recalled her brother and how he had walked away from her that day, now finding the strength to shakily get to her feet. Even running was a challenge for her. As she turned to try again, a deep male voice interrupted her, curious about her actions. He asked what she was doing out there and if she wasn't supposed to be back inside. Determined, Amari replied that she needed to stay because she had to get stronger. The man eyed her shaky legs and smirked, suggesting that it wasn't possible for her to be a hero. He told her to face the truth. Amari thought for a moment, narrowing her eyes. The man noticed a newfound determination in her gaze as she took a step closer, despite her injuries. She declared that she didn't care and would make it possible. Her voice trailed off, but the man observed her strength and stubbornness radiating around her. Even as a child, her eyes were filled with a burning passion to achieve her goal, a look he had never seen before in a child, which intrigued him. Leaning forward, he offered to help her. Amari turned back, confused, asking if he could cure her. He chuckled, admitting he couldn't do that, but he could give her the strength to be equal to her brother, to earn his acknowledgement. That was what she wanted, right? Amari brushed off her skirt, contemplating his words. The doctors in Japan had told her there was nothing they could do. She asked if he could truly provide that strength. He nodded, warning her that the path they were discussing would not be easy and that the weak-hearted would not survive. She would need her strength more than ever. Looking down at her hands, Amari considered her options. This was the first time someone had given her hope, the possibility of becoming a hero. She thought of Katsuki, her brother, who was strong. He was Bakugo after all. Her decision became clear, she would do it. If it would make her stronger, she didn't care what it was. The man smiled, his eyes gleaming with a dark excitement. She could be the success he was looking for. Todoroki watched Amari's motionless body sprawled across his lap, brushing her hair from her face with concern. He felt uneasy about the situation but knew he would protect her if this doctor turned out to be dangerous. The car stopped, and the man extinguished his cigarette before informing them they had arrived. Todoroki looked out the window, seeing an abandoned warehouse. The building was red, with spray paint covering the windows, heightening his worry. He picked up Amari and held her close as he stepped out, maintaining a safe distance from the strange man. He questioned if this was the place. The man rolled his eyes, noting that it wasn't a 5-star hotel and that he had been short on time after receiving the call. Todoroki noticed a metal table with wires and vials of medicine on a counter, accompanied by a half-broken chair. The man pointed to the table, instructing him to place Amari there. Hesitating, Todoroki didn't want to let her go, sensing danger from the man. The doctor, noticing his reluctance, sighed and suggested that unless he wanted her to die, he should comply. Realizing the man was right and that they had few options, Todoroki reluctantly placed her on the table, noticing HNS attached to the sides. The doctor pulled a small vial from his bag and pointed to Amari, instructing Todoroki to handcuff her so she wouldn't harm them when they began. He claimed he would do it himself but sensed Todoroki's distrust. Looking down at the cuffs, Todoroki carefully took her cold hand and secured her to the table, still uncertain about the situation. He asked the man his name. The man shrugged, telling him to call him Gray. Todoroki raised an eyebrow, commenting that it wasn't a name but a color. Gray groaned in response, expressing his frustration at Todoroki's similarity to Amari. He warned him not to ask too many questions, as he had just flown in from Japan due to an emergency. The man prepared a syringe, explaining that all Todoroki needed to know was that he was assigned to ensure Amari wouldn't die unless something went wrong. He paused, holding the syringe in his hand, then turned to Todoroki, looking bored. He suggested that Todoroki might want to leave, as the procedure wouldn't be pleasant. Feeling anxiety in his chest, Todoroki refused to abandon her with such a mysterious man. Gray shrugged, implying that Amari might not want her friend to see her in such a state. At the mention of friend, Todoroki felt embarrassed, insisting they were just friends. Gray chuckled slowly, clearly not believing him. He dismissed the matter, warning Todoroki to ensure Amari didn't bite her tongue during the procedure. His words filled the boy with uncertainty as the doctor tapped the syringe before slowly injecting it into the side of Amari's neck, allowing the liquid to enter her body. Almost immediately, Amari came to life, struggling against her chains and coughing erratically. Her breathing was frantic, as if she had just swallowed a large amount of water, and she scanned the room to adjust her eyesight. Todoroki rushed to her side, his heart racing. She was alive and safe. It felt miraculous. He called out to her, feeling a surge of relief. Amari recognized his two-tone hair and wanted to touch her face to soothe the oncoming headache, but the chains held her back. Her voice emerged, scratchy and rough, as she called his name. He leaned closer, assuring her that he was there and that she would be okay. Amari smiled at his words, realizing how much she missed seeing his face. However, her expression quickly shifted as she asked about Katsuki, her concern evident. Despite her hazy mind, she could make out his nod and felt his fingers wrap around her hand, reassuring her that Katsuki was safe too. Amari smiled again, but her vision began to blur, and the pounding headache crept in. The doctor noticed her discomfort and moved to push Todoroki away. Just then, Amari's expression shifted to one of pain, and she struggled against her chains. Todoroki observed her sweating more intensely and felt a surge of panic as she urged him to leave. Confused, he pressed her for answers, wanting to comfort her through her pain. She shook her head, gritting her teeth as she struggled to speak, each word seeming like a monumental effort. She didn't want him to see her like this, but Todoroki was resolute. He refused to abandon her side. As the medicine coursed through her body, Amari felt a burning sensation that left her nearly delirious from the pain. She gritted her teeth but ultimately let out a scream that echoed around the room. Todoroki was at a loss, turning to the doctor, who appeared unfazed as he donned his jacket. The doctor explained that they needed to wait for the medicine to take effect, casually mentioning that they would see each other in 3 weeks. Todoroki was incredulous, demanding to know how the doctor could leave her in such a state. The doctor shrugged, expressing his annoyance at the situation and revealing that Amari had endured this process many times before, having built up a tolerance over the years. Todoroki's heart sank at the thought of her suffering. He recalled her earlier words about the scars and burns on her stomach, realizing the extent of the torment. She had been through just to use her quirk. As the doctor prepared to leave, he tossed Todoroki a set of keys, indifferent to the situation. Left alone, Todoroki felt torn. He didn't want to witness Amari's suffering, but he knew he couldn't abandon her. He returned to her side, taking her hand as she groaned in agony, now partially delirious. He sat in a broken chair, willing the pain away. Amari squeezed her eyes shut, shaking her head as he touched her skin, which felt like 1,000 needles. In quick gasps, she called out for Katsuki, her brother, who was not there. Todoroki's heart ached as she expressed her fear and pain, tightening his grip on her hand. He promised her that he would stay, refusing to leave her side. Days passed, and Todoroki remained by her side, holding her hand and soothing her with his words. Sometimes, she would drift into unconsciousness, only to awaken and begin the cycle anew. He had even faked an illness to stay with her, feeling it was the least he could do. When the doctor returned after 3 weeks, Amari lay still, her body occasionally twitching from the aftereffects of her ordeal. She stared blankly at the ceiling, her mind seemingly elsewhere. The doctor approached, loosening her chains and helping her sit up. He flashed a bright light in her eyes, prompting her to place a hand on her head, still feeling the throbbing pain. The doctor sighed, reminding her that they wouldn't have to go through this if she had followed his instructions. Amari groaned in response, her journey far from over. "Don't fight without the pills," Gray said, placing his hands on his hips. Amari frowned, her head hanging in shame. She had fought without the pills, but she felt she had no choice. Katsuki was in danger. The doctor, unimpressed, remarked that it was always something with her. He warned her that he doubted it would be the last time Katsuki would be in such peril. She needed to be more careful. Amari nodded, suddenly aware of Todoroki's presence behind her, and she jumped in surprise. She straightened her posture, trying to appear well, but Todoroki already knew what she had been through. "I've been here," he said. Her expression fell. "What do you mean? Wait, did you see?" He nodded, and Amari gasped, feeling self-conscious. She didn't want him to see her in such a vulnerable state. The doctor then elbowed Todoroki playfully, mentioning how dedicated he was for staying with her the entire time. Amari's eyes widened, and she quickly raised a hand in protest. She felt embarrassed that he had seen her like that. "Oh, we're not like that. We're just friends." Grace smirked at her response, teasing her about her situation. He wanted to advise her against such reckless behavior again but felt it would be futile. Amari smirked back, recalling how long she had been unconscious. She placed a hand on Todoroki's arm, reassuring him. "Hey, I'm sorry I scared you, but I'm okay now really. You can go back. I don't want to be responsible for you getting expelled." Todoroki glanced at her hand and noticed the warmth had returned. She truly was okay. "Are you sure? I can stay." Amari smiled gently. "No, it's okay. I need to talk about some things with the doctor anyway. I haven't seen him in a while. I'll be back to class soon, okay?" Though he wanted to stay, she seemed fine, so Todoroki decided to respect her wishes and turned toward the door. "All right then, see you later." As Amari waved goodbye, she placed a hand on her chest, still feeling some pain. "What's with the aftereffects? That's never happened before." The doctor looked at her thoughtfully, pulling out a small file. "It could be the long-lasting effects. You were in a critical state after all. This is why you need to stop pushing yourself. One day, this won't end well for you, and I might lose my job." Amari moved her hand away, nodding. "Yeah, I know. What I did was reckless." The doctor gave her a knowing look before tossing her a bottle of pills. "That was obvious. Here, take it." She accepted the bottle, rolling it in her hands as he continued. "Are you ready to train again?" Nodding, Amari tightened her grip on the pills, her determination clear. "Yeah, let's do it." Amari had been missing for 2 days when a letter arrived at the Bakugo household, informing her parents that the headmaster of her old school in America had signed her out of the hospital for treatment. Someone from the school had visited and reassured them she would be fine. However, Bakugo found this hard to believe. In his eyes, Amari was still missing. It didn't make sense to him. Why would a school suddenly take his sister away without informing their parents? It felt suspicious and left him feeling uneasy. Going to school was even worse. Everything reminded him of her, and it only fueled his anger. He didn't want to admit it, but Bakugo missed her. Today marked the 4th week of her absence, and Katsuki trudged up the steps of UA, throwing his bag over his shoulder. He groaned when a voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Deku. "Kaken!" Tightening his grip on his bag, Katsuki fought the urge to lash out. "What do you want, you nerd?" Deku raised a hand defensively, his eyes reflecting sadness. "I just wanted to check on you. You seemed really down lately. Is it because of Amari?" At the mention of her name, Bakugo snapped, grabbing Deku by the collar and shaking him in frustration. His temper was shorter than usual. "Don't say her name again, or I'll throw you into the wall." Deku struggled to maintain his composure. "Kaken, it's not good to bottle up your feelings. If you miss her, you should just say so." Bakugo didn't like that idea and raised his fist in response. He hated that Deku seemed to understand him so well. "What did you just say?" Deku flinched as Todoroki intervened, stopping Bakugo's fist midair. They exchanged a glance, and Katsuki felt the weight of their previous conversation in the hospital. Those same unpleasant emotions surged within him, and he had enough. He released Deku, letting him drop to the floor. "Just forget it." Todoroki observed the scene with understanding before approaching Deku and extending his hand. "Here." Deku accepted the gesture and brushed himself off. "Thanks, Todoroki." Looking in Bakugo's direction, Todoroki sighed. Don't take it personally, Midoriya. I'm sure he has a lot on his mind. Bakugo shook his head in frustration, replaying the earlier scene in his mind. His thoughts were a jumbled mess, and he didn't know how to process it all. Even hearing Deku say her name was overwhelming. With that thought, he pushed open the classroom door, feeling his fingers grow numb. His bag fell to the floor with a loud thud. He spotted Amari's familiar blonde hair as she turned to him, that same goofy and annoying grin on her face as if nothing had happened. She waved at him, saying something he thought he would never hear again. Hey, Katsuki. The doctor felt his phone vibrate and pulled it out, holding it to his ear. Hello? Yes, she is in stable condition now. The voice on the other end sounded pleased. I knew I chose correctly. The doctor lit a cigarette, still skeptical. I still don't understand what you see in that girl. She's just reckless, not easy to manage. The other man replied smoothly, that is where you lack understanding, dear doctor. Her strength was their advantage, which is why she was considered their greatest masterpiece. Nodding nonchalantly, the doctor sighed and mentioned that he would inform Dr. Ujiko about the updates, noting that he would want to know she was still alive. The voice responded with satisfaction, expressing that it was excellent news. Staring at his sister for the first time in weeks, he felt a mix of emotions and thoughts swirling within him. Not long ago, he had feared he would never see her cheerful smile again, and now it felt like a miracle, as if he had been granted another chance. His first instinct was to confront her, questioning her recklessness. If she had known that using her quirk could be dangerous, why had she pushed herself so hard? Amari seemed more reckless than he had originally thought. Amari waved at him awkwardly, unsure of how to begin the conversation. She greeted him and inquired about how he had been. His mind was momentarily lost in shock, struggling to process her presence. He questioned how she could be back. She laughed awkwardly, explaining that she had been away for a while but was fine now, insisting it hadn't been as bad as he thought. Katsuki's mind flashed back to the memory of her cold, motionless body, and he knew that was far from the truth. She had been on the brink of death. He firmly stated that she had been missing. Her response seemed humorous to her, as she was aware that the doctor had spoken to their parents to ease their worries. She clarified that she hadn't been missing but had been with some doctors from America, which was why her absence had been prolonged. His instincts raised warning flags, but before he could voice his concerns, Deku and the rest of the class entered, surprised to see Amari. They expressed their relief at her return and asked if she was okay. Amari smiled at her classmates, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Todoroki, a matter she would have to address later. She assured everyone that she was fine and apologized for any worry she had caused. Bakugo observed her interactions, feeling the urge to speak up but hesitating with the others present. Instead, he decisively approached Amari, taking hold of her arm. She questioned him, but he pulled her out of the classroom, causing her bag to drop to the floor. Amari assumed he wanted to scold her, as that was typically how their conversations went. Once they turned a corner and found themselves alone, he released her, falling into an unusual silence. Amari noticed his distant expression and asked if he was okay. Clenching his fists, Katsuki shook his head, expressing his frustration. He questioned how he could be okay after she had nearly gotten herself killed and had gone missing for weeks. He had warned her about her recklessness. She wanted to comfort him but refrained, knowing he would likely reject her gesture. Instead, she sighed, attempting to lighten the mood by reiterating that she wasn't missing and that while she had done something foolish, she was fine now. Bakugo dismissed her reassurances, haunted by the image of her lying still in a hospital bed. How could she claim everything was okay when he was struggling with his emotions? Overwhelmed, he punched the wall behind him, narrowly missing her head. The impact startled her, and when she opened her eyes, she saw a sadness in his expression that she had never witnessed before. He sighed in frustration, revealing that she had no idea how he had felt during her absence. How could she claim everything was fine? Amari froze as he leaned against her shoulder, defeated. He was exhausted from worrying, and it was tearing him apart. He spoke softly, revealing his desperation and anxiety, confessing that he had thought she was dead and feared he would never see her again. processing his words, she felt a lump form in her throat. This was the first time her brother had shown such vulnerability. She asked if he had been worried about her, a concept that felt foreign given his usual demeanor. Bakugo looked at her, still leaning against the wall, and confirmed that he had indeed been worried. He questioned why she would put herself in such danger, suggesting that she should have let him take the risk instead. Time seemed to freeze as one phrase echoed in her mind, feeling surreal. He scoffed at her reaction, not realizing the significance of his words. She blinked in disbelief, recalling his harsh words during the USJ attack. He seemed to be contradicting himself. Bakugo remembered his previous statement, feeling a pang of regret. He had spoken out of anger, and now he realized how much it had affected her. He shook his head, dismissing the past and expressing that he was frustrated with her reckless behavior. It was impossible to ignore their connection when she continually put herself in danger. Amari remained silent, contemplating his words. Did this mean it was acceptable for her to still consider herself a Bakugo? Bakugo observed her, lost in thought, recalling what Todoroki had said to him in the hospital. He needed to uncover the truth. As Todoroki's name was mentioned, Amari's eyes brightened with a hint of nervousness. She was curious about what had been said. Katsuki paused for a moment, contemplating how to approach the topic. He knew that if he directly asked her about the words that had been spoken, she would likely brush it off and claim everything was fine. He needed to uncover the truth on his own. Shaking his head, he withdrew his hand from the wave and turned his gaze away. He decided it was best to let the matter go. Amari, however, looked puzzled and increasingly curious. She pressed for clarification, but Bakugo, feeling frustrated, insisted that it was nothing important and urged her to drop the subject. It was clear he wanted to move on. She nodded slowly, recognizing his reluctance to discuss it further. Just then, the bell rang overhead, prompting Bakugo to sigh as he adjusted his bag on his shoulder. He instructed her to hurry, signaling that it was time to leave. As he began to walk away, Amari quickly followed, acknowledging his cue. Upon reaching the classroom, just as she was about to open the door, Katsuki's voice halted her. His tone was small and uncertain as he made a request. He asked her to promise that she wouldn't engage in that behavior again. Amari's hand froze on the door handle, taken aback by his words. Before she could respond, he pushed her hand aside and opened the door himself, striding into the classroom and leaving her feeling bewildered. Katsuki Bakugo was born at 1:10 a.m. on a rainy Friday morning. When weighed, he proved to be unusually strong for a newborn. His parents rejoiced, but soon realized that their joy was tempered by a troubling reality. Amari Bakugo arrived just 10 minutes later, and the contrast between the two infants was stark. While Katsuki was robust, Amari appeared frail, her skin tinged with shades of purple and blue around her face. The doctors quickly took action, attaching various tubes and wires to her as she remained silent. Katsuki's parents rushed forward, anxious to understand what was happening, but the medical team was too focused on stabilizing the newborn. This marked the beginning of the very different paths that Katsuki and Amari Bakugo would take in life. After Amari was stabilized, she had to remain in the hospital for close monitoring. Her health was precarious, and the doctors were aware of the underlying issues, though they refrained from discussing them in front of Katsuki. Meanwhile, Katsuki thrived, living the carefree life of a typical preschooler. He paid little attention to his sister and focused on his own adventures. Occasionally, he was taken to visit her, mostly at his mother's insistence. His mother pulled him into the hospital, urging him to visit Amari. She insisted that he would enjoy it. Despite her encouragement, Katsuki was reluctant, expressing his disinterest in the visit. He wanted to play with his friends instead. However, his mother remained firm, and soon they stood before Amari. She greeted him with a smile, but he couldn't ignore the sight of the tubes and machines surrounding her. As his mother pushed him further into the room, she greeted Amari warmly. Amari responded with a cheerful expression, pretending to flex her non-existent muscles, assuring their mother that she would soon be better. A hint of sadness crossed their mother's face as she reassured Amari. She then announced that she would go downstairs to fetch something delicious for her. Turning to Katsuki, She instructed him to keep an eye on his sister. Katsuki grumbled in response, expressing his reluctance to be there. Class proceeded as usual, and when the bell rang, Amari knew she had to leave the classroom quickly before Todoroki caught her and started asking strange questions. As soon as she heard the chime, she began packing her things at a rapid pace before standing up from her desk. That was when she heard his voice calling her name. Amari picked up her bag and waved her hand dismissively, smiling as she said she had to go do something important. Then she turned on her heel and raced toward the exit. Unfortunately, she miscalculated her path and slammed her foot into a nearby desk, nearly losing her balance and muttering under her breath. Holding her toe in pain, she felt a hand on her shoulder, and when she turned, she found Todoroki looking concerned. He asked her what she was doing. Amari froze, realizing he was the very person she had been trying to avoid. She quickly replied that she was doing nothing important. As the class began to filter out, Todoroki felt it was safe to speak. He asked if she was avoiding him. Amari shook her head anxiously and laughed, insisting that she would never do such a thing and that she wasn't nervous at all. But as soon as she realized what she had said, she cursed under her breath, knowing he would question her words. Todoroki pressed her, asking if she was nervous. Amari sighed in defeat, understanding that there was no escaping this conversation. She admitted that he had seen her in a very embarrassing state. Todoroki recalled the past few weeks and felt a familiar uncomfortable sensation in his stomach. Embarrassing was an understatement. She had been in a dire situation not long ago. He asked if this was something she always had to endure. Amari shook her head and played with a strand of her hair, revealing a long scar where the needle had touched her skin. She explained that it used to be worse, but now she managed with just medication. She reminded him that she had warned him he wouldn't want to know. Todoroki realized she was right. He didn't want to know about this. It was driving him a little crazy inside. He asked if she went through all of that just to use her quirk. Amari smiled sadly and explained that it was necessary for her to grow stronger. It had opened many doors for her and given her hope. Though it wasn't ideal, she was willing to take any chance she could get. There were many things Todoroki disliked about this situation, but he chose not to voice them just yet. For now, she was safe and happy, and that was enough for him. Trying to change the subject, Amari recalled something her brother had mentioned and became curious. She asked Todoroki about a conversation he had with Katsuki. Todoroki remembered the conversation clearly, now looking a bit dejected. He admitted that he had told Katsuki everything Amari had shared with him. Amari's eyes widened in terror, and she stepped forward anxiously, unable to believe what she had just heard. She questioned why he would do that, feeling betrayed. Todoroki stepped closer, trying to convey his sincerity. He explained that he did it because they were friends. Amari ran her fingers through her hair in frustration, struggling to process the situation. She expressed her fear that Katsuki would laugh at her, pity her, and ignore her even more now. Todoroki placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, feeling the warmth of her skin calming her down. He assured her that Katsuki wouldn't act that way. Amari shook her head, unconvinced. But Todoroki spoke with confidence, believing that Bakugo wouldn't have shown concern if he didn't care about her. He encouraged her to keep being herself, assuring her that Katsuki would understand. Amari hung her head in shame but quickly realized something important. She wanted to be mad at Todoroki, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. He was her only friend. Todoroki found her words amusing as he carefully picked up his bag. He told her not to be mad. Amari smirked, noticing the playful tone in his voice. She teased him about his sass, surprised that the great Shoto Todoroki was capable of such a thing. He shrugged and replied plainly, leaving her to interpret his words as she wished. Amari smiled and nodded, giving up on the idea of being angry with him. She couldn't do that even if she tried. She decided to deal with the Katsuki situation later. She acknowledged that she was ready to leave, and Todoroki nodded, heading for the door. She grabbed her bag and followed him outside, feeling grateful for his calming presence. As they approached the gates, they noticed a few students lingering in the courtyard, glancing in their direction and smiling. Amari and Todoroki couldn't quite understand what that meant. Moving toward the exit, Amari stopped when she spotted a familiar head of blonde hair leaning against the gate, as if he were waiting for someone. She approached Bakugo, who caught her gaze and greeted her with a casual remark. Looking confused, she asked what was up. Bakugo noticed Todoroki staring at him, silently warning him not to do anything foolish. This irritated Bakugo, who ignored Todoroki entirely. He wasn't there for him anyway. Katsuki reached into his back pocket and pulled out a small piece of paper, shoving it into Amari's hands with a bit more force than intended. She opened the paper, gasping at its contents. It didn't seem real, and she was unsure how to process the newfound information. She realized it was his address and looked at him in disbelief. Katsuki nodded, confirming it. Amari pressed further, asking why he was giving her his address when she already knew where he lived. Not wanting to admit the truth, especially with Todoroki present, his response came out more aggressively than he intended. Amari let the words sink in, unsure of what he meant. She asked for clarification, and when Katsuki had reached his limit, he clenched his fists in frustration and raised his voice, drawing the attention of everyone around them. He exclaimed that she could stay with him, pointing out that since they saw each other at school, what difference would it make to see each other at home too? She stood there in silence for a few moments, beginning to grasp what he was suggesting. Was it really possible? Was he actually saying they could live together, that he didn't mind the idea? It was overwhelming. Testing the words in her mind, Amari stuttered, expressing her disbelief. Katsuki shook his head, frustrated that this was taking too long. He urged her to hurry and accept his offer before he changed his mind. As he spoke, he noticed silent tears forming in her eyes, trailing down her cheeks. She remained still, almost unable to believe what he was saying. Katsuki's eyes widened in surprise at her reaction. Amari quickly brushed away her tears, aware that the other students were watching. Denki teased Katsuki, pointing out that it wasn't very nice to make his sister cry. Katsuki snapped back angrily, threatening Denki and insisting that if Amari didn't want to stay, she didn't have to cry about it. But Amari shook her head, reaching out to grab his arm. She insisted that she wanted to stay, that she was genuinely happy. Katsuki didn't know how to respond, so he chose to dismiss her excitement, not wanting to acknowledge that what she said might be true. She released his arm and watched him walk away, still processing what had just happened. Was this really happening? She wouldn't have to be alone anymore. They could live together. It felt like a dream come true. As Amari approached her parents' house, anxiety washed over her. When she had called her mom about moving, it hadn't felt real, and now she was overwhelmed. She clutched her overnight bag tightly, trying to remember everything she had packed for the next few days. Since it was so last minute, she planned to move her belongings later and just brought a few essentials. She wasn't sure if Katsuki would change his mind, so it was better not to get her hopes up too high. As she neared the gates, her anxiety spiked. She had only been in that house a few times, usually when she was in the hospital as a child. The whole situation felt strange. Letting her fear take over, she began pacing back and forth in front of the house, trying to muster the courage to go inside. She knew it looked silly, but this was a significant step for her, and she couldn't afford to mess it up. Nodding to herself, she spoke out loud to build her confidence, reminding herself that it was just a house and that they were family. Katsuki had said she could stay, so everything would be fine. Just then, she heard a voice beside her and turned to see her brother's annoyed expression. She was startled, realizing he had been watching her. He questioned her behavior, pointing out that she looked like a stalker. Jumping back, Amari gasped in surprise and greeted him, asking what he was doing there. Katsuki simply stated that he lived there and had been observing her for the last 10 minutes. He asked if she was going to come in or stand outside all day. Embarrassed that he had seen her pacing, Amari quickly grabbed her bag and laughed nervously, apologizing as she followed him inside. Katsuki rolled his eyes at her anxiousness, choosing to ignore it as he headed into the house. He was growing impatient watching her hesitate outside. He opened the door forcefully, and Amari entered, nervously removing her shoes in the foyer and muttering a soft apology for intruding. Their mother's voice echoed from the other room, clearly displeased. She scolded Katsuki for slamming the door, but when she saw Amari, her demeanor changed completely. She rushed over, wrapping her arms around Amari and squeezing her tightly while expressing how much they had missed her, especially Katsuki. At the mention of his name, Katsuki protested, insisting he hadn't said anything like that. Their mother frowned but continued to embrace Amari, telling her to ignore Katsuki and that she could tell he missed her. Amari smiled awkwardly as her mother finally released her, clapping her hands in excitement. She asked Amari what she wanted for dinner, emphasizing that it was her first night home and her choice. Glancing back at Katsuki, Amari felt overwhelmed by the decision. Just being there was already making her anxious, and she didn't want to ruin anything. She replied that it didn't matter, assuring her mother that whatever she made would be great. Her mother beamed at her response, nodding enthusiastically. Amari smiled, relieved that she didn't have to make a choice anymore. Her mother's enthusiasm was infectious. She then turned her attention to Katsuki, noticing his demeanor shift to a more aggressive tone. Their mother warned him to be nice to his sister. Katsuki, clearly annoyed, threw his hands up in response. He was simply standing there, not saying anything. He muttered dismissively, showing his irritation. Their mother shot him a warning look before heading back into the kitchen, leaving the siblings in an awkward silence. Amari glanced around, placing a hand on her neck in an attempt to ease the tension. She remarked that their mother hadn't changed, which prompted Katsuki to groan and roll his eyes, expressing his frustration with her constant presence. Amari laughed lightly, but when Katsuki turned to head upstairs, he noticed she was still standing in the foyer, seemingly lost. He questioned her about her hesitation, and Amari jumped slightly, feeling out of place. She admitted that she wasn't used to this situation and wasn't sure what to do. Katsuki raised an eyebrow, finding it hard to believe that being in a house could be so complicated. He told her to do whatever she wanted, trying to brush her off. Amari nodded and took a step further inside, apologizing again. Katsuki tried to ignore her but couldn't help but notice her nervousness, which only frustrated him more. He told her to stop apologizing, as it was getting on his nerves. Amari looked down, realizing she was making things worse, and quickly apologized again. Katsuki stomped down the steps to confront her, though he had to look down since she was shorter than him. He asked what was wrong with her, pointing out that she had been acting strangely. Amari hugged her arms, acknowledging her discomfort. She explained that she was nervous about staying with him, not wanting to mess things up. Hearing her words made Katsuki feel guilty for being annoyed. This was supposed to be her home too, and he didn't want her to feel uncomfortable. He ran his fingers through his hair, lowering his voice as he reassured her that she could do whatever she wanted. He had already agreed to let her stay, so she didn't need to be so anxious. Amari remained silent for a moment, slowly nodding in acceptance, though she still seemed unsure. Katsuki groaned, taking her bag and tossing it onto the sofa with a thud. He told her to sit down and watch TV or something, insisting that he didn't want to be bothered anymore. He then turned and stomped upstairs, slamming his door, which earned him another reprimand from their mother. After dinner, it was almost time for bed. Katsuki preferred to sleep early, so Amari knew she needed to get ready as well. Their mother cleared the plates and pointed to a pile of sheets, explaining that Amari could sleep in Katsuki's room until hers was finished. Katsuki dropped a plate in shock, exclaiming that he wouldn't sleep on the sofa. Their mother frowned and insisted that she wouldn't make Amari sleep on the sofa, telling Katsuki to just deal with it. Katsuki's annoyance grew as he protested, insisting that if Amari wanted to stay, she should take the sofa instead. Their mother gasped at his outburst, demanding he take back his words. Amari, sensing the tension, quickly intervened, saying she didn't mind taking the sofa. She didn't want to cause a fight over her presence. Their mother turned to her, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder and asking if she was sure. Amari reassured her that it was okay, stating that she didn't want to inconvenience anyone. Katsuki scoffed at the exchange, but their mother hugged Amari tightly, expressing her support. She told Amari that she was welcome anytime, emphasizing their family bond. Katsuki rolled his eyes at the difference in how their mother treated them and walked away, clearly done with the conversation. Once he was gone, their mother turned to Amari, asking how she was doing and if Katsuki had been treating her well. Amari thought back to the times Katsuki had snapped at her but decided to keep things light, assuring her mother that he had been fine. It was difficult for Amari to accept that they hadn't spent much time together. Her mother seemed to understand completely, looking at her with sad eyes. She reassured Amari that now was the chance to get to know each other better. Perhaps Amari could help her brother stop acting so stubbornly. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from upstairs, claiming he had heard her mother's teasing remark. Amari's mother shook her head, insisting that he was a good kid despite his stubbornness. She reminded Amari that they were technically twins and just needed time to grow closer. Amari couldn't help but smile, knowing her mother was probably right. Building a bond with her brother would take time, but she was determined to keep working at it. Her mother wrapped her arms around Amari once more, smiling back at her. She expressed how glad she was that Amari was home, as it hadn't felt like home without her. Meanwhile, Katsuki found himself standing in a pool of endless darkness, unsure of how he had arrived there. Suddenly, the blue-haired man from the USJ attack appeared before him, amusement evident in his expression as he taunted Katsuki about his supposed strength. As the man launched an attack, Katsuki prepared to fight, but panic set in when he realized his quirk wasn't activating. In a moment of desperation, he threw his hands up to block the attack, but a swirl of black moved in front of him, absorbing the impact. As he opened his eyes, a terrible sense of dread filled him. Amari stood before him, shielding him from the villain, but she had been gravely injured. She coughed, a stream of blood escaping her lips, and looked at him with a piercing gaze. She expressed her pain, saying she had sacrificed herself for him, only to be discarded. Her words struck Katsuki deeply, and he felt a wave of terror as she collapsed at his feet, lifeless. Falling to his knees, he cradled her in his arms, tears streaming down his face as he begged for her to stay with him. He felt the weight of guilt as a voice echoed in his mind, blaming him for her fate. In despair, he realized he had not shown her how much he cared, and now it was too late. Katsuki closed his eyes, overwhelmed with pain, and cursed the sky, letting his devastation and shame consume him. Suddenly, he gasped awake in his room, drenched in sweat and alone. It was still dark outside, and he dropped his head into his hands, trying to calm his racing heart. The nightmares had become more intense since the USJ attack, and the image of his sister's sacrifice haunted him. He felt weak for needing her help. In that moment, he felt an urgent need to see her, to confirm that she was safe and that it had all just been a nightmare. He carefully descended the stairs and found her in the living room, her leg awkwardly hanging off the side of the couch, her blanket on the floor. She didn't look comfortable at all. Katsuki fell to the floor, relieved to see that she was okay. He didn't want her to risk herself for him again. He promised himself that he would protect her instead. He had thought he was doing that all along, but now he realized he had been running from his problems, with Amari being the biggest mistake he had made. His thoughts were interrupted when Amari groaned in her sleep, turning to the side with a frown. He couldn't help but sigh at her discomfort. Carefully, he picked her up, letting her head rest on his shoulder as he ascended the stairs to his room. He laid her down on his bed, covering her with the blankets before grumbling to himself and stomping back downstairs to the sofa. She was driving him crazy. Amari yawned as she rolled over in bed, surprised to find it more comfortable than she had expected. Opening her eyes, she realized she was no longer in the living room but in Katsuki's room. Confused, she gasped and sat up, wondering how she had gotten there. She usually only experienced memory loss after drinking, so this was new. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Katsuki stomped inside, a toothbrush hanging from his mouth. He told her that their mother had warned her she would be late if she didn't get up. Amari blinked, trying to process the situation. She questioned how she had ended up in his bed, thinking she had slept on the sofa. Katsuki froze for a moment before rolling his eyes, frustration creeping into his voice as he explained that she had sleepwalked into his bed. He added that he hadn't kicked her out because he was tired, but she better watch herself next time. Amari narrowed her eyes in confusion, recalling that she had never sleepwalked before. Perhaps it was a new development since she had lived alone. She gasped at his explanation, throwing her hands up in an apologetic gesture, fearing he must really dislike her now. Katsuki simply coughed, taking the toothbrush out of his mouth. He assured her it was over now and that she should just forget it. Amari hurried to get ready, feeling a sense of warmth as she thought about what it meant to have a home. She liked it. After that unusual morning, Amari walked into school without her brother by her side. Their mother had insisted they leave together, but once they turned the corner, Bakugo expressed his desire to walk alone. Amari didn't mind too much, just living with him was enough for now. Other aspects of their relationship would take time. However, she couldn't shake the feeling of loneliness. Usually, Todoroki accompanied her to class every morning, and without him, everything felt off. She figured that since she was now living with her brother, Todoroki might not want to walk with her anymore. The thought left her feeling unexpectedly disappointed. As she turned into the hallway, she spotted Todoroki walking in his usual stoic manner, focused on reaching the classroom. Amari felt a surge of excitement and wanted to share her happiness about her first night at home with her family. She rushed up to him, arms outstretched, causing him to flinch slightly. Todoroki adjusted his stance, surprised by her sudden approach. He felt a flutter in his chest from the unexpected greeting. Amari, filled with joy, explained that she was happy and wanted to share her news. Todoroki was glad to hear her happiness, especially considering the struggles she had faced in the past. Amari quickly shared her excitement about her improving relationship with Bakugo, noting that he hadn't yelled at her the previous day. It was a small victory, but it meant a lot to her. Todoroki recognized the significance of this progress, even if it seemed trivial to others. He encouraged her to continue being herself, assuring her that Bakugo would come to appreciate her in time. Amari, feeling a bit nervous, decided to shift the topic. She expressed her desire to continue walking to school together, even though she no longer lived alone. Todoroki was taken aback, unsure of her intentions. He had assumed she would prefer to spend time with Bakugo now that their relationship was improving. Amari's expression turned somber as she admitted that she missed their morning walks. She explained that just because she was getting along with her brother didn't mean she wanted to lose her connection with Todoroki. Her cheeks flushed as she realized how her words might sound, and she quickly backtracked, worried that she might be coming on too strong. Todoroki, sensing her anxiety, placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. He clarified that he didn't mind walking with her and wouldn't have suggested it if he didn't want to. Amari felt a wave of relief wash over her. She wanted to ensure he was comfortable with their arrangement, but Todoroki simply nodded, a small smile forming on his lips. He reassured her that he was happy to continue their walks together. Overjoyed, Amari leaped forward and hugged him tightly, expressing her gratitude. She had feared that he would no longer want anything to do with her, but his response proved otherwise. Todoroki shook his head, realizing that she had misunderstood his intentions. Truly, he enjoyed talking to her. He felt that even if he did want to leave, she wouldn't let him, so it was all right. She playfully slapped his shoulder before they walked together to the classroom, Amari now filled with joy from their conversation. Soon, it was time for lunch, and typically, Amari and Todoroki sat together. However, after class, he mentioned he needed to study for the upcoming exam, leaving her alone in the classroom. When the bell rang, Amari waved goodbye, wishing him well with his studies. He raised his hand in acknowledgement and left silently, drawing the curiosity of their classmates, including Aoyama. He remarked that it was strange Amari still called him by his last name. Blinking in surprise, Amari furrowed her brow in confusion. She picked up a glass of water and took a long sip, wondering why it was a problem. Just then, Mina jumped in between them, grinning widely. She suggested that it was because they were dating. At those words, Amari choked on the water, coughing as it burned her throat. What were they saying? She quickly denied it, insisting they were just friends. Her response left Aoyama and Mina in shock, clearly not believing her. They pressed her, and Amari was bewildered. Did they really think she and Todoroki were dating? Aoyama casually mentioned that the whole school believed they were a couple, explaining that Todoroki only spoke to her and they walked to school together, which seemed obvious to everyone. Amari felt her cheeks flush at his comments, thinking they were jumping to conclusions. Just because they were close didn't mean they were dating. Mina leaned in closer, a knowing look in her eyes, and asked if Amari liked him. This brought an even deeper blush to her cheeks, and she stuttered, realizing that thought hadn't crossed her mind before. Aoyama then asked if she wanted to kiss him, which left Amari wide-eyed and frozen, overwhelmed by their questions. Aoyama inferred something else from her reaction, suggesting that maybe they had already kissed. Amari slammed her hands on the table, gaining the attention of the rest of the class. Bakugo noticed her embarrassment but didn't care enough to find out why. She insisted that it wasn't like that and that they were just friends. Aoyama, however, leaned forward, ready to test their claim of being just friends. He asked if they had ever gone out alone outside of school. Amari recalled a time on her birthday but was cut off when Aoyama asked if they had exchanged gifts. Her hand instinctively touched the gold bracelet Todoroki had given her, and she hesitated. Aoyama smirked, knowing he had her. He locked eyes with her, making her uncomfortable, and asked if they knew each other's deepest secrets. Amari froze, realizing he was right. She had shared her entire childhood with Todoroki but didn't want to admit it aloud. Aoyama laughed, finding amusement in her distressed expression. He told her to face it. She liked him and he liked her. Amari felt her face turn crimson as she looked away, refusing to acknowledge his words. Romance was something she had never considered. It felt out of reach. Shaking her head in denial, Amari muttered that he was wrong. She didn't like him. She couldn't. Slowly, she began to back away, edging toward the door in embarrassment and fear. She needed to escape before she panicked. She hurried out, leaving everyone wondering what had transpired. Aoyama chuckled at her flustered reaction, leaning back in his chair. He felt that they needed a push, but his amusement was cut short when a dark shadow loomed over him. Bakugo, clearly unhappy, demanded to know what Aoyama had said to her. Aoyama gulped, recognizing the intensity in Bakugo's gaze. He greeted him casually, but Bakugo wasn't in the mood for games. He kicked Aoyama's chair, causing him to fall to the floor, and warned him that no one was allowed to pick on Amari but him. Aoyama's eyes widened in fear as Mina stepped in to defend him, urging Bakugo to calm down. However, Bakugo narrowed his eyes, recalling Amari's scared expression as she fled the classroom. He was certain they had upset her. The atmosphere in the room shifted as Bakugo hissed a warning, making it clear that they needed to tread carefully. The classroom erupted into noise as they argued with Bakugo, who seemed unusually protective of Amari, leaving their classmates puzzled. Meanwhile, Amari rushed out of the classroom, unsure of where her legs were taking her but following her instincts. She needed to calm down and stop panicking. Running down the steps to the lower level, she paused against the wall, hearing Aoyama and Mina's words echo in her mind. "Just face it, you like him." She shook her head, trying to silence the voices. She reassured herself that he was just teasing her. There was no way she actually had feelings for Todoroki. That would distract her from her ultimate goal of getting closer to Katsuki. That was the only thing she wanted from Yue. Amari hated to think about what would happen if what they said was actually true. If she did have feelings for him, then all she would be doing in the end was causing him suffering. Her life was on a time limit, and she wasn't about to delude herself into thinking she could live forever. Being involved with Todoroki like that would only bring him pain, and that was not what she wanted for him. He had already done so much for her. She couldn't expect more. That would have just been selfish. Pressing her face against the plaster of the wall, Amari groaned, ignoring the stares of the various students passing by. This was ridiculous. Why was she even worrying about it this much? Aoyama wasn't right. He couldn't be. She couldn't start to think about this distracting emotion called love. Amari didn't have the time for it anyway. She had to focus on her relationship with her brother before it was too late. Her thoughts were interrupted when a group of kids crowded around her, clearly interested in why she was face first against the wall. One of them, a strange boy with purple hair, approached her. He wore the same uniform as her, but she had never seen him before. He looked somewhat intimidating. "Yeah, I am," she replied when he asked if she was from Class A1. The boy stared at her, a smirk forming on his face, clearly amused by her appearance. He commented on how they even accepted someone like her, which annoyed Amari. Had he just insulted her? "What's that supposed to mean?" she shot back. The purple-haired stranger narrowed his eyes, a hint of disdain evident. He remarked that he had heard Class 1A was supposed to be impressive, but if everyone was like her, there was no need to worry. Amari's eyes widened at his insult, feeling a wave of anger wash over her. Call it a quirk carried over by her brother, but she was furious at this guy. She retorted that he didn't know anything about her and shouldn't assume anything about her class. The boy didn't seem intimidated at all. Instead, he took a step closer, intent on provoking her further. He claimed to know enough, like how she had been talking to herself for the past 10 minutes outside his classroom, and that she didn't look much like a hero to him. Feeling slightly embarrassed that he had seen her lose her composure over Todoroki, Amari refused to show it. Matching his stare, she challenged him, asking if he wanted to test that theory. He merely smirked again, turning to his friends with amusement, calling her cute for wanting to fight. Amari seethed at his dismissive attitude. Sure, she was short and small compared to most heroes, but that didn't mean she wasn't strong. She taunted him, asking if he was afraid to be beaten by a pathetic girl like her. He frowned, insisting he could easily defeat her. Amari found this amusing and replied that she would like to see him try, suggesting he was all bark and no bite. Their standoff was interrupted by the ringing of the bell. The boy sighed in frustration, saying he would have to destroy her another time. He warned her to watch herself at the upcoming sports festival because he intended to win and take her spot in the hero course. Amari glared at him as he turned away, feeling annoyed that he had picked a fight with her. Who was this overconfident guy, and how dare he question her dedication to the hero course? The very idea made her angry. She was one of the most dedicated people there. With her anger boiling over, she lifted her hand and shouted after him, declaring that he would have to pry her spot from her cold, dead hands. She had worked too hard to let it be taken by someone rude like him. She demanded to know who he even was. Her words made him stop. He turned back, a mix of amusement and determination in his eyes, and introduced himself as Hitoshi Shinso from Class 1C. He told her to remember his name and that her challenge had been accepted. As he walked away, Amari processed his words. She had never met anyone from Class C before this encounter, and she hoped they weren't all like him. Clenching her fists, she felt a new sense of determination wash over her. She wanted to prove him wrong, no matter what. He would regret underestimating her. Amari lifted her hand, still feeling the effects of the alcohol in her system. She swayed slightly, staring into the eyes of her new friend who had somehow appeared in front of her. Was he magic? How did he get there? She rambled on, not caring who heard her. Touching her eyes, she found tears there but let them fall. It was impossible to shake off the feelings of devastation and loneliness. She confessed that she didn't want to die and that the braver she acted, the more scared she became. She wondered if Katsuki would even care when he found out. Probably not. It was funny in a sad way, and she laughed slightly at her own pathetic nature. Her blurry vision caught Todoroki's gaze, which looked sad. Why was he making that expression? It wasn't his business to feel sorry for her. She hardly knew him. Trying to recall the words she had just spoken, Amari found it difficult, only feeling a haze wash over her. How many bottles had she drunk before this one? The boy leaned forward, his hand reaching out for something specific, but Amari couldn't discern what it was. His voice was plain yet smooth, drawing her in with every breath. He admired her, which felt like such a silly word, especially coming from Todoroki. However, she couldn't deny the happiness it brought her, almost like a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. She questioned if it was real. Todoroki leaned even closer, wrapping his hand around hers, causing her to lose grip on the bottle she held. His touch made her feel warm, comfortable, and safe. He reiterated his admiration, saying he really meant it. She was amazed that he didn't feel burdened by her, considering she felt like a train wreck. Amari wasn't sure if it was the alcohol or him that made her body fill with heat, but she found herself captivated by his eyes, which seemed to draw her in, urging her to get closer. She complied, inching closer to his two-tone gaze, wanting to express her gratitude but finding herself unable to articulate it. All she could manage was his name. She gently touched his cheek, and he responded, uncertain about her actions. She felt compelled to trace his features, desperate to show her appreciation. His eyes beckoned her even more, urging her to come closer. She complimented him, saying his eyes were truly beautiful. His face flushed a light shade of pink, and Amari enjoyed the sight. She realized she wanted to make him blush even more. She felt an irresistible pull toward his lips, as if she were connected by an invisible string. She wanted to express her gratitude for his kindness. With a smile, she whispered his name again. In a moment of boldness, Amari leaned in, her lips meeting his in a passionate kiss that filled her with bliss. She tried to savor the moment, but the taste was muddled by the alcohol on her breath. He moved toward her, and she welcomed it, wrapping her arm around him, craving his warmth. His scent drove her wild, and she found herself wanting more. Suddenly, she felt herself pulled back and blinked, noticing that he was blushing even more, touching his face in surprise. She wanted to respond but was overwhelmed by a pounding headache. Instead, she buried herself in his shoulder, seeking comfort in the darkness. He spoke again, but all she could hear was loud shouting, which irritated her. She wished for silence, expressing her annoyance. His voice quieted, and she felt grateful, the warmth of his body relaxing her. She realized just how tired she was and surrendered to the feeling. In that moment, a thought echoed in her mind, making her stomach drop. She liked him, she just had to accept it. Amari gasped awake, looking around in confusion before placing a hand on her head. What had that been? A dream? It felt too real, and she didn't like it. Why had she dreamed something like that? She touched her lips, still warm, and sighed heavily. If dreams like these became a regular occurrence, she didn't know how she would cope. Then, she recalled her birthday night and froze. She remembered nothing about it, only that Todoroki had come over. Panic set in as she wondered if something had happened, if she had acted on her feelings. The thought was unbearable. Shaking her head, she touched her lips again, recalling the kiss, and gasped. No, that couldn't have been real. Todoroki would have mentioned it, right? There was no way she could have done something like that. Bakugo walked by his sister's door, hearing her talk to herself and shaking his head in disappointment. He was used to her eccentric nature, so this was nothing new. She probably just had a weird dream. Just then, the doorbell rang downstairs, and Katsuki frowned, hearing his mother call for him. She urged him to get the door. He groaned, reluctant to move. She was already downstairs. Why couldn't she answer it? He grumbled in response, but his mother's voice grew louder, counting down for him to open the door. Katsuki half wanted her to come up and try it, but he was still tired from waking up. He stomped down the stairs as she continued counting. Frustrated, he yelled back, stating he was already on it. His mother seemed satisfied, and Katsuki opened the door, frowning at the person on the other side. His frown deepened when he recognized Todoroki standing there. Todoroki blinked, stating he had been invited. Bakugo scoffed, leaning against the doorframe, questioning the validity of that claim. He demanded to know why Todoroki was at his house, ready for a confrontation. But Todoroki appeared unfazed, sighing heavily and clarifying that he wasn't there for Bakugo. This only fueled Bakugo's anger, and he stepped forward, demanding to know what that meant. Just then, Amari appeared, displeased with her brother's tone. She told him to stop, revealing that she had invited Todoroki. With a smile, she grabbed her bag and asked if he was ready. Todoroki nodded, while Bakugo gasped at the sight of them together. He didn't like the idea of Todoroki being so close to his sister and felt a surge of protectiveness. He protested, insisting that she shouldn't have invited him over. Amari sighed as she lifted her bag to her shoulder and stepped past Bakugo, heading toward school. She would see him there. Bakugo remained stunned as his sister walked next to Todoroki, feeling a surge of irritation. Out of everyone, why did she have to be friends with him? The memory of their conversation in the hospital only deepened his resentment. Once they turned the corner, Amari glanced at Todoroki apologetically, explaining that Katsuki was a bit irritable in the morning. Todoroki pointed out that he seemed to always be that way, which made her chuckle. She nodded in agreement, but her mind wandered back to a strange dream that left her feeling embarrassed. She needed to shake it off. When Todoroki leaned closer, concern etched on his face, He asked if she was feeling all right. Amari felt her cheeks heat up and quickly averted her gaze, stammering that she was fine. Todoroki frowned, noting that she looked pale. He reached out to check her forehead, relieved to find she didn't have a fever. Still, he asked if she was sure she was okay. Amari's face flushed at his touch, and she insisted it was just the heat outside. Although he wasn't entirely convinced, he decided to drop the subject for now and returned to his spot beside her. Amari felt grateful for the change of topic, as Aoyama's words and her dream were weighing heavily on her mind. She hoped these feelings would fade soon, admitting them would be too risky. As they entered the classroom, Amari and Todoroki halted in surprise at the large crowd gathered by the door. Curious, Amari pushed her way through the throng, only to find someone blocking the entryway. Clearing her throat, she politely asked to get by. The stranger turned, and Amari's heart sank. It was the purple-haired boy from yesterday, who dismissed her with a comment about her height. Annoyed, she pointed at him, demanding to know what he was doing there. He shrugged, claiming he was just checking out the competition and that it had nothing to do with her. Frustrated, Amari grabbed his shoulder, forcing him to acknowledge her. She challenged him, pointing out that he was not even in the hero course and that he shouldn't ignore her. Shinso, unimpressed, stated he wasn't talking to her and was looking for Bakugo Amari. The class fell silent, realizing he had just spoken to her. Amari raised her hand, asking if he wanted to speak with her now. Shinso smirked, still not grasping the situation, and insisted he was looking for the one who fought the villains at the USJ incident. Deku stepped forward, clarifying that Amari was indeed the one he sought. Shinso took a moment to process this before turning back to Amari, disbelief etched on his face. The other students laughed at the realization, causing Amari to feel a pang of frustration. Was it really so hard to believe she could fight? After a moment, Shinso smiled, suggesting that if that were true, she wouldn't be a threat after all. Amari's anger flared, and she warned him that she would make sure to prove him wrong. Shinso narrowed his eyes at her, ready to challenge her. Amari crossed her arms defiantly, refusing to back down. Just then, Bakugo entered, clearly annoyed by the noise. He demanded silence, and the group turned to him, recognizing the resemblance between him and Shinso. The tension in the room shifted as everyone awaited what would happen next. Amari half expected Bakugo to lash out at the boy in anger, but surprisingly he did not. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and pushed past the crowd, declaring that they didn't matter and that the only thing important was beating their opponents. The other students fell silent at his words before erupting in outrage, accusing him of thinking he was better than them. Unfazed, Bakugo grabbed Amari's bag and pulled her away from the group, urging her to follow him into the classroom just as Aizawa arrived to disperse the crowd. Aizawa, still bandaged from the USJ incident, informed the class that the UA Sports Festival was approaching, a perfect opportunity to be recognized by top heroes. The class cheered in excitement, except for Jiro, who expressed concern about the timing so soon after the villain attack. Aizawa acknowledged her worries, explaining that the festival was a demonstration of UA's crisis management and that security would be significantly heightened. He encouraged the students to view this as a chance to prove their worth to the heroes watching, emphasizing the importance of not letting a few villains spoil the event. Amari leaned back in her chair, buzzing with excitement at the thought of participating in the festival. She reminisced about watching it with Katsuki during her hospital stays before moving to America, feeling like a dream was coming true. She turned to Todoroki, hoping to share her enthusiasm, but noticed he seemed lost in thought, clearly troubled by something. When the bell rang for lunch, she decided to ask him about it. As they prepared to leave, Amari asked if he was ready for lunch, but he surprised her by saying he would train instead. This was the first time he had mentioned training over lunch. She urged him not to worry about the festival, reminding him that there was still time before it began. When she placed a hand on his arm, he shook it off, appearing determined. He explained that as the number 2 recommended student, he couldn't afford to take it easy, viewing her as his biggest competition. Amari tried to reassure him, insisting that she had no plans to be the top hero and that they weren't enemies. However, Todoroki looked away, grabbing his bag and reiterating that he couldn't take any chances. She felt at a loss for words, sensing his seriousness about the festival. It seemed that every time she tried to get closer to him, he would shut her down. She wished she understood what was making him anxious. Instead of arguing, Amari lifted her hand to the back of her neck and expressed her understanding, assuring him that she would never see him as an enemy. He considered her words for a moment before turning away, muttering an apology as he left. In the following days, Todoroki grew distant, offering only apologies without explanation. He seemed too busy training to walk to school together, and Amari worried he might be pushing himself too hard. She felt lonely without him by her side, as if a part of her was missing. Their interactions became brief, and his absence made it difficult for her to focus on her own training. Determined to reconnect, Amari decided to wait for him after school, hoping to walk home together or hang out. As she waited in the entryway, she sighed heavily, glancing out the window until an annoying voice interrupted her thoughts. Shinso, curious about her mood, asked if she was feeling down because she realized she wouldn't win the sports festival. Amari shot him a glare, not in the mood for his comments. She slumped down, resting her head on her hand, prompting him to remind her of his name. She retorted, dismissing him with a sharp response. He raised an eyebrow at her response, noticing her unusual irritability. He warned her to be careful, suggesting that she was starting to sound like her brother. She groaned, locking eyes with him and questioning why he was picking on her out of everyone in class 1. She wondered if he had anything better to do, like training. Shinso leaned back against the wall, narrowing his eyes in disgust as he revealed that he had wanted to be in the hero course too, but was forced to choose another path when he wasn't accepted. Amari narrowed her eyes in confusion, asking what that had to do with her. He raised a hand to emphasize his point, explaining that the upcoming sports festival was his chance to prove he belonged in the hero course, and he couldn't stand people who didn't take that honor seriously. Amari straightened, interpreting his words as a joke, and challenged him, asking if he really thought she wasn't taking it seriously. Leaning in closer, she noticed the layers of disdain in his eyes as he accused her of being a recommended student who likely got in due to her family's reputation rather than her talent. The implication that she was only accepted through favoritism was insulting. She may not have looked like a hero, but she had worked hard to get there. Instead of yelling, she glared back, asserting that he didn't know everything about her. Shinso remained unconvinced, suggesting they would see if she could prove him wrong. Amari shrugged, spotting Todoroki approaching and wanting to end the conversation with Shinso. She excused herself and ran up to Todoroki, greeting him with a smile. He seemed confused as they hadn't planned to meet. She shook her head, stepping closer to him and suggesting they go to a new coffee shop since they hadn't talked in a while. However, Todoroki interrupted her, stating he couldn't because he had to train. Amari frowned at his response, feeling a sense of rejection. She expressed concern that he had been training nonstop and warned him he might overwork himself. He simply replied that he was fine, but she wasn't convinced. Reaching out to grab his arm, she sensed something was troubling him and wanted to know what it was. She insisted that it was just a sports festival and not a big deal. At her words, Todoroki pulled his arm away, recalling his father's insistence that this was crucial for him. He replied coldly, explaining that while she might not take it seriously, he did. He was determined to win the sports festival and prove himself, and he couldn't afford distractions. The weight of his words hit her hard, and she felt a lump in her throat as she asked if he really saw her as a distraction. Realizing he might have crossed a line, he suggested they should stay separate for a while so he could think seriously about everything. Amari felt her heart sink but pressed on, wanting to help him understand what was troubling him. Todoroki contemplated her words but decided against involving her in his family issues. He felt she had enough to worry about. Picking up his bag, he sighed and turned away from her, leaving her alone with her thoughts about what was happening with him and why he felt the need to pour everything into the sports festival. As Amari walked home alone, she tried to shake off Todoroki's cold words when her phone rang. Answering, she heard her brother's annoyed voice instructing her to get to the training grounds in 10 minutes. Confused, she asked why, but Bakugo told her to just do it before he changed his mind and hung up. Curiosity piqued, she wondered why he wanted her to meet him at the training grounds. This was the first time Katsuki had invited her somewhere, and she felt she couldn't turn it down. Upon arriving at the training grounds, she found her brother leaning over a bench, tying his shoes. He scoffed at her arrival, claiming he was about to leave her. Amari looked around, unsure of why she was there, and asked him directly why he had called her. Bakugo responded by tossing a large duffel bag in her direction, nearly knocking her over. He challenged her, asking if she wanted to beat that Class 1C student, referring to Shinso. At the mention of his name, Amari set the duffel bag aside, still confused about their purpose there. Bakugo stepped closer into the training ring, ready to engage in a challenge. Amari reflected on her brother's words for a moment before connecting the pieces with a gasp. Was he trying to help her? She hesitated, realizing he wanted to train together. However, Bakugo scoffed, shaking his head. He recalled their last fight, where she had held back. He wanted her to unleash her full power this time. Thinking back to their previous combat training, she was confused by his insistence. She had given everything she had during that fight. She questioned him, wanting to understand his perspective. Bakugo pointed at her hand, clearly frustrated. He accused her of playing dumb and reminded her that he had seen her use her explosion quirk during the USJ incident. Amari's eyes widened, reluctant to discuss her abilities. She denied his claim, but Katsuki was quick to dismiss her words. He insisted he had witnessed her power and urged her not to lie. Nervously, she shook her head and suggested they forget about it, claiming it didn't matter because she couldn't use it. Bakugo was unconvinced and pressed her for an explanation. He wanted to know why she felt unable to assess her abilities. Amari took a moment to gather her thoughts, knowing she needed to convey her struggles to him. She explained that she had never been able to control her explosions, recalling how her protective shields had prevented him from being harmed during the USJ fight. Bakugo remembered that day vividly, wishing he could forget it. Amari's quirk had been unstable, which was why he had brought her to train. He believed he could help her learn to control her explosions. He crossed his arms and asked about her trigger for activating her quirk, knowing everyone had something that sparked their power. Amari's expression fell, feeling self-conscious. She admitted that her quirk usually manifested during heightened emotions, particularly anger. She explained that she had been suppressing her feelings for years, fearing that releasing them could lead to unpredictable consequences. She hoped Bakugo would understand and respect her decision to avoid those emotions, but he dismissed her as making excuses. Frustrated, she tried to explain further, but Bakugo interrupted, insisting she was being a coward. He demanded she stop holding back and use her full strength. Amari shook her head, clearly annoyed. She felt he didn't understand her struggles. Bakugo, growing impatient, turned to leave, expressing his frustration at wasting time on someone he believed wasn't serious. That word struck a nerve within Amari. She felt a surge of anger at the implication that she wasn't serious about her goals. As Bakugo moved toward the door, he was suddenly blocked by an invisible wall, halting his exit. Amari's voice came from behind him, low and intense. She declared that he could call her anything he wanted, but he should never doubt her seriousness. When he turned around, he saw her eyes blazing with determination, a new and fierce aura surrounding her. In a moment of exasperation, Amari questioned why everyone seemed to doubt her today. She demanded to know what she needed to do to prove her seriousness. As she spoke, her palms began to spark with energy, her emotions escalating rapidly. Bakugo, sensing the change, called her name, but she shook her head, feeling the pent-up rage from the past few days. She expressed her frustration, questioning whether anyone understood the struggles she had faced to reach this point. She felt overlooked and dismissed, as if her efforts didn't matter. Concerned for her, Bakugo raised his arm, but she charged at him, her palms glowing with energy. Bakugo urged her to calm down, but Amari was too far gone, unleashing a punch that created a small explosion beside her. She found irony in his request for calmness, reminding him that he wanted her to be strong and fearless. She declared herself a chaotic force, revealing her true self. Katsuki dodged her punch, realizing her fighting style was erratic. He understood that pushing her this hard was a mistake. In a moment of desperation, he unleashed an explosion near her shoulder, causing her to recoil in anger. She challenged him, questioning if she still wasn't serious enough for him. Cursing under his breath, he leaped into the air, surprising her with an attack from behind. The explosion sent Amari flying back, but she quickly regained her footing, refusing to give up. She unleashed a flurry of punches and explosions, her rage blinding her to logic. As she fought, she questioned her worth, wondering if she was merely a distraction. Tears streamed down her face as she cried out in frustration, expressing her confusion and pain. She felt as though no one recognized her struggle to carve out her place in this world, even if it meant risking everything. What am I doing wrong? How can I get them to recognize me? That's all I want. Unable to hold back the rush of emotions crashing into her, Amari stopped her punches, placing a hand over her mouth to stifle a sob. She fell to her knees, and Bakugo watched her in concern before rushing to her side, fearing she was hurt. He approached her gently, but she shook her head, her voice strained and filled with pain. She expressed her frustration, saying she couldn't stop the overwhelming feelings that engulfed her and didn't know what to do. It was clear that she struggled to control her explosions and the emotions that accompanied them. Watching her break down was heartbreaking, leaving Bakugo unsure of how to help. He stared at her for a moment, not accustomed to dealing with tears, and placed a hand on her shoulder, offering silent support. He apologized, acknowledging that he had pushed her too hard. Amari shook her head, gripping her brother's shirt as the emotional wave washed over her. Once she calmed down a bit, Bakugo knew he had to help her regain control. He promised to show her how to manage her abilities. She looked up at him, weakly nodding, expressing doubt about her capabilities. Katsuki shrugged, extending his hand to help her up, assuring her that she could do it because she was a Bakugo. Letting her palms light up with sparks, Amari aimed her fist at Katsuki's head, but he easily sidestepped, blocking her punch. Sweat dripped from her brow, but she barely noticed it, consumed by the heat and pressure in her stomach. He grabbed her arm quickly, but she managed to wiggle free, leaving him hissing in response to the burn. Amari smirked, thinking she had the upper hand, but her brother charged at her again. She readied her stance, trying to anchor herself to withstand the attack. Unfortunately, her smaller size made it easy for him to toss her aside, grabbing her shirt and throwing her onto the training mats. She groaned as pain shot through her body, looking up to see Bakugo standing above her with his arms crossed. He reminded her that strength alone wouldn't lead to victory and urged her to use her head, criticizing her explosions for lacking power. Rolling on her back, Amari examined her hands, feeling defeated. They had been training for about a week, but nothing had improved. She expressed her frustration, stating that her quirk simply wasn't strong enough. Though he seemed displeased, he pointed out that she was still holding back, which would get her nowhere. He urged her to stop being afraid. Amari groaned, acknowledging that it was easier said than done. Bakugo raised an eyebrow, challenging her resolve. When she expressed her determination to continue, he smirked, realizing that the mere suggestion of quitting motivated her. It was admirable how hard she pushed herself to master her explosions, and he felt a sense of respect for her effort. He picked up a water bottle and tossed another in her direction, noting her exhaustion with concern. She accepted the water and unscrewed the cap, watching him take a large gulp. Curiosity got the better of her, and she asked why he had offered to help her, recalling that he had previously wanted her to drop out of UA. Bakugo paused to think, reflecting on the past incidents that had caused him to worry about her safety. He shrugged and bluntly stated that he still wanted her out of UA. Amari's expression fell, and she cast her eyes away, feeling disheartened. Katsuki sighed, attempting to soften his words. He admitted that while he didn't believe she could become a hero, he preferred she not embarrass him in front of the entire country if she insisted on trying. Despite his rough deal, Amari felt a flicker of hope. It seemed he was accepting her presence at UA. It was a start. Taking a sip of her water, Amari smiled, promising to do her best not to embarrass him. Bakugo nodded, feeling a bit better about training her, realizing that perhaps he could help ensure her safety. After a few more days, it was finally time for the sports festival. Thousands of people tuned in to see what the UA students had in store this year, with a particular interest in the first years who had faced villains head-on. The excitement was palpable. As Bakugo and Amari entered the waiting room in their training uniforms, the atmosphere buzzed with energy. Amari greeted her classmates, waving at Deku, who appeared nervous. She reassured him, reminding him that he had dreamed of being here for a long time and encouraging him to show everyone what they could do together. Deku felt comforted by her words, smiling back at her. Bakugo, however, simply pushed past the others, focused on the upcoming challenges. Deku and Amari felt a wave of disappointment wash over them at Katsuki's words, though the girl managed to laugh silently. She reassured Deku, saying that he shouldn't worry about Katsuki and that he would do great. As they tried to shake off the tension, the door opened once more, revealing Todoroki, who entered with a focused demeanor. Deku noticed Amari's gaze on Todoroki, her expression now tinged with sadness. Todoroki walked past them without a word, clearly concentrating on the competition ahead. Deku couldn't help but urge Amari to wish him luck. She broke eye contact with Deku and turned back to him, smiling nervously as she admitted that she didn't think he wanted to talk to her at that moment. Just then, Todoroki's voice cut through the air, low and quiet, causing her to freeze. He addressed her directly, and she felt the weight of their past conversations. Todoroki's serious demeanor and distant gaze made it feel as though he barely knew her. He stated that he believed himself to be the stronger fighter and reiterated his determination not to lose the tournament. Amari felt a sting at his words but quickly masked it with a determined expression, stepping forward to challenge him. She asserted that the only foolish one was him, and the atmosphere in the room shifted, growing colder as their classmates observed the tension between them. Deku, sensing the discomfort, called out to them, questioning what had happened to their friendship. Todoroki contemplated the meaning of the word friends, but he was too focused on proving himself to engage with that idea. He declared that there were no friends on the battlefield, which shocked Amari. She couldn't believe he would dismiss their friendship so easily. If that was how he felt, she was ready to show him just how wrong he was. Before Todoroki could respond, Ida entered the room, announcing that it was time to take their places for the opening ceremonies. The atmosphere lightened as everyone prepared to move, but Todoroki walked out without another word to Amari. Frustrated, she shook her head, determined to uncover whatever was troubling him about the sports festival. As the first-year students entered the field, the crowd erupted in cheers, and the weight of the moment settled on them. Amari stood beside her brother, feeling the intense stares from other classes, aware that her previous conflict with Shinso had spread throughout the school. The excitement peaked when Midnight stepped onto the stage, dressed in her signature style, and welcomed class. The crowd fell silent as Bakugo approached the stage, and Amari hoped he wouldn't go too far with his speech. Despite her attempts to offer him pointers, she knew he was stubborn. As he began, she squeezed her hands together, urging him silently to do well. Bakugo declared his intention to be number one, prompting boos from the other classes and disappointment from Amari, who buried her face in her hands. When he returned to her side, she whispered harshly, reminding him about the notes he had ignored. He scoffed, insisting he didn't need any help and was determined to claim the top spot. Amari frowned, realizing that he was too focused to listen. Midnight announced the first event, the obstacle race. The crowd buzzed with excitement as she explained the rules, and the students moved to the starting line, eager to begin. Amari took a deep breath for encouragement and retrieved 3 pills from her pocket, emptying them into her hand. Todoroki noticed her actions, feeling a twinge of anxiety. She usually took 1 pill to activate her quirk, so why was she taking 3? Concerned, he approached her and grasped her arm, asking why she needed so many. She glanced at his hand before shaking him off and quickly taking the medicine, determined to prove herself in the competition ahead. Oh, so now he wanted to talk to her? It was amusing to her that he thought she was his enemy. Her words lingered in his mind for a moment before Midnight's voice broke through the tension, announcing the start of the countdown. Todoroki forced himself to move back toward the center, trying to push aside the thoughts of Amari. He didn't have time to worry about her right now. This was his chance to prove himself. She appeared fine, which was enough to keep him focused. He resolved to ask her about the pills after the tournament. Suddenly, the buzzer rang, and everyone surged forward, blocking the entrance and pushing against each other in a frenzy. Amari found herself in a tough spot, getting jostled and shoved by the other students. Being at the perfect elbow height meant she was taking the brunt of the chaos right away. As she strategized, she noticed Todoroki unleashing a sheet of ice onto the floor, causing everyone to stick together as the temperature dropped. She lost sight of him for a moment, only to see Bakugo blasting past her, propelled by his explosions above the ice. This was not good. They were gaining the upper hand. Focusing her power, golden matter enveloped her feet, melting the ice away so she could dart past the other students who were still stuck. Nice try, Todoroki. Racing around a corner, she spotted his two-tone hair and smirked, raising her hand to create a barrier right in front of him, forcing him to halt. Todoroki noticed just in time and managed to avoid the barrier, turning to face Amari. As she caught up to him, she teased him about his earlier attempt to lose her. He frowned at his failure, acknowledging her speed. She took that as a compliment, enjoying her small victory. Todoroki sighed when he noticed fast movements behind Amari. He gasped and called out to her, warning her just in time as a long mechanical arm swung toward her, crashing hard onto the ground. Thanks to his alert, Amari managed to raise a protective coating before it could hit her. Breathing heavily, they turned to see a dozen enormous robots blocking their path. The sight left them both stunned. Those were the 0-point villains from the entrance exam. This was news to Todoroki and Amari, who hadn't taken the exam, and they stared in shock at the imposing machines. Todoroki, however, was already in action, letting ice fill his arms and legs. He couldn't afford to hold back, especially with his father watching. He aimed his powers at the ground, causing ice and frost to spread across the area, freezing the robots in place one by one. Amari gaped at the impressive display. He accomplished all of that in one motion? It was incredible. The thought left her momentarily speechless. He truly was remarkable. Todoroki seemed to hear her admiration, pausing for a moment before disappearing between the machines. Trying to shake off her awe, Amari sprang back to life, eager to follow him when the ice began to crack and break around them. From a distance, Todoroki warned her not to move, explaining that he had frozen the machines while they were unbalanced, and they would soon topple. As if on cue, the robots began to crumble, and Amari gasped, feeling frustrated with his teasing. Dodging one of the machines, she raised a protective coating just in time to avoid being hit. This was proving to be more challenging than she had anticipated. A scream echoed behind her, and she froze when she saw debris about to crash onto a Class 1H student. Without hesitation, Amari raced in front of them, raising a shield to deflect the falling debris, which bounced off harmlessly. She checked on the student, who nodded in relief, only to find another robot blocking her path. She mentally played through her strategies, knowing it would be easier to use her explosion quirk on the robots, but doubt held her back. She was too scared to try it in front of so many people. Determined, Amari stepped out in front of 3 robots, taking a deep breath. She couldn't afford to hesitate now. Who knew how far Todoroki had gone? It was time to get serious. Her eyes glowed a sharp crimson, and a golden circle appeared around her feet. She lifted her hand, summoning 3 more circles around each of the robots. Pointing her fingers, the golden matter began to envelop the machines, trapping them in a protective dome, astonishing the other students. With a smirk, Amari closed her fists, watching as the robots sizzled and popped under the pressure of the dome, cracking and breaking into tiny pieces until they crumbled to the ground. Releasing her hands, she quickly dodged between the debris, but another machine caught her way. Its arms swung down at her, and she braced for impact when a loud explosion rang out overhead. Bakugo had blasted a hole in the top of the machine, allowing her to escape. She wasn't sure if it was intentional, but she appreciated the help. Gratefully, she acknowledged him, but he growled in response, insisting he hadn't done it for her. That confirmed it. It had been a mistake. Regardless, she appreciated the action. She dodged under the last robot as it fell, sprinting toward the next obstacle. She could hear her brothers shouting and cursing from far behind, which was oddly amusing. Reaching the second obstacle, Amari surveyed the vast area around her. It appeared to be a gorge of sorts, with various ropes leading to the exit. Had they really expected them to climb across these things? The sports festival was no joke. Amari's eyes narrowed as she contemplated her options. Unfortunately, her quirk wouldn't be of any help here. She would have to crawl the old-fashioned way and hope it wouldn't take too long. Taking a step forward, she paused when a familiar and annoying voice echoed to her right. She didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Shinso, with his arms crossed, stared at the gorge ahead of them. He seemed unconcerned, almost as if he wasn't trying to win at all. Amari rolled her eyes, choosing to ignore him as she grabbed onto one of the ropes and hoisted herself over the edge. This obstacle required intense upper body strength, and she could already feel the strain in her muscles. Pushing through the discomfort, she focused on getting across as quickly as possible. She couldn't see Todoroki or Bakugo yet, which meant they were likely ahead of her. She couldn't afford to fall too far behind. Shinso watched her struggle with interest, analyzing her movements. It was intriguing that she couldn't use her quirk for this challenge. Amari noticed other students passing her, but she concentrated on her task. Competing with them wasn't feasible at that moment. She would have to wait for another opportunity. Once she made it across, Amari brushed off her hands and sprinted down the path that the other students had taken. That obstacle had consumed more time than she wanted. Turning a corner, she spotted a few students and smirked, lifting her hand to create a golden barrier around them. Speed and strength weren't her advantages, but she still had sabotage in her arsenal. They gasped as she passed, cursing her name for the barricade, though Amari raised a hand apologetically. She continued on, releasing her barrier and setting up another for every student she overtook, reclaiming her position. Ahead, she spotted a blur of red, white, and blonde in the distance. Amari smirked, knowing she had finally found them. She just needed to navigate this minefield first. Many students struggled with it, their bodies flying through the air and landing roughly. Amari had to avoid that fate. She quickly assessed the path before stepping onto the ground, allowing her golden matter to cover the surface in a protective layer, keeping her safe from the hidden dangers below. As she dashed across, she noticed a few students trying to use her path as a shortcut and smirked, thinking it was unwise of them. The ground beneath them suddenly heated up, forcing them off her path as they yelped from the scalding sensation. It served them right for attempting to cheat. With Todoroki and Bakugo drawing closer, Amari raised her arm again, this time aiming at the two boys who were trying to outmaneuver each other. She smiled, knowing she had the upper hand. They barely had time to register her presence before a gold barrier encircled their feet, trapping them in place. Bakugo noticed first, cursing in frustration. Amari shrugged as she approached them quickly, stating that she was simply using her skills and had a race to win. Bakugo began pounding against the barrier in anger while Todoroki, spotting her from a distance, placed his hand on the ground and froze part of her barrier, creating an opening for himself. He launched a sheet of ice toward her, and Amari barely managed to dodge it, her foot nearly touching one of the mines. That was close. Todoroki raced toward her, hands aimed for her waist, attempting to push her over the edge into the mines. Amari was taken aback, questioning if he was genuinely trying to do that. He maintained his grip, careful not to touch her arms, knowing that would give her an opportunity to retaliate. He had initially decided to team up with her that day, but now he was focused on winning, and overpowering her seemed like the best strategy. He stated plainly that he couldn't afford to lose, and Amari frowned, feeling him push her back another step. He really was trying to force her into the mines. However, she had been training with Katsuki to counter such tactics. Positioning her foot sideways, she grunted and pushed against his chest, slamming her foot down hard onto his right foot. That didn't mean he had to be rude about it. Todoroki was momentarily shocked by her action, loosening his grip just enough for her to push him back toward the mines instead of herself. He regained his balance quickly, intensifying his effort against her. He couldn't underestimate her. He needed to finish this before Bakugo broke free. As he pushed her back a few feet, Amari hissed in frustration, questioning what was wrong with him. Todoroki narrowed his eyes but continued until a flash of light suddenly separated them, flying between the two. Bakugo had arrived, demanding they get out of his way. Their attention shifted to Bakugo, who was already engaged in a fierce struggle with Todoroki, trying to freeze his arms while powerful punches were thrown. Amari saw this as her chance and attempted to sneak away, but a sheet of ice halted her in her tracks, freezing her foot to the ground. She cursed, feeling the temperature drop rapidly. He had spotted her, and she needed to act fast as Katsuki charged toward her with full force. Oh no, this was going to be bad. Unable to move her foot, Amari ducked under the first attack when suddenly a loud explosion echoed from behind the three challengers. They all stopped and stared at the ball of light before noticing someone soaring above them, a speck of green catching their eye. Bakugo, Todoroki, and Amari watched as Deku flew past them in a single swoop, claiming the first place they were desperately fighting for. Amari felt a swell of pride for him, thinking to herself that he had done well. All at once, Todoroki and Bakugo shifted their focus, now intent on overtaking Deku. Amari noticed this and cursed under her breath, quickly freeing her foot before joining in on the race. She knew she couldn't match Bakugo or Todoroki in speed, but making it to the next round had to be enough for now. Hearing the crowd cheer, Amari raced past the finish line, only to find that Deku, Todoroki, and Bakugo were already there. Fourth place, huh? Not bad. She would take it for now. It wasn't like she was trying to win in the first place. Amari cared little about that. She just wanted everyone to see she was serious and to avoid embarrassing Katsuki, so she felt satisfied. Her heart pounded in her chest, realizing that her pills were wearing off. Ever since the USJ incident, their effects had lasted an even shorter time than before. Amari worried about what this meant. Did it mean the pills wouldn't work for her soon? She needed to take it easy through this next round if she wanted to make it to the finals. Letting out a shaky breath, she glanced at Todoroki, who looked equally exhausted and frowned. There was definitely something off with him, but she couldn't quite figure out what it was. After the first round, there was a short break, allowing both the students and the audience to catch their breath. Everyone filed into the waiting rooms, contemplating the next challenge ahead, but all Amari could think about was Todoroki. He entered the room shortly after her, choosing to sit at a table in the corner, not bothering to talk to anyone. When had he become so moody all of a sudden? Amari decided she couldn't take it anymore. Walking over to his space, she slammed her hand down on the desk, leaning over slightly with narrowed eyes. It was time to figure out what was wrong with him. She insisted they talk. His eyes met hers for a moment before he shook his head, stating he didn't have time and needed to prepare for the next round. Amari frowned at that, watching him stand up and begin to walk away. She questioned why he was acting this way, wanting to know what had happened to their friendship. Thinking for a moment, she realized it was now or never. Before he could leave, Amari grabbed his hand, stopping him. She expressed her frustration, saying she was getting tired of his apologies. Todoroki looked at the hand that was now held captive and sighed. He had already lost the first round. He couldn't afford to be easygoing now. He told her he didn't have time for this, but Amari was serious, insisting they would make time. Before he could respond, she practically dragged him out of the door and turned the corner so they could be alone. Enough was enough. Once they were alone, Amari put her hands on her hips, finally letting go of his hand. She demanded to know what was wrong with him, pointing out that he had been avoiding her for the past 2 weeks and had just tried to blow her up in the last round. Remembering his actions, Todoroki felt guilty about how he had treated her, but he insisted it wasn't about avoiding her. He couldn't go easy on an enemy. Amari's annoyance grew at his words. She was tired of hearing that excuse and knew there was more to it. Todoroki's mind flashed to his father, and he frowned, remembering his promise not to involve her in his troubles. He insisted nothing was going on, but Amari wasn't fooled. She stepped closer, reaching out in exasperation, and softened her voice. She reminded him that he hadn't walked away from her when she needed someone, so she wouldn't leave him alone either. She expressed her concern, wanting him to know it was okay to share his burdens with her. Listening to her, Todoroki felt a pang of guilt. He realized his actions might have made it seem like he didn't care when, in fact, it was the opposite. Unable to lie to her any longer, he lowered his gaze, trying to dismiss his feelings. He told her it wasn't something she needed to worry about, as she already had so much on her plate. Amari's expression softened as she understood he was trying to protect her from his issues. Maybe Todoroki didn't hate her after all. In response, Amari carefully grasped his hand and smiled gently, assuring him it was okay. She wanted him to know she was there for him and would listen to anything he had to say. Todoroki recognized her words immediately. They were the same ones he had used on her birthday when she was feeling low. Focusing on her reassurance, he felt a sudden urge to share all his fears and worries with her. The warmth of her hand felt safe and inviting, allowing him a moment of relaxation. As Todoroki stared back into her eyes, memories of the terrible USJ incident flooded his mind, reminding him of everything she had endured. He questioned whether it was right to burden her with his problems, knowing she carried her own heavy load. It felt selfish, no matter how comforting her presence was. He couldn't do that to her. Tearing his gaze away, Todoroki withdrew his hand from hers, a chill overtaking him. His voice emerged low and plain, reminiscent of how he had sounded in the waiting room. He stated that there was no reason for her to be concerned about him, as it would only lead to more distractions. Amari felt her heart sink at his rejection, realizing he was not going to share anything with her. She was taken aback, wondering what had just happened. But he turned away, trying to push those terrible feelings from his mind. He needed to leave. As he walked away, Amari's gaze fell. Perhaps she had been too forceful? Maybe they weren't the friends she thought they were. Clenching her hands into tight fists, she felt a familiar fire ignite within her. No, she couldn't accept this, she wouldn't. Even if he ended up resenting her, Amari knew she had to help him somehow. Taking a step forward, she called out to him, prompting him to stop in his tracks. She firmly declared that she didn't believe his words. If anyone knew how to shut down and push people away, it was her, so he shouldn't try those tactics on her. Turning around in confusion, he was surprised to find her only a few feet away. But she was undeterred, fueled by her own anger. She insisted that he didn't get to dismiss her so easily. She acknowledged that she had too much to worry about, and it was all his fault for not confiding in her. Did he truly not trust her? His eyes fell at her words, but his response only fueled her further. She practically shouted across the hallway, questioning what was wrong with him and why he was so afraid and stressed out, especially regarding the upcoming sports festival. Todoroki opened his mouth to respond when a loud, booming voice interrupted the moment, commanding the attention of the entire room. It was Endeavor, his father, who looked down at them with an imposing presence. Todoroki's demeanor shifted immediately, becoming cold and distant, a side of him that Amari struggled to recognize. He stated that his actions were none of his father's business. Endeavor narrowed his eyes, asserting that it was his business when Todoroki was behaving disgracefully. He expressed disappointment that his son was still not taking things seriously. A chill filled the air as Todoroki hissed that he was taking it seriously. However, his father remained unconvinced, his gaze shifting to Amari with disdain. He accused her of distracting Todoroki instead of helping him prepare for the second round. Amari bristled at the way he spoke to Todoroki, feeling the need to defend him. She asserted that they were friends. Endeavor laughed mockingly, suggesting that she was merely a distraction for Todoroki. Her eyes widened at his words, realizing he was blaming her for Todoroki's lack of focus. Was this truly the kind of person he had to live with? Before she could respond, Todoroki spoke up, sounding displeased. He declared that he would still win first place and reject Endeavor with everything he had. Endeavor sighed, expressing disappointment and asserting that Todoroki would eventually learn he couldn't reject that part of himself. He turned to leave, glancing back at Amari with a smirk, suggesting she wouldn't have much competition. Amari's face flushed with anger as he departed, leaving her seething. The intensity of Endeavor was far greater than Todoroki's, and now she understood where he got it from. She turned back to Todoroki, intending to mention the encounter, but the expression on his face stopped her. It was a look she had never seen before, filled with raw emotion. The atmosphere in the room shifted, heavy with his unrestrained hatred. Feeling a desire to shrink away from the intensity, Amari resisted the urge, knowing he needed her support. She asked if he was okay. His voice came out low and filled with anger as he admitted he hated his father. Clenching his fists, Amari began to piece together the reasons behind his behavior. Was this why he had been pushing her away? Did it all stem from his father? She approached him slowly, as if he were an injured animal, and placed a gentle hand on his. She encouraged him to share his feelings, assuring him that she would listen. Todoroki felt her warmth seep into him, granting him courage. Despite his instinct to protect her from his burdens, he found solace in her presence. Maybe it was selfish, but he needed to express what he felt. Looking down at the floor, he struggled to contain his rage as he shared his thoughts. His father had a strong desire for power, and when he realized he couldn't surpass All Might, he turned to his next plan. He explained the concept of quirk marriages, where some individuals marry solely to enhance their quirks and pass them down to their children, forcing people into unions for their own gain. It's less common today but still used sometimes. His eyes turned cold, locking his gaze with hers. He expressed that the only reason he was born was to be used as a tool to surpass All Might, and he refused to become something like that. Amari's eyes widened at his words. The idea that his father had forcibly married his mother just to steal her quirk and create a child as a weapon was both disgusting and cruel. Of course, Todoroki wouldn't want something like that. It was horrible. Todoroki must have noticed her shock because he let go of her hand, lightly brushing his scar with his fingertips. He recalled that in his memories he always remembered his mother crying. She would often tell him that he looked too much like his father, that his left side was unsightly, and one day, she had said it while pouring boiling water onto him. Amari's face fell in utter shock and horror at his words. Who could do something like that to their child? What other painful memories had this boy endured? She wasn't sure if she wanted to know more. His hand fell from his face, and the intensity in the air was unmistakable. He had decided to reject his father completely by winning first place without using his left side. That was why he couldn't afford to lose. He stopped speaking and waited for a response, uncertain of how Amari would react. Would she yell at him for being foolish, smile and make a joke, or walk away completely? It was a mystery to him. He wouldn't have blamed her if she did run away after hearing everything. Todoroki watched her face, still sullen in shock, and sighed internally. He worried that he might have overwhelmed her. Blinking once, he froze when he noticed a single line of tears leak from her eyes, flowing straight down to the ground. Her expression remained unchanged, but her tears were thick and sad. Concerned that he may have hurt her somehow, he called out to her. His words seemed to snap her back to life, and before he could think, Amari wrapped her arms around his shoulders, pushing him into her embrace. The hold was sudden, and Todoroki was taken aback, calling her name again. But she just tightened her grip on his shoulder, her breath tickling his ear. She apologized for not understanding. He felt her body shake slightly beneath him, realizing that she was crying silently into his sleeve. Why was she crying for him? He didn't deserve such kindness. Todoroki breathed in her scent and felt himself relax at the intake of her breath. When was the last time anyone had held him like this, cared for him like this? He couldn't really remember. Feeling his own hands twitch, he slowly lifted them and accepted her embrace, his fingertips lightly touching her back before fully pressing them onto her body. For the first time in his life, he felt at peace, as if the sports festival and his father didn't matter anymore. Amari's heart raced at the contact as they separated after what felt like hours. She couldn't help but meet his two-toned gaze and feel that hypnotizing pull again, just like in her dream. Without thinking, her hand lightly brushed against his scar, his trauma, and she held her breath in anxiety. This boy was so strong, so brave and fearless. He was truly amazing. Todoroki closed his eyes at the action but didn't pull away, causing Amari to lean in closer, her gaze traveling to his lips. That dream flashed in her mind again, and in her foggy haze of bliss, she wanted to test the feeling again, to see if it was the same as that imaginary moment. She closed her eyes and leaned in closer, feeling his breath on her face. Suddenly, Present Mic's voice boomed through the speaker, breaking Amari out of her reverie. It was time for the second round, and everyone was instructed to make their way to the field. Todoroki detached from her at the noise, now seemingly acting as if nothing had happened. They should go, he said. She nodded blankly, putting a hand to her head, saying she would be right there and needed to talk to Katsuki quickly. He seemed fooled by her lie and raised his hand in response, leaving her alone in the hallway. Once he was gone, Amari's hand immediately touched her lips in disbelief. Had she just tried to kiss him? No, that was impossible. What kind of strange reflex was that? Her mind raced, shaking her head and reeling from the moment. She told herself she wouldn't admit she had feelings for Todoroki. She couldn't. It was impossible. Feeling her breathing slow, Amari remained in shock. This couldn't be happening. She had promised herself not to fall for him. She was already facing her own demise. It was pointless to fall in love. It wouldn't mean anything in the end, and she would only bring him down, giving them hope when there was none. She couldn't do that to him. For any other girl, the idea of romance and love might be wonderful, but for Amari, it was a cruel reminder of what she could never have. She had always tried to block that kind of thing from her mind. How could she have failed so miserably and done the very thing she promised herself never to do? Her legs started to feel numb, and she crumbled to the floor, devastated by the realization. Who was she kidding? It was already too late. She already loved him. How terrible was that? He had done so much for her, and now she was utterly and completely too far gone. What was she going to do now? She couldn't destroy him like that. Shinso appeared from the hallway, on his way toward the arena when he caught sight of Amari sitting on the floor, eyeing her curiously. Strolling up to her, he smirked, asking if she was finally feeling the pressure. But as he focused on her face, Shinso couldn't help but drop his smile. She looked frozen, her face flushed and bright red. He asked what was wrong with her, but Amari remained still, holding 2 fingers up to her lips in utter shock at the realization she had come to. Amari struggled to concentrate during the second event, her mind clouded by the heavy truth she had come to realize. As a result, she barely managed to scrape by in the cavalry battle, making it to the next round. She felt frustrated with herself and knew she needed to regain her focus quickly. Katsuki noticed her lack of effort and approached her with a frown. He could tell she wasn't giving it her all in the last round. He demanded to know what was wrong, reminding her not to embarrass him. Amari looked down, feeling ashamed, and admitted her fault. Katsuki's concern grew as he recalled a troubling memory, fearing she might be pushing herself too hard again. He asked if she was sick, but she was confused by his reaction. He grabbed her arm, insisting she withdraw from the match. Her eyes widened in surprise, realizing he didn't understand her situation. She assured him she was fine and urged him not to overreact. Bakugo hesitated, unsure if she was being truthful. However, Amari decided to break free from his grip and turn to her classmates, her voice filled with determination yet tinged with sadness as she promised to try harder. From a distance, Todoroki observed her movements and felt a sense of responsibility for her struggles. He recognized that her past experiences were weighing heavily on her, and he resolved to apologize the next time they spoke. As the third round began, everyone was surprised to learn that the final event would consist of duel matches. Amari had anticipated this, knowing it would be a test of her combat skills. She was determined not to disgrace herself further, especially in front of her brother. Present Mick's voice boomed over the crowd, announcing the first match between Shinso Hitoshi and Bakugo Amari. Amari's heart sank as she realized who her opponent was. She vowed that Shinso would regret underestimating her. As she moved to the center of the arena, she saw him scanning the competition before turning away. He taunted her, asking if she had finally gathered herself, suggesting it wasn't too late for her to back down. Amari, disgusted by his words, tossed her hair over her shoulder and retorted that it was he who should be worried about being defeated by someone like her. Shinso found her response amusing, declaring that he would take the hero spotlight from under her nose. Amari rolled her eyes as they took their positions in the ring, and Present Mike explained the rules. The goal was to force the opponent out of bounds or make them surrender. Katsuki watched from his seat, smirking at the thought of Amari giving up. He knew she would never back down, and Shinso had a tough challenge ahead of him. Amari, feeling the pressure, took out 3 pills from her pocket and swallowed them, surprising Shinso. He questioned whether she was cheating, but she remained silent, focusing on her determination to win. As the buzzer sounded, Both challengers stood still, assessing each other's moves. Shinso, trying to provoke her, asked if she was too scared to attack. Amari narrowed her eyes but remained silent, which frustrated him. He needed her to speak to gain the upper hand. Recalling their previous interactions, Shinso sought a way to break through her serious demeanor. He noticed Katsuki watching and decided to use that to his advantage. He taunted her, suggesting that her brother would be ashamed of her for refusing to fight. The mention of her brother's name stirred a mix of shame and irritation within her. Shinso smirked, sensing he had struck a nerve. He continued to push her buttons, implying that she was a disappointment compared to her brother. Amari's frustration and anger boiled over as she felt the weight of his words. How dare he voice her insecurities? She couldn't take it anymore. Taking a step forward, Amari glared at him and shouted for him to shut up. In that moment, Shinso's smirk widened, and Amari felt a rush of determination surge through her. Her eyes became distant and cloudy, staring into space. The entire crowd gasped at the turning point, and Bakugo found himself gripping the railing in front of him, filled with anxiety. He couldn't believe what she was doing. It seemed like she was about to lose. Shinso took a step closer, speaking in a low, commanding tone. He instructed her to walk out of bounds. As if on command, Amari felt her body turn around and move toward the edge of the arena. Her mind was clouded, and the only thing she could focus on was Shinso's smooth and alluring words. She willed her body to stop, but it was no use. Amari felt like a puppet, controlled by someone else, and she hated it. As she neared the end of the arena, she cursed herself for allowing this to happen. Was she really going to lose like this, especially with Bakugo watching? She felt like a disappointment, just as Shinso had said. With each step forward, Amari thought about all the training that had led her to this moment. Katsuki had taken time out of his busy schedule to help her, and yet here she was, on the verge of losing. It didn't seem fair to him. Just a couple of feet from the edge, a newfound passion surged through her. No, she wouldn't let something so simple defeat her. She refused to give in. Determined, she focused her energy into her fingertips, picturing her quirk activating. The sensation felt like needles in her body as she fought against the desire to remain still. She could do this. Katsuki had told her she was a Bakugo, and she believed in his words. As her fingertips brushed against her leg, she felt the heat rise, and the numbness began to fade. Her nerves awakened, sending signals of pain to her brain. Shinso crossed his arms, watching Amari approach the exit with a smirk. He thought she was all talk, and this would be an easy win. But then he heard a sizzling sound and noticed a small section of her pants being seared. What was she doing? The weight on her grew lighter, and Amari attempted to lift her arm, feeling the nerves push against Shinso's command. She needed to wake up her entire body. Shinso's eyes widened in confusion as he saw her arm shakily rise. How could she move while he was still using his quirk? Her arm trembled, fighting against his words, and her palms began to glow, activating her quirk. He stood in shock, realizing what she was about to do. She wouldn't dare, would she? It seemed reckless. With a determined step, Amari crossed the boundary. It was now or never. She couldn't hesitate. Wielding all her strength, her quirk glowed brighter, and Shinso gasped, feeling a twinge of fear for what she was about to attempt. Then, without a second thought, Amari slammed her hand into her stomach, causing her power to burn against her chest. The contact awakened her nerves, filling her with intense pain that allowed her to break free from his control. Her plan had worked. Turning to face Shinso, she saw him take a step back in fear. No one had ever escaped his quirk before, especially not by willingly harming themselves. It was insane. As she rushed toward him, fist outstretched for an attack, Shinso gasped and stepped aside, knowing he wasn't skilled in hand-to-hand combat. He blinked in surprise, catching a glimpse of her eyes, which burned with intensity. Was this really the same person he had picked on for weeks? She seemed transformed, almost frightening. Shinso attempted to throw a punch, but Amari was too quick, ducking beneath him and sweeping his legs out from under him. Though he had height on his side, she had her own tricks. He fell to the mat in surprise as Amari stood over him, her hand outstretched. He could see the burn marks on her stomach and legs, her gaze filled with determination. She declared that he shouldn't have underestimated her. Just as he widened his eyes in realization, Amari created a shield in front of him, pushing him back and sending him flying out of the ring. The buzzer rang, and the crowd erupted in cheers. They began to chatter excitedly about the girl who had pushed herself so far to win. Winner, Bakugo Amari passes to the next round. Amari huffed out a shaky breath, taking in the cheers while ignoring the pain in her stomach. She had done it. She had finally proven herself. It was an exhilarating feeling. Bakugo let out a breath of his own, filled with anxiety. He acknowledged that she had really done it, but he felt a twinge of concern for her burns. He knew Recovery Girl would be able to help her before the next round, so it wasn't a major issue. However, he paused when Todoroki slammed his fist against the wall, shaking his head in frustration. "She's so reckless." Bakugo wanted to ask what he meant, but Todoroki was already moving swiftly out the door. What had gotten him so worked up? Walking backstage, Amari spotted Todoroki leaning against one of the walls, arms crossed over his chest in silence. She thought it was the perfect opportunity to discuss the fight, still buzzing with excitement. She approached him, her enthusiasm evident as she exclaimed that he must have seen the match and that she had been pretty cool. Todoroki acknowledged her presence with a glance before taking her hand and pulling her away, leaving Amari confused. She asked where they were going, and he narrowed his eyes, expressing his concern plainly. He stated they were heading to the infirmary. Connecting the dots, Amari realized he must have been worried about her. She quickly tried to reassure him, pulling her hand back and insisting she was fine, even better than ever, as if a little fight could bring her down. She raised her arms in a playful gesture, laughing joyfully, but Todoroki remained unconvinced. With a narrowed gaze, he poked a finger into her stomach, causing Amari to wince at the sudden pain and lean against the wall for support. Still trying to maintain her facade, she straightened up and smiled, insisting she was all good. However, she soon realized her act wasn't working and sighed, lifting her hand for him to take again. She conceded, understanding his concern, and they continued on to the infirmary. Upon arriving, they noticed Recovery Girl was absent, likely tending to others injured during the sports festival. Amari laughed lightly, acknowledging the situation, but as she turned around, she saw Todoroki retrieving a medical kit and gesturing for her to sit. Her expression fell as she complied, taking her place next to him. She insisted it wasn't that bad, just a little burn. However, Todoroki wasn't convinced and urged her to lift her shirt halfway to reveal her stomach. He couldn't understand why she was so calm. The burn looked serious. Amari felt a blush creep onto her cheeks as he prepared a cotton ball, sighing as he questioned her recklessness. She acknowledged the seriousness of Shinso's quirk but insisted she could handle it, claiming she had endured worse. Her words did little to comfort him, and he expressed his frustration at her tendency to put herself in danger. Amari found his concern amusing, laughing lightly as she reminded him of the time he almost pushed her into explosives. Todoroki shook his head, still feeling responsible. He expressed his worry about her reckless behavior, and her cheeks flushed at the realization that he cared about her. He confirmed his concern, noting her tendency to rush into danger, comparing her to Bakugo. Amari felt a strange happiness at the comparison, acknowledging it as a negative trait of hers. After tossing the cotton ball into the trash, Todoroki sighed, asking her to be more careful in the future. She nodded, feeling a familiar warmth in her chest as she realized her feelings for him. Todoroki seemed to notice her blush and frowned, questioning if her wound had given her a fever. Amari blinked in surprise and quickly shook her head, claiming it was just warm in the infirmary. Todoroki surveyed the area, stating he felt nothing, which made her laugh as she playfully slapped his shoulder. He accepted her explanation and decided to watch the other matches, inviting her to join him. However, Amari's stomach grumbled, prompting her to say she would grab something to eat first but would be there for his match. He nodded, and as he left, Amari buried her head in her hands, realizing her feelings made it harder to act naturally around him. She resolved to keep her feelings to herself, believing it was the safest plan to maintain their normalcy. Outside the arena, Shinso replayed the match in his mind, feeling frustrated. He had expected to win, especially against Amari, but her determination had surprised him. Suddenly, a small object hit him in the face and landed in his lap. Looking up, he shouted at the stranger, only to hear a half-apologetic voice respond, admitting to a lack of aim. Recognizing the tone, he frowned, realizing it was Amari, likely there to gloat. She sat down next to him, pulling out a small plastic package and urging him to take the one in his lap. Confused, Shinso questioned if it was poisoned, but Amari sighed, insisting she was just trying to do him a favor. Despite his reluctance, his stomach grumbled, and he accepted the food. He asked if she was there to gloat, and Amari looked up at the sky, recalling Todoroki's words from the first day of school. She clarified that she wasn't from a wealthy family and didn't like being looked down upon. Shinso's eyes widened at her words, surprised by her honesty. Amari smirked as she considered the situation. She didn't need an apology, she was determined to prove her worth on her own. That acknowledgement as a rival was all she had ever wanted. Shinso found himself puzzled by her. At first glance, she seemed like a hot-headed fool, but perhaps there was more to her than met the eye. He glanced at the snack she had brought and sighed, feeling a twinge of guilt. She had won. She had beaten him. She could have easily returned to her classmates in Class 1A. But Amari rolled her eyes and locked her gaze with his. Beneath her tough exterior, she saw something different. Shinso felt a flicker of annoyance at her teasing. He understood her point, but then she surprised him with a soft smile, an expression he had never seen on her before. She thought he was cool, especially with his brainwashing quirk. It was a compliment he had never expected. He blinked in surprise, unsure how to respond. One moment she was confident, and the next she was excitedly praising his quirk, which he had always considered lame. Shinso shook his head, still not seeing the appeal. He had always been told that his quirk was more suited for a villain. Amari paused, contemplating his words, but instead of responding as he expected, she playfully slapped him on the shoulder and laughed. She imagined how he could use his quirk against villains, and that thought excited her. Shinso was taken aback by her enthusiasm. No one had ever viewed his quirk in such a positive light. He asked if she really wasn't afraid of him, and she scoffed, claiming her only fear was catching his foolishness. Although her insult flew over his head, he felt a pang of guilt for underestimating her. He apologized for the fight, admitting he had said hurtful things to provoke her. Amari fell silent, reflecting on his words. She reassured him that he had spoken the truth, and she had been too foolish to remain quiet. Concern washed over Shinso. Did she really believe what he had said? Did she see herself as a disappointment too? Before he could voice his worries, Amari jumped from her seat, stretching her arms and declaring a truce. She extended her hand for a shake, but he merely scoffed and walked past her, a small smile creeping onto his face. Perhaps she wasn't so bad after all. Amari gasped at his rejection, playfully hitting him on the shoulder and expressing her disbelief. She had bought him food, after all, which she considered a peace offering. Shinso casually remarked that she had hit him in the face with it, causing her to gasp in embarrassment and defend herself, claiming it had just gravitated toward him. As they walked through the hallways, Shinso found her amusing. However, her playful banter ceased when Todoroki appeared, focused and determined for his match. Amari couldn't help but admire his cool demeanor. Suddenly, Shinso heard a loud thud and turned to see Amari had walked straight into a wall. He couldn't help but tease her about it. She rubbed her face and laughed, trying to play it off as a test of the wall's stability. Shinso sighed, realizing her distraction was due to her infatuation with Todoroki. A sly smile crept onto his face as he understood her predicament. Amari widened her eyes and attempted to deny it, insisting there was nothing to see. But Shinso wasn't fooled. He teased her about having a crush. At his words, Amari gasped and tried to silence him, insisting he forget what he had just said. The way she tried to threaten him was amusing, and he encouraged her to just confess her feelings to Todoroki. The mere thought made her cheeks flush, and she vehemently refused, claiming he could never know. Shinso frowned, questioning why it was such a big deal. Amari insisted it was monumental and that no one could ever know, urging him to drop the subject. As she gazed at Todoroki, Shinso felt a desire to help her. She was clearly too shy to approach him, and he decided to give her a little push. He sighed and quietly called her name, causing her to grimace at the sound. Suddenly, she felt a familiar numbness wash over her, realizing he had used his quirk on her again. Shinso pointed toward Todoroki and plainly instructed her to confess her feelings. After that, she blinked, regaining her senses but still confused about what had just happened. He shrugged off her confusion, teasing her about her obvious admiration for Todoroki. Amari gasped and playfully slapped him on the shoulder, telling him to be quiet. Just then, an announcement echoed above them, urging everyone to watch the next duel. This time, the match was set against Todoroki and Midoriya. Amari shook her head and placed a hand on her temple, feeling a headache coming on. She decided it was time to leave, waving goodbye to Shitsu as she walked away, knowing he would appreciate her gratitude later for what he had done. Amari entered the sitting area of the arena quietly, relieved she hadn't missed Todoroki's match. She had promised to be there for him, after all. Internally, she hoped he would be all right after his interaction with his father backstage. He had seemed shaken, and the altercation left her feeling uneasy. She could still recall how rigid his body felt against hers, trembling slightly from the anger he held towards his father. It broke her heart to see him like that, but she was also grateful that he was beginning to trust her more. If he was hurting, she wanted to be there for him, just as he had been for her. As she watched him enter the arena, the crowd erupted in cheers. He appeared to be a fan favorite, likely due to being Endeavor's son. Midoriya stepped in next, looking uncertain and small next to Todoroki, as they met in the middle of the field. Amari observed silently as the two exchanged words she couldn't hear. Todoroki eyed Midoriya from across the field, recalling his father's words. It was time to prove his worth by winning and rejecting his father, especially without using his left side. He acknowledged Midoriya's presence with a simple statement. Midoriya seemed nervous yet determined, clenching his fists tightly. He prepared for the match, positioning himself as Todoroki spread his feet apart. The atmosphere grew tense as Midoriya spoke, his voice clear yet uncertain. He apologized for overhearing Todoroki's conversation with Amari, which caused Todoroki's eyes to widen. It made sense, considering they had spoken in a public hallway, but the fact that Midoriya knew his greatest insecurity made him hesitate. He hoped Midoriya hadn't seen him hug Amari. Narrowing his eyes, Todoroki responded, asserting that even if Midoriya knew, it would change nothing, he would still win the match. Present Mick's voice rang out, encouraging them to start as Midoriya launched an attack without hesitation, knowing he needed to catch Todoroki off guard. Although Todoroki was faster, he unleashed an enormous sheet of ice across the arena, stopping the powerful wind from reaching him. As the wind cleared, he noticed Midoriya's fingers, bruised from the sudden burst of power. Todoroki realized he only needed to endure long enough for Midoriya to exhaust his attacks. Before Midoriya could think, Todoroki sent another sheet of ice toward him, but Midoriya shattered it with his power, resulting in another injury. Midoriya understood he had a limited number of attacks before he would be unable to continue, and he attempted to assess the situation. Todoroki was relentless, not allowing him a moment to think. Seizing another opportunity, Todoroki propelled himself toward Midoriya using his ice, launching an ice spike that caught Midoriya's leg. Midoriya winced at the contact but used his quirk to shatter the ice, pushing Todoroki away and slamming him into a wall of icicles before sliding down to the ground. As Todoroki cleared the ice, he saw Midoriya struggling, realizing the battle would soon be over. He taunted Midoriya, questioning if he was already worn out from merely defending himself. Midoriya gritted his teeth in frustration, aware that he was falling apart without a plan. However, he noticed Todoroki's arm trembling. Perhaps there was a limit to how much Todoroki could use his power. Thinking he had the upper hand, Todoroki launched a finishing blow of ice toward Midoriya, who unexpectedly countered, asking where Todoroki was looking. Todoroki widened his eyes in shock as Midoriya broke through the ice, the force of the impact pushing Todoroki back a few feet. Midoriya pointed out that Todoroki was trembling, emphasizing that everyone was fighting with all their strength, and he needed to do the same. Amari watched the match intently, her hands gripping the railing as she bit her lip nervously. Something had shifted in the fight. At the mention of her name, Todoroki felt a wave of shame rise in his throat. While Amari was pushing herself, he felt that Midoriya didn't understand the differences in their motivations. He insisted that Midoriya not involve Amari in their conflict. Midoriya, however, pressed on, knowing that Todoroki cared about Amari and that she could help him break free from his isolation. He challenged Todoroki, questioning if he was making a fool of her and everyone else at UA who had worked hard to be there. His words stirred irritation within Todoroki, who felt anger rise at the thought of Midoriya speaking about things he didn't understand, especially involving Amari. As Midoriya charged toward him, Todoroki noticed his movements were slowing down. Seizing the opportunity, Midoriya delivered a powerful punch to Todoroki's stomach, causing him to gasp at the impact. Realizing he had misstepped, Todoroki used his ice to stabilize himself, grunting at the effort. Midoriya was trying to provoke him emotionally, and it was working. Amari gripped the railing tighter, whispering encouragement for Todoroki to do his best. Her mind raced as she watched the two boys exchange heated words, noticing Todoroki's movements becoming slower and slower. Deku was really pushing him to his limits. Suddenly, Deku's voice rang out, loud enough for Amari to hear, and she began to piece together what they were discussing. He was determined to live up to everyone's expectations and insisted that Amari should stop hesitating and give everything she had in their fight. Amari's eyes widened as she realized Deku was trying to provoke him into using his left side. They must have been overheard in the hallway. She felt conflicted as she watched him struggle with the idea of activating a part of himself he had vowed never to use. It was clear he was at war with himself. Gritting her teeth, Amari couldn't bear to see him like this, to witness the boy she cared for so deeply unraveling. If only he understood how special he was to her, how wonderful he was, regardless of his left side. She silently cursed his father for instilling such burdensome thoughts in him, which weighed heavily on Todoroki and left him psychologically scarred. The atmosphere between the two boys was tense, almost palpable. Katsuki glared at Todoroki, still haunted by the memory of seeing him kiss his sister. Their already rocky relationship had reached a breaking point, and Bakugo knew he had to intervene. Amari was frustrated, realizing that Todoroki was likely using her to gain an advantage in the competition for the top hero. No matter the circumstances, she wouldn't allow him to manipulate her feelings. Todoroki met Bakugo's gaze, a heavy silence lingering before he sighed and turned away, attempting to leave the confrontation. He understood that arguing with Bakugo was futile. However, Bakugo was not about to let him escape that easily. Igniting his quirk, he created a small explosion in Todoroki's path, forcing him to halt just inches away from being singed. Bakugo demanded to know where he thought he was going. Todoroki glanced at the explosion, then turned to Bakugo, trying to ease the tension. He had nothing to say to him, which only fueled Bakugo's anger. Grabbing Todoroki by the collar, Bakugo pressed him against the wall, his frustration boiling over. He needed answers. Todoroki could have easily broken free, but he chose to remain still, aware that escalating the situation would only make things worse. He calmly stated that Bakugo was overreacting. Bakugo's eye twitched at the response, recalling how Todoroki had pinned his sister against the wall. He couldn't hold back his fury, demanding to know how he dared to touch her. Todoroki felt the anger rising within him as Bakugo's accusations grew more intense. He pushed Bakugo's hand away, insisting he hadn't done what Bakugo was suggesting. Though Bakugo was not satisfied with the response, he felt his quirk flare with rage as he shouted a warning to stay away from Amari. He made it clear that if he saw Todoroki near her again, he would take matters into his own hands. Todoroki, feeling a mix of irritation and determination, stood his ground. He knew Amari loved her brother, but he also believed she deserved more than the loneliness she had endured before. He refused to abandon her. Bakugo seethed at Todoroki's words, questioning what he had just said. Todoroki reiterated that he would not distance himself from Amari and suggested that Bakugo should consider what she truly wanted. Bakugo's frustration escalated as he launched another explosion, narrowly missing Todoroki. He insisted that he would not allow his sister to be involved with someone he deemed untrustworthy. Todoroki took a step forward, challenging Bakugo's assumptions. He acknowledged that their friendship had started with different intentions, but he had come to genuinely care for Amari and would never use her for his own gain. Bakugo remained unconvinced, accusing Todoroki of only wanting to beat his father in the competition. He had seen enough to know that Todoroki's motivations were questionable. At the mention of his father's name, Todoroki's fist clenched tightly. He asserted that while he may have initially viewed Amari as a means to an end, his feelings had changed. He would never exploit her in that way. Bakugo, however, was not ready to trust him. He believed Todoroki was still the same arrogant person he had always been and would do anything to protect his sister from what he perceived as a bad influence. In that moment, Todoroki realized that Bakugo's actions stemmed from a desire to protect his sister, albeit in a misguided manner. Although this situation was not something he needed to get involved in, Todoroki shoved his hands into his pockets, realizing he couldn't fully be upset with Bakugo. He just didn't understand everything that had transpired between Amari and him before his arrival. Knowing Bakugo's answer, Todoroki locked eyes with him and spoke seriously, asserting that Bakugo was looking in the wrong place. Regardless of how much Bakugo threatened him, he would not abandon Amari. Bakugo's eyes widened at Todoroki's words, taking in their serious nature. The intensity of the moment allowed Todoroki to slip away from her angry brother and move down the hall. Once he was gone, Bakugo tightened his fist and narrowed his eyes, determined to protect his sister no matter what she thought. That boy was clearly no good for her. Amari walked down the hallway, still reeling from her moment with Todoroki. She regretted kissing him as it complicated things further. Yet she couldn't deny the lingering sensation on her lips, silently wishing she could turn back time. Suddenly, she collided with a tall, strong figure, jolting her out of her thoughts. She hadn't been paying attention. Apologizing, she froze when she heard the voice that responded. It was Todoroki's father, Endeavor, and he did not sound pleased. He remarked on the spectacle she had created earlier, and Amari felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Why would he want to see her? Endeavor stepped forward, his flames flickering ominously around him, and stated that he wanted to warn her not to get any ideas about her confession. The day after the sports festival, the results dominated the news. Amari placed third, Todoroki second, and Bakugo won the entire festival. Normally, this would have thrilled Bakugo, but ever since their fight, he had been in a foul mood. He hadn't spoken to Amari since everything happened, and she felt a familiar loneliness creeping in. They had been doing so well, and she didn't want to revert to how things used to be. Sighing heavily, she watched him stomp down the steps the next morning, grabbing a piece of toast without uttering a word to her. In the background, her father recapped the festival on the news, emphasizing the impressive performance of the first-year students of Class 1A. The announcer mentioned Amari's unexpected confession, calling it bold. Embarrassed, Amari dropped her spoon and rushed to the TV, demanding her father turn it off. Frustration bubbled within her as she realized that Shinso was making her the laughingstock of the country. Her mother entered the room, looking shocked. She must have heard the TV and asked if Amari had a boyfriend. Amari quickly raised her hands, unsure how to respond. Calling Todoroki her boyfriend felt premature. Just then, Bakugo appeared, shouting that she didn't have one. Their mother frowned at him, scolding him for speaking out of turn. She then turned to Amari with a bright smile, asking if she did have a boyfriend. Glancing at Bakugo's angry expression, Amari hesitated, stating that she wouldn't really call them that just yet. However, their mother took it as a yes and excitedly suggested inviting him to dinner, eager to meet this boy. Amari gasped, quickly rejecting the idea. There was no way she would subject Todoroki to their chaotic home life. She insisted that he was busy with school and training, and it was too sudden. Her mother interrupted her rambling, assuring her it would be no trouble at all. Bakugo slammed his hands on the table, expressing his disapproval of having Todoroki in their home. Amari realized this might not be a good idea after all, especially with Bakugo's obvious disdain for him. She tried to decline the invitation again, but her mother's tone shifted, becoming serious. It was the first time she had spoken to Amari in that manner, and the atmosphere changed dramatically. Amari's eyes widened as her mother used her full name, indicating how serious she was. There was no way to disobey her now. Reluctantly, Amari agreed, and their mother quickly returned to her cheerful demeanor, announcing her plans to go shopping while they were at school. She hurried them out of the house, slamming the door behind them before they could process what had just happened. Amari groaned at the thought of what she had just agreed to, hoping Todoroki would decline her offer. As she turned to her brother, she noticed he was already leaving without her. She wanted to talk to him, but when she took a step forward, he frowned and warned her not to follow him. Amari felt a wave of frustration wash over her as she watched Todoroki walk away. It seemed they were back to square one, and the thought made her feel small and defeated. With her hands shoved deep in her pockets, Amari made her way to school alone. She missed Todoroki's company, especially since they had stopped walking together before the sports festival. Now it was just her. As she approached a street crossing, she paused at the flashing red walk sign. Amari sighed, wishing the light would change quickly. Suddenly, a voice beside her broke the silence. An older man recognized her from the sports festival and commented on her fame. Amari blinked in surprise, feeling a rush of embarrassment as people around her began to whisper and point. The term, confession girl, echoed in her mind, and she wished she could disappear. She pleaded with the crowd not to call her that, but they continued to cheer her on, making her cheeks flush with heat. Feeling overwhelmed, Amari was relieved when the light finally changed. She sprinted across the street, desperate to escape the attention. On the other side, she took a deep breath, only to hear more whispers from the crowd, confirming her identity. Just as she tried to find a quiet spot, someone grabbed her arm. Anger surged through her, and she turned to confront the stranger, only to freeze when she realized it was Todoroki. He stepped back, unsure of what had just happened. Apologizing, he looked concerned. Amari's tone shifted as she quickly explained her reaction, realizing she had yelled at him. Todoroki, still confused, asked if she was okay. Amari sighed, revealing her frustration about the sports festival and how her outburst had become public knowledge. She wished she could just hide away. Changing the subject, she asked why he was there, recalling that he usually trained in the mornings. Todoroki hesitated, reflecting on his earlier promise not to leave her alone. He understood if she didn't want to walk together anymore. Amari stood in silence for a moment, contemplating his words. A surge of happiness filled her as she nodded enthusiastically, expressing her desire to walk together again. Todoroki smiled slightly at her excitement, telling her she didn't need to go overboard. Realizing she might have been too much, Amari apologized, feeling genuinely happy. As they walked, a nearby person shouted out, calling her confession girl. Amari groaned, embarrassed by the attention. Noticing her discomfort, Todoroki took her hand and led her away from the crowd, much to their surprise. Amari gasped at the warmth of his hand, feeling her heart race as the crowd cheered them on. They walked side by side, and she noticed Todoroki hadn't let go. It felt as if they were a couple. She suggested he could let go now, but he tightened his grip, asking what if he didn't want to. Amari's cheeks flushed, realizing she didn't want to let go either. An awkward silence fell between them until Amari quietly asked if this meant they were in a relationship. Todoroki understood her unspoken question, feeling the weight of the moment. He suggested they take things one step at a time, and Amari nodded slowly. The terms of dating felt too simple for everything they had experienced together. Feeling bold, she squeezed his hand and thanked him for being with her, using his first name. Todoroki froze in shock, his cheeks warming as he let go of her hand, flames flickering to life in his embarrassment. He wasn't expecting her to say something so unexpected, and it made his heart race. Amari gasped at his reaction, turning away in embarrassment, hoping he couldn't see her flushed cheeks. She felt the need to apologize, saying it was still too strange. Calming himself, Todoroki placed a hand on his face. He explained that he was simply caught off guard and asked if she was hurt. Quickly grabbing her palm, he relaxed when he saw she was uninjured. He needed to be careful not to accidentally burn her one day. She reassured him that she was okay, having pulled away in time. Not satisfied with her apology, Todoroki tightened his grip on her hand, suggesting she should hold his other hand as well, just in case. Amari smirked at his playful tone, teasing him about freezing her next time. This made him smirk back, firmly wrapping his right hand around hers and promising to learn to control his powers. As they began to walk away, Todoroki's voice returned, low and smooth. He mentioned he would get used to it and encouraged her to keep calling him by his first name until he did. Amari blinked in surprise, noticing a hint of pink under his eyes. She asked if it was okay and if he didn't hate it. He nodded, tightening his hold, clarifying that the issue wasn't with her action but rather the opposite. His words made Amari blush, and she felt a wave of relief that he didn't dislike her gesture. However, she realized she would need to adjust to him as well, or her heart might not handle it. As they reached the school, nearing the gates, Amari noticed a group of students outside the buildings. She looked down at her hand in Todoroki's and stopped. He noticed her hesitation and asked what was wrong. Amari sighed heavily, lowering her eyes, expressing her concern that everyone would know about them if they walked in together. Todoroki narrowed his eyes in confusion, questioning why that was a problem. She felt his grip loosen and gasped, shaking her head. It wasn't that she didn't want anyone to know, she was just nervous about the attention. The thought of everyone staring at them, especially with him being the most popular boy in school, made her anxious. Noticing her trailing off, Todoroki lifted his hand, showing their joined hands as proof of their relationship. He reassured her that everything would be fine and promised to be by her side the entire time. He squeezed her hand, and Amari sighed, deciding to go along with it. They continued walking through the courtyard, and as Amari had predicted, many students stopped to stare, whispering and gossiping about the couple. She felt just as embarrassed as she anticipated, but Todoroki's hand squeezing hers every few moments helped calm her. Upon entering the classroom, everyone seemed to freeze, taking in the sight of them together, except for Bakugo, who acted as if he wasn't paying attention. The class exchanged glances, wondering who would speak first, until Kirishima broke the silence, asking if they were together. Amari cast her eyes away, feeling shy, and confirmed that they were. The entire class erupted in cheers, clapping their hands wildly, expressing their excitement that the two had finally figured it out. Amari's eyes widened as Denki pulled out a small notebook, and the others began taking money out of their wallets, revealing they had placed bets on when she would confess her feelings. Aoyama groaned, lamenting that Amari could have figured it out before the festival, which made him lose a bet. Letting go of Todoroki's hand, Amari stomped up to them in frustration, realizing that Mina and Aoyama had been so invested in her relationship because of this bet. She grabbed the notebook from the table, and Deku rushed over, trying to calm her down, admitting he had warned them against it. Opening the notebook, Amari found a list of names and dates, each trying to predict when she would confess. It was unbelievable that they had made a bet about her relationship. Throwing the book on the ground, she turned to Katsuki, questioning if he had known about this and hadn't told her. He simply grunted, turning away, claiming he would never participate in something so foolish. At least he hadn't been involved, which made her feel a little better. Feeling a hand on her shoulder, she turned to see Todoroki picking up the book. Her shoulders relaxed as he approached Denki, holding the notebook out for him to take. Just as Denki reached for it, it spontaneously caught fire, causing him to drop it and yelp in surprise. Todoroki shrugged, claiming he still couldn't control his left side very well. Amari and everyone else knew it wasn't an accident. He seemed just as bothered by the bet as she was, which was reassuring. Remembering her mother's words, she groaned internally, realizing she would have to bring it up. She mentioned that her mom was eager to have him over for dinner that night, unsure of how he would react. Todoroki looked confused, having never heard of this before. She explained that she had tried to turn her mother down, but she was quite insistent. Amari quickly added that he didn't have to come if he was busy, as it might be awkward. She expected him to agree with her, to say it was all right like he usually did. However, he surprised her by saying he would go. Amari gasped in disbelief, insisting it was really okay if he didn't want to. Amari contemplated telling her mother that Todoroki was busy, but she was taken aback when he expressed his desire to meet her family. His sincerity made her cheeks flush, and she found it difficult to refuse him. She agreed, albeit with some hesitation, and just then, Aizawa entered, interrupting their conversation. Amari wondered why Todoroki seemed so eager about the idea. With that, it was settled Todoroki would be joining them for dinner. After school, Amari and Todoroki walked toward her house, her nerves building as she hoped the evening wouldn't turn into a disaster. She turned to him and said that he was free to leave at any time and reassured him not to feel intimidated by her mother or Katsuki. If he felt uncomfortable, he didn't have to stay long. Todoroki noticed her anxiousness as they approached her home. He reassured her that everything would be fine and that he genuinely wanted to be there. Standing at her doorway, Amari expressed her gratitude but asked him to let her know if he felt uncomfortable. He nodded, trying to ease her worries, just as Bakugo appeared in front of them. This was bound to be an interesting evening. Amari smiled and greeted Katsuki, but he glared at Todoroki, clearly displeased with his presence. Without a word, he slammed the front door in her face, leaving her feeling frustrated. She sighed, acknowledging that they were back to square one. Todoroki frowned, understanding Bakugo's protective nature, but he felt it was unnecessary to be so rude. Suddenly, the door swung open again, revealing her mother, who apologized for Katsuki's behavior. She ushered them inside, introducing herself as Bakugo Mitsuki and welcoming Todoroki. Amari felt her cheeks heat up at the word boyfriend, quickly clarifying that it wasn't like that yet. Todoroki remained composed, bowing respectfully and thanking her for allowing him to spend time with her daughter. Mitsuki recognized Todoroki's last name and expressed her admiration for his performance during the sports festival. Amari internally groaned, realizing her mother was already making things awkward. However, Todoroki remained unfazed, simply thanking her for the compliment. Mitsuki then called for Bakugo to come out and greet their guest, but he responded defiantly, refusing to leave his room. Amari's mother sighed in frustration before heading upstairs, warning Katsuki that he had 5 seconds to come down before she would drag him out herself. Todoroki asked if this was a regular occurrence, and Amari chuckled, admitting that it was. She mused that living away from her parents might have been better for her, as she feared she could have turned out like Katsuki. Todoroki shivered at the thought but didn't mention that she sometimes displayed similar traits when angry. Amari continued, noting how unusual it was for her mother to insist on having Todoroki over, as she typically didn't care about her activities. When asked why, Amari explained that her mother treated her and Katsuki differently, and she felt her mother's leniency stemmed from her own health issues. It was a somber realization for both of them. Before they could delve deeper into the topic, Mitsuki returned, dragging a reluctant Katsuki with her. She announced that now everyone was present and hurried into the kitchen to prepare dinner. The atmosphere grew tense as Bakugo and Todoroki exchanged silent glares, each radiating hostility. Mitsuki returned, oblivious to the tension, and mentioned that she had forgotten to buy a cake for dessert. She asked Bakugo to take Amari to get one, but he protested, insisting it wasn't his fault. Mitsuki stepped closer, asserting that it would be rude to send their guest to do such a task. Katsuki grumbled in response as Amari spoke for him. She didn't like the idea of leaving Todoroki with their mother either. She expressed her concern, saying she didn't want to leave Shoto alone since he didn't know anyone there. Their mother smirked at her informal way of referring to him and placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, assuring them it would be all right. She mentioned that Todoroki was going to help her cook, which surprised him, but he didn't mind. Spending time with Amari could help them reconcile, and he agreed, feeling honored. Mitsuki clapped with excitement, already ushering her children out the door as she had done that morning. She insisted that Katsuki not leave his sister behind before closing the door, leaving Amari with an uneasy feeling in her stomach. Her mother wasn't usually this forgetful, and something felt off about the whole situation. Todoroki found himself standing next to Amari's mother, stirring a pot of soup every few minutes. He had never experienced a family dynamic like this before, making it difficult to figure out what to say. Mitsuki hummed while chopping vegetables and asked how he met Amari. He recalled their first meeting at the opening ceremonies for UA, where she had called his eyes pretty. Mitsuki laughed at his story, shaking her head. She remarked that Amari was always scatterbrained and wondered where she got it from. Living apart for so long had made her traits quite different from the rest of the family. As she tossed the vegetables into the pot, Todoroki mentioned that Amari had their family's determination and passion, which he had witnessed. Mitsuki smiled at this and invited him to sit down, wanting to discuss something important. He blinked in confusion but complied, watching her pull out a book. She asked if he was aware of Amari's condition, and after he nodded, she continued, expressing her gratitude but also her concerns. She wanted to know if he was with Amari for the right reasons. Todoroki widened his eyes, asking what those reasons could be. Mitsuki's expression turned serious as she explained that Amari had become distant since moving to America. She used to be open with her feelings, but now she seemed to push everyone away, which worried her mother. She opened the book to show him pictures of a younger Amari, who had a goofy smile but also looked sickly pale and frail. Mitsuki spoke sorrowfully, admitting she never wanted Amari to become a hero or a tendue. She had already watched her go through so much, and after the USJ incident, her desire to pull Amari out of that life grew stronger. Yet, she also recognized her daughter's determination and didn't want to take away her dreams. She feared that if Amari relapsed, she might disappear from the world, and she couldn't be selfish. Todoroki understood that Mitsuki wasn't careless. She wanted to give her daughter everything while she still could. He realized she might not fully understand the effects of the pills Amari was taking, only that she was still unwell. Mitsuki locked eyes with him, an intense air surrounding them. She asked if he was with Amari out of pity or for some kind of charity work, stating that Amari needed a strong support system. After a moment of silence, Todoroki leaned forward, assuring her that Amari was very special to him. Even though their bond had grown due to her condition, that was not the reason he cared for her. He promised he would never abandon her, no matter what happened in the future. Mitsuki blinked in surprise, then smiled softly, relieved to hear his words. She wiped a tear from her eye and stood up, eager to finish dinner before the others returned. Todoroki joined her, now understanding the kind of person Mitsuki Bakugo truly was. Amari was fortunate to have her as a mother. The atmosphere between Katsuki and Amari was thick with tension as they walked to the shop in silence. Upon entering, Amari gasped in joy at the sight of the cakes and rushed to the display case, asking Katsuki which one they should get. Bakugo shrugged, uninterested, and urged her to hurry so they could go home. He expressed his frustration about their mother's decision to invite Todoroki into their house, questioning what she saw in him and suggesting he was using her. Amari's expression fell as she chose a simple strawberries and cream cake, deciding it was time to talk to him. She asked if he was still mad. Katsuki scoffed, affirming his anger and reiterating his doubts about Todoroki's intentions. Amari responded that it would be better if Todoroki was using her, as it would make things easier and prevent him from getting too attached. Katsuki was taken aback by her words, feeling a surge of protectiveness. He couldn't understand why she would think so little of herself and urged her not to let Todoroki walk all over her. "You are a Bakugo, and Bakugos don't take that kind of nonsense," he thought. Hearing him refer to her as part of his family made her feel strangely happy inside. Maybe they weren't completely back to the beginning. She wondered why he would even want to be with her. He deserved someone better. It would make more sense if he was using her. She didn't mind being used if it could give her that one moment of happiness. Bakugo couldn't believe what he was hearing. Had his sister always been this down on herself? He had never heard her speak like this before. He told her that he didn't know what kind of nonsense she was saying, but that the person she was thinking of wasn't good enough for her. She needed to stop acting so depressed. It was getting on his nerves. He noticed her eyes drop at his words as she ran her hand across the glass. Why did she look so sad? What was wrong with her today? She asked if they could stop fighting, expressing that she didn't want to have to choose between him and that other guy. She pleaded with him not to hate her again. His ears perked up at her last words. He insisted that he never hated her, calling her a fool for thinking that. She blinked in surprise, recalling how cruel he had been to her in the past. She asked if he truly didn't hate her. Bakugo suddenly remembered what Todoroki had said back in that awful hospital room. He hated to admit it, but maybe Todoroki was right. He asked if she really thought he hated her. Watching her gaze drift away, she nervously touched her neck and laughed awkwardly, trying to dismiss her feelings. Katsuki could tell she was lying, and his concern grew. She quickly changed the subject, clearly not wanting to talk about it. As they watched a worker pack up a cake, she sighed and apologized for the sports festival. She felt she had embarrassed him by losing despite all the training he had given her. He was about to yell at her, but the look on her face stopped him. She looked so sad and disappointed in herself. Was she really that affected by losing? She truly was a Bakugo. He told her to stop with the negativity. Yes, he was upset that she had lied about the training, but that didn't mean she had to be so down about it. Losing was just part of the game. She could prove herself next time. Amari considered his words, feeling a small weight lift from her chest. Was he trying to cheer her up? She wanted to believe that was the case. Just then, the worker handed her the cake, and she smiled at the gesture before turning away, eager to return to Todoroki. Who knew what her mother could be doing? Bakugo agreed, moving toward the door, but he still noticed the sadness in her eyes. She was still upset. Frustrated, he rubbed her head affectionately, as if she were a small child. He told her to stop acting that way. He wasn't mad anymore, so she shouldn't feel embarrassed. He apologized for ignoring her. Amari blinked in surprise at the affection. This was the first time Katsuki had shown her such kindness, and it overwhelmed her. She wondered how to respond, but before she could, he turned to leave, telling her to hurry up. Lightly touching her head, she couldn't help but smile, tears pricking her eyes. In that moment, she felt loved. When they returned home, everything proceeded as normal. Todoroki joined them for dinner, and when the cake was finally served, he and Amari offered to take care of the dishes together. Standing by the sink, Amari carefully picked up one of the plates and asked if her mother had said anything strange to him. Todoroki shook his head, assuring her that her mother was amazing. She didn't fully understand his words but was relieved that nothing bad had been said. Todoroki then asked how Bakugo was doing and if they had managed to talk things out. Remembering the affectionate gesture, Amari smiled softly and replied that they were good, although she could never tell with him. He seemed satisfied with her answer and looked around the space, commenting that he had never experienced this kind of family dynamic before. It was always just him and his sisters, and he enjoyed being there, finally seeing what a real family was like. Amari's heart sank at the thought of Todoroki's past and the pain that accompanied it. He always looked so sad when he spoke about it. She called out to him, and he gently took her hand from the soapy water, expressing that being there made him realize something. He had always been afraid to face certain things, but he believed he could confront them if she was with him. He then asked if she would come with him to visit his mother. Her eyes widened at the request, almost causing her to drop the plate. He wanted her to meet his mother? She knew that memory was still painful for him. She asked if he was sure. Todoroki thought for a moment before affirming that he wanted to face this together with her, if it was okay. Feeling the warmth of his hand, Amari didn't hesitate in her response. She would always support him. His relief and joy were evident as he lifted her hand to his lips, kissing it gently. She blushed at the gesture, almost dropping the plate again when Bakugo's voice echoed through the room, expressing his disgust at their display of affection and insisting they show some self-control. They couldn't help but smile at his words, relieved that Bakugo wasn't going to lash out this time. It felt like progress. Todoroki and Amari had agreed to meet in front of the hospital at 5 o'clock sharp. However, due to her nervous and anxious demeanor, Amari ended up arriving a couple of hours early. She spent the time pacing back and forth before finally sitting on a nearby bench. She questioned why she had even agreed to this. Surely, Todoroki's mother would dislike her, and she feared things would end just like they did with his father. She couldn't bear the thought of both of his parents hating her. Amari directed her thoughts to no one in particular, practicing her greetings. She told herself it would be okay and that she could do this. She imagined approaching Todoroki's mother and saying, "Hello, it's nice to meet you. I'm Shoto's girlfriend." Almost immediately, she groaned, realizing that term felt too heavy for her. Trying again, she thought, "Hello, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance." My name is Bakugo Amari. Her hand fell again quickly. After all, his mother wasn't the Queen of England. There was no need to be that formal. She would just look foolish. In the midst of her practicing, Todoroki walked up the path and spotted Amari waving her hands and speaking to the air. He approached just in time to see her throw up a couple of finger guns and wink, exclaiming her excitement about finally meeting him. Raising an eyebrow, Todoroki felt a mix of amusement and affection watching her introduce herself to nothing. He had come to expect her quirky behavior, but he had to admit that seeing her bounce around was endearing. Amari, feeling anxious, placed a hand on her neck, contemplating the right way to approach the situation when she caught Todoroki's gaze from a distance. They stared at each other for a moment, and Amari felt a rush of embarrassment. How long had he been standing there watching her? It was mortifying. Trying to play it cool, she leaned back on the bench, asking when he had arrived. In her attempt at nonchalance, she miscalculated and tumbled to the ground in an ungraceful manner. Todoroki sighed, setting down the flowers he had brought for his mother and kneeling beside her. He asked what she was doing. Amari accepted his hand, feeling embarrassed as she replied that she was just practicing. He helped her up, noticing her outfit, a black and white dress with a matching ruffled shirt underneath. He mentioned he had a feeling she would arrive early and asked if she had even slept the night before. Casting her eyes away, she admitted that she might not have. She explained that she was too nervous about the meeting, especially since his father already disliked her. She didn't want to face the same fate with his mother. Todoroki picked up the flowers, shaking his head. He wished he could reassure her but admitted he hadn't seen his mother since his father had locked her away during his childhood. He felt uncertain as well. Amari quickly shifted her focus from her own fears to Todoroki, realizing this was much harder for him than for her. She placed her hand over his and smiled softly, acknowledging that they were both stepping into the unknown together. He nodded, and they quietly made their way up the steps of the hospital. Amari concentrated on their joined hands, feeling the weight of memories she had long tried to forget. They reached the door, and Todoroki hesitated, his hand hovering over the handle. He confessed that he had come here a few times but had never found the courage to open the door. Giving his hand a gentle squeeze, Amari placed her other hand on the door handle as well, assuring him that everything would be okay. She reminded him that they had promised to face this together. Just her presence beside him meant so much, although he struggled to express that feeling. Taking a deep breath, Todoroki opened the door, revealing a silhouette he hadn't seen in years. His mother's white hair glimmered in the sunlight as she looked out the window, unaware of his presence. He felt a rush of emotions as he managed to call out to her. At the sound of his voice, she turned slowly, tears welling in her eyes as she recognized him. Amari stepped back slightly, giving him space but remaining close, ready to support him if he needed it. Todoroki took a step inside, presenting the flowers to her. He apologized for the long wait and offered them as a gift. His mother, overwhelmed, embraced him tightly, her voice trembling as she expressed how much she had missed him and thanked him for coming. Caught off guard by the intensity of her hug, Todoroki stood in shock, the familiar scent of his childhood flooding back along with the pain he had associated with it. His mother must have sensed his tension and pulled away, awkwardly apologizing for her enthusiasm. He assured her that he was happy to see her, even if it had been a long time. Her smile brightened as she wiped away her tears, expressing pride in the man he had become. She had watched him during the sports festival and felt immense pride in him. At her words, Todoroki felt a lump rise in his throat. Until recently, his memories of his mother had been filled with pain and sorrow, but now there was a glimmer of hope. After meeting Amari's parents, Shoto began to realize that there was more to life than he had thought. He felt a strange sensation when Amari expressed her feelings about his left side, which he had always considered unsightly. She seemed genuinely upset that he had ever thought that way. She explained that during that time, she wasn't in her right mind and wished she could take back her words. This revelation stirred something within him. For so long, he had been conditioned to view his left side as something to be ashamed of, something he wanted to reject. Hearing her words, however, felt surreal, as if he couldn't fully grasp their meaning. His mother stepped closer, gently touching his face, tracing the scar and the trauma he bore. She was the one who had caused him to hate himself. She expressed her love for him, and he felt a shiver run down his spine. It was a sentiment he thought he would never hear from her again. In that moment he found the strength to forgive her. His mother remained silent, tears forming in her eyes as she processed his forgiveness. After all the years of guilt, could it be that her son was truly ready to forgive her for the pain she had caused? It felt unreal to her, as if she didn't deserve such grace. With a gentle smile through her tears, she cupped his face and encouraged him to move forward, to embrace who he was and show the world that he was a Todoroki. As she spoke, Amari noticed tears welling up in his eyes, and she could see how hard he was trying to hold back his emotions. At that moment, his mother noticed Amari for the first time, peeking out from behind Shoto. She apologized for not acknowledging her presence sooner, feeling embarrassed by the emotional display. Amari quickly reassured her that it was okay. Shoto then turned to Amari, stepping back so his mother could see her fully. He introduced her as someone very important to him. Amari nervously smiled and bowed slightly, introducing herself. His mother observed the interaction with curiosity as Shoto held Amari's hand, making his feelings clear. She felt a surge of pride seeing her son so grown up and happy. She expressed her happiness for him, acknowledging that he had found someone to cherish. Amari felt a wave of relief wash over her, knowing that his mother approved of her. She began to understand how Shoto had become the person he was, realizing that his mother was quite different from his father. Taking a step forward, Amari remarked on how much Shoto's kindness mirrored his mother's. His mother felt comforted by Amari's words, sensing that this girl truly understood her son's essence. She expressed her gratitude for Amari's presence in Shoto's life, believing that he had needed someone to confide in. Amari felt undeserving of such praise, insisting that she hadn't done anything special and that their relationship was still new. She thought about the challenges Shoto faced because of her and felt a twinge of sadness. She mentioned that she often confided in him instead. His mother sensed a deeper connection between them but chose not to pry. She could see that Shoto valued Amari greatly, and despite his past scars, she believed that Amari could help him heal. Just then, Shoto entered the room, confused about why Amari hadn't followed him. He urged her to hurry, and his mother encouraged them to leave, expressing how nice it was to meet Amari. Amari bowed in response, recalling the kind words his mother had shared. As they stepped outside, Shoto took Amari's hand and led her away, closing the door behind them. Once outside, Amari sighed with relief, expressing her nervousness about the meeting and her happiness that it had gone well. She joked about his mother not hating her, but when she noticed Shoto's serious expression, she realized he was lost in thought. Concerned, she called out to him, but he snapped back to reality, apologizing for his distraction. As they walked, Amari wanted to lift his spirits, sensing that memories from their past were weighing on him. Suddenly, she spotted a vibrant outdoor fountain park filled with laughter and energy. Her inner child awakened, and she excitedly pointed it out to Shoto. Before he could respond, she dashed toward the fountain, joyfully running through the streams of water. She laughed and turned back to him, her smile brightening the moment. Amari called out, inviting Todoroki to join her in the water. He looked down at his formal attire and sighed, reminding her that they weren't children anymore and that she would catch a cold. But she was too caught up in the moment, running joyfully through the streams of water. This was her first real experience of such freedom, having only watched from the hospital window before. She recalled seeing Katsuki play in water as a child, but this felt different, more exhilarating. A few children nearby noticed her playful spirit and began to chase her, Amari laughing as she dodged the splashes. Todoroki stood back, watching her with admiration. The water glistened off her blonde hair, and even though her dress was getting wet, she didn't seem to mind at all. She smiled at the kids. Todoroki felt a rush of warmth in his chest. In this carefree moment, she looked beautiful to him. Suddenly, Amari called him over, her hand outstretched. He approached her, wondering if something was wrong. She insisted he come closer, saying she couldn't share what she needed to say from where he was standing. As he reached the edge of the fountain, she quickly pulled him forward, causing him to stumble and fall into the water with a splash. The children erupted in laughter, and Todoroki realized she had tricked him. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Amari apologized, worried that he might not have enjoyed the prank. But before she could finish, a burst of water hit her square in the face. Blinking away the surprise, she saw Todoroki grinning at her. He teased her about letting her guard down, and she playfully demanded her chance for revenge. The laughter of the children filled the air as they began to chase each other, splashing water back and forth until they were both drenched. For Todoroki, this was a new experience. He had never enjoyed such carefree moments in his childhood, and the joy he felt was refreshing. As he laughed, he realized it was a feeling he had longed for, a sense of freedom and happiness. Amari paused, captivated by his laughter. She had never seen him so happy before, and it made her heart flutter. When he noticed her staring, he asked if she was okay. Flustered, she blurted out that he looked beautiful, and both of them turned pink at the unexpected compliment. In an attempt to cover her embarrassment, she splashed water at him, insisting it was nothing. Before she could escape her own awkwardness, he pulled her back, his voice low and smooth as he admitted he felt the same way. A shiver ran down her spine at his words. Did he really think she was beautiful? The moment was interrupted by the children urging them to continue playing, and they happily obliged. As the sun set, they said goodbye to the children and headed off, both soaked but smiling. Todoroki used his fire abilities to warm them up as they walked to a beautiful spot he had shown her during her birthday dinner. The stars twinkled above, and Amari flopped down on the soft grass, reflecting on their fun day. She expressed surprise that he had joined in on the fun, given his usual seriousness. He lay down beside her, admitting that he had actually enjoyed it. Amari smiled, sensing that he was deep in thought about his relationship with his mother. He had silently resented her for his scar and for the pain he had endured. After a moment, he turned to her, asking if he could share something. She encouraged him to speak freely. He confessed that while he had promised not to run away, he struggled with self-confidence. He revealed that his childhood had been filled with anger and fear, having witnessed his father's abusive behavior toward his mother. He expressed his fear of inheriting that darkness and not wanting Amari to suffer like his mother had. Amari listened intently, her heart heavy for him. She was grateful he felt comfortable enough to share his burdens with her. Todoroki touched his face, running his fingers across his scar. He reflected on his lack of family and questioned how he could be sure of himself. He wondered how he could provide the support Amari deserved when he felt so lost. Seeing his mother had made him realize he didn't want to repeat the past. Amari, unable to remain silent any longer, lifted herself off the grass and leaned closer to him, placing a hand on the other side of his body. She smiled, and Todoroki felt his cheeks warm. She reminded him that he was not his father and that his power belonged to him alone, as Midoriya had said. Lowering her gaze, Amari continued, her voice softening. She expressed that just being next to him was the support she needed. Though she lacked confidence, she was certain of that. She lightly traced his scar with her fingers, conveying her gratitude for everything he had given her. She reassured him that he was more than enough and that she felt lucky to have met him. She believed he was strong, brave, smart, and wonderful not because of his father, but because of his own abilities. Amari, usually a bit of a dork, spoke with a seriousness that resonated deeply with Todoroki. Her words filled him with warmth and calm, making him feel unworthy of such praise. They shared a moment of silence, and Todoroki found himself captivated by her red eyes, feeling an overwhelming emotion he had never experienced before. Was this what love felt like? Feeling a strong urge to touch her, Todoroki instinctively wrapped his arms around her shoulders, pulling her closer. Amari found herself against his chest, blushing as his scent enveloped her. His arms tightened around her waist as he whispered for her to stay like that for just a moment. Amari rested her head on his chest, listening to his heartbeat, which was quickening. She wondered if he was nervous too. He looked up at the sky, silently grateful for her presence in his life and wanting to thank her. She murmured that she would always be there for him, at least for as long as she could be. That last part made him frown. She often seemed to hold back, as if trying to remind herself not to get too comfortable. He wanted to call her out on it but hesitated when he felt her breath against him. Had she fallen asleep? It made sense, considering she had mentioned being too nervous to sleep the night before. He tightened his hold around her waist and gently kissed the top of her head, whispering words he had always been afraid to say. He thought he loved her. Although she couldn't hear his confession, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, hoping that one day he would have the courage to say it for real. Amari awoke to the sound of her phone ringing loudly in her pocket. She groggily pulled it out, noticing a trail of drool on Todoroki's shirt and quickly wiping it away before answering. A voice on the other end jolted her awake. It was her brother, sounding furious. He demanded to know why she sounded like that and why she was still out, having called her repeatedly. Startled by his tone, Amari apologized, realizing Todoroki had also fallen asleep. Her brother's displeasure was evident as he insisted she return home immediately. His loud voice had roused Todoroki, who rubbed his eyes and asked who was on the phone. Upon hearing Todoroki's voice, her brother's mind jumped to conclusions. He accused Amari of being out with Todoroki, expressing his disapproval. Amari gasped, pulling the phone away to keep Todoroki from hearing. She insisted it wasn't like that and decided to head home immediately. After hanging up, she face-bombed in embarrassment, realizing her brother had misunderstood the situation. She turned to Todoroki with a smile, apologizing for having fallen asleep and for any inconvenience she had caused him. Todoroki stood up, brushing off the grass, and assured her it was his fault too. He offered to walk her home and explain everything to her brother. As they began to walk back together, Amari raised her hand nervously, expressing her hesitation about the idea. He might kill you. Although Todoroki didn't seem fazed in the slightest, he silently slipped his hand into hers. After a stern discussion and a bit of yelling, Bakugo appeared to understand what had happened, though he still wasn't very happy about it. The next day arrived quicker than usual, and soon enough, Amari was back in class, watching Aizawa move toward the front. He announced that now that the sports festival was over, it was time to focus on the upcoming internships. He placed a large stack of papers on the desk and pointed to them, explaining that these were the offers received during the festival. The names and agencies on the list had recognized their talent and extended invitations to intern with them. Those without offers would receive a smaller list to choose from after class. He emphasized the importance of choosing carefully, as this would impact their futures. The class cheered in excitement as the teacher began passing out the papers one by one until he stopped at Amari. She took the paper from his hand and smiled, wondering who had extended an offer. Humming slightly, she turned the paper over but immediately froze when she read the first name on the list. That son of a gun. Todoroki turned his head in confusion when he saw Amari grumbling to herself, tearing the top sheet of paper off and crumpling it in her hands in frustration. He picked up the paper slowly, asking what had upset her so suddenly. His question was quickly answered as he unraveled the paper and read the first offer on the page. It was from his father, Endeavor. He asked why his father had sent an offer to her. Narrowing her eyes in anger, Amari replied that he probably wanted to make her feel inadequate, to show her firsthand how useless she was. Her words sounded familiar, making Todoroki uneasy. Had his father targeted Amari without him knowing? He needed answers. Amari nervously recalled her encounter at the sports festival, admitting that she may have painted a target on her back. This revelation only heightened Todoroki's anxiety. What had that man done to her? What had happened that he didn't know about? He pressed her for details. Amari couldn't help but laugh, trying to lighten the mood. She mentioned that she might have threatened him, trying to downplay the situation. Threatened him? And she was still okay? The terror in his eyes grew as he shot up from his seat, asking if she was hurt. Grasping her arm, he searched for any signs of injury. If that man had done anything to her, he wasn't sure what he would do. But Amari shrugged him off, trying to calm him down. She reassured him that she was fine, explaining that they had only talked, though he had angered her to the point of going a little overboard. Narrowing her eyes in anger, she scoffed, recounting how Endeavor had tried to belittle her, telling her to stay in her place and that she wasn't good enough for him. She expressed her disdain for his words, calling them nonsense. Todoroki felt a fiery rage grow within him at the thought of his father trying to hurt Amari like that, to drive her away. He hated him. Amari touched the paper in her hands and spoke again, stating that it was clear Endeavor wanted to make a fool of her, to prove that what he said was true. There was no way he had recognized her talent. Todoroki listened and realized she was probably right. His father just wanted to toy with her. The thought made him sick. He felt responsible for the harassment and apologized, asking if she planned to reject the offer. But Amari smirked, crumpling the page in her hands. She declared that she was accepting it, stating that she never ran from a challenge. Todoroki's eyes widened at her determination, recalling the abuse and intense training his father had subjected him to over the years. He couldn't bear the thought of her experiencing that pain. He had to put his foot down. He insisted that she knew Endeavor wouldn't make it easy for her and would purposely try to drive her out. Any sane person would have taken his words to heart and rejected the offer, but Amari was not that kind of person. Instead, she smiled at him, the scent of a challenge too enticing to resist. If Endeavor thought she would run away, he was mistaken. She was counting on it. As they approached Endeavor's agency, Todoroki and Amari fell into an unusual silence. It had been agreed that since she wouldn't back down, he also wanted to train with his father. Part of it was for her, but he also wanted to learn from the best, regardless of their past. They saw the outline of the tall building in the distance when Amari suddenly stopped, her hand now radiating uncertainty. Todoroki noticed the look of distress on her face and wondered if she was second-guessing her decision. He hoped she was. He asked what was wrong, suggesting that if she didn't want to go through with it, they could return to UA and choose another agency. Amari frowned, shaking her head in frustration, as if upset by the idea. She clarified that it wasn't that she didn't want to go in, she wanted to talk to him about something before they entered. Todoroki eyed her with confusion but allowed her to continue, her voice coming out quietly. Amari expressed her concern about their relationship while they were at the agency, suggesting it might be better if they weren't together during this time. Todoroki's eyes widened in surprise as he released her hand, feeling a mix of confusion and worry. He couldn't understand why she would want to end things. Amari quickly reassured him, her hands raised in a gesture of peace. She explained that she was aware of the target on her back and didn't want him to be in danger because of her presence. She felt that others would perceive her arrival as having ill intentions, and she didn't want Todoroki to suffer because of it. Todoroki, however, couldn't accept the idea of standing by while his father could potentially harm her. He insisted that he wouldn't allow anything to happen to her and encouraged her to tell him if things became overwhelming. Amari, feeling frustrated, brushed her hair behind her ear and revealed a scar, emphasizing that she had faced many challenges to get to this point. Her serious tone made Todoroki realize the weight of her experiences. She then shifted her demeanor, taking his hand and asking for his support instead of his protection. Todoroki felt a flicker of doubt but pushed it aside, agreeing to be there for her. Amari smiled, and they continued toward the building, ready to face the challenges ahead. Upon entering Endeavor's office, they found him seated at his desk. When he noticed Amari, his expression darkened, and he welcomed Todoroki with a comment about finally agreeing to his path. Todoroki clarified that his decision was independent of his father's influence, stating that he was there as a top pro hero. Endeavor frowned but acknowledged that it was a step in the right direction. He approached Amari, expressing his frustration that she hadn't left yet. Amari met his attitude with confidence, smirking as she pointed out that she was aware of his true interest in her. Todoroki felt a surge of concern for her safety as Endeavor's demeanor shifted. The tension in the room was palpable, and he feared for Amari's recklessness. Endeavor warned her that her confidence might not serve her well in the upcoming challenges. Amari laughed off his warning, showing no signs of intimidation. She welcomed the challenge, ready to prove herself. Endeavor narrowed his eyes at her defiance but decided to take them to the training ground to meet the other trainees. As they walked down the hallway, Todoroki exchanged glances with Amari, silently checking in on her. They arrived at a large door, and upon entering, they were greeted by the sounds of training and the smell of sweat. The trainees immediately stopped their activities upon seeing Endeavor and approached him eagerly. Endeavor introduced Todoroki as his son, who would be interning with them for the week. The trainees buzzed with excitement, recognizing Todoroki's name from the sports festival. Although he appreciated the attention, he felt a wave of discomfort wash over him as they crowded around him. He really hated being in his father's shadow. It was nice to meet everyone, but he knew Amari would have to introduce herself. As Amari stepped out from Endeavor's side, her tall form drew everyone's attention. She took a breath and introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Bakugo Amari, and I will also be in your care this week." At her words, everyone paused, surprised to see the small girl standing confidently among them. Did she just say she was interning here too? It seemed impossible. Almost immediately, everyone blinked in disbelief, and one boy, who had been talking to Todoroki, turned to her. He looked skeptical. "I'm sorry, I don't think I heard right. Did you just say that you're interning here too? That's a good one, kid." Amari narrowed her eyes and stepped forward defiantly. She was not going to back down. "Do you have a problem with that?" The boy appeared taken aback, but then Endeavor's voice cut through the tension. "Yes, these two will be in your care this week. Be careful not to push them too hard, or it will reflect poorly on our reputation as a company. Understood, Katsu?" Though Endeavor addressed both of them, it was clear he meant Amari. Katsu smirked, already sizing her up and finding her lacking. This little girl seemed out of her depth. "Understood, sir." The other members of the group circled around her, their expressions skeptical. "She doesn't look like much. Are you sure she can handle this? Maybe it would be better if she left before she gets upset." Todoroki couldn't stand by and watch them pick on her. They were targeting her because of her size, and he didn't want that for her. He puffed out his chest in anger and stepped forward, placing a warning hand on Katsu's arm. "Don't speak to her like that." The boys laughed, finding amusement in his words. "Oh look, it's the knight in shining armor here to save the princess. Does he always do this for you? That's how you got here in the first place, isn't it?" Amari's face turned to irritation as she roughly removed Todoroki's hand. He was making things worse. "Shoto." Even just the sound of his name made Todoroki realize she was not pleased, so he slowly dropped his hand. "Amari." They shared a silent look before Katsu laughed again, eyeing the two carefully. "Wait, now I know who you are. You're the one who confessed to him in front of the entire festival. So now I see why you're here. It's just to be with your beloved boyfriend, right? Well, this isn't a game. Just go home, kid." Todoroki wanted to defend her, but he held back, sensing her body language. They thought she had cheated her way into this position, but in reality, Amari had worked harder than anyone. It was frustrating. Endeavor's voice interrupted his thoughts. "All right, now that you've introduced yourselves, we will start by patrolling the area. Come, Shoto, we have much to do." Hearing him single her out, Amari stepped forward. "Wait, hold on. You are supposed to train me as well. Where do you think you're going?" Endeavor paused, the atmosphere growing tense. "Oh, you didn't think I was going to waste my time with you, did you? How foolish. Only the most capable of my team are sent to patrol, and I don't want to be responsible for someone like you. We are not a babysitting service." Amari stood in silence, seething at his words. He was dismissing her, calling her a nobody who didn't deserve to stand next to Todoroki. The thought infuriated her. He really intended to leave her behind. Todoroki noticed her displeasure and felt uneasy about leaving her alone. Who knew what could happen without him by her side? "If she doesn't join, then I'm not following you." Endeavor took in the disobedience slowly, but it was Amari who spoke up. "Shoto, you should go." Blinking in disbelief, he responded, "What? Amari, I already told you I'm not leaving you alone." The other sidekicks and trainees began to chuckle at his declaration, making Amari even more uncomfortable. "I don't need your pity. If he doesn't want me to go, then that's that. This is a good opportunity for you. You need to take it." He knew she was right. This was a valuable opportunity for him to learn how to be a better hero, but leaving her behind felt wrong. Seeing his hesitation, Amari smiled softly and nodded in acceptance. "Hey, I'll be okay. Don't hold back because of me. I don't want that for you." Staring at her face, he found it harder to say no. If she truly wanted him to go, he couldn't deny her. Alright, but let me know if you need anything, alright? Amari gave a half-hearted nod as Endeavor began to lead him away, but not before whispering something to Katsu. Put her through the hardest level we have. Don't stop until she gives up and goes home. Katsu nodded, already aware of the plan. He wanted to drive this little girl out. Understood. Todoroki's father smiled, taking one last look at Amari before turning away. She wouldn't last the day. Once they were gone, Amari lowered her hand, hearing the taunts behind her. Are you sure you want to do this? It won't be pretty, and your boyfriend isn't here to save you now. Just give up already like you did with patrolling. Staring at the ground for a moment, she smirked. This wouldn't be easy, but she was determined to claw her way back to the top. You are mistaken, I haven't given up. I just need to make him notice me. The other teammates looked confused by her words. You sound pretty confident for someone who was just dismissed. Turning back to the boys, they suddenly felt a new energy emanating from her. It was dark and challenging, completely different from just moments ago. Oh, I wasn't dismissed. He just doesn't realize how serious I am yet. With that, she took a box of pills from her back pocket and lifted a challenging hand toward Katsu. Endeavor returned after sunset, slipping away from Todoroki to check on Amari. As he stepped into the agency, he assumed she had gone home hours ago, likely upset along the way. Now he wouldn't have to deal with her anymore. Approaching the second-floor windows that overlooked the training grounds, he was about to peek in when one of the trainees burst through the doors, clutching his side. The boy exclaimed that Endeavor was back. Endeavor eyed the injury with interest but chose to ignore it for now. He mentioned that he had come to check on the intern, assuming she must have left by now. The boy turned nervous, and at that moment, another sidekick, Katsu, rushed in, breathing heavily. He questioned where Endeavor had found Amari, calling her insane. Not understanding the concern, Endeavor prompted Katsu to continue. Katsu explained that he had followed Endeavor's orders and hadn't let her rest since they started, hoping it would drive her to quit faster. Endeavor felt a sense of unease about where this was leading. He asked for more details. Katsu pointed towards the window, urging Endeavor to take a look. Raising an eyebrow, Endeavor approached the training ground windows, thinking Katsu must have been mistaken. It had been nearly 5 hours since he last left her. There was no way she was still going strong. Glancing into the window, Endeavor's eyes widened at the sight before him. Amari was still there, breathing heavily as sweat dripped down her face. She appeared close to exhaustion while fending off her attackers, yet she remained standing. The attackers surrounded her, quirks aimed at her, but Amari was not backing down. Using her gold matter, she trapped them in separate domes. It looked physically taxing for her, but she persevered. Noticing Endeavor watching, she frowned and closed her fist, causing the attackers to crash to the floor. Good, he was watching. Then she turned to him, gasping for breath, and challenged him to face her directly instead of sending his sidekicks to do his bidding. She demanded to know if she was worthy enough to be in his presence now. Katsu's eyes widened at her defiance, questioning if she was even human, as it seemed she had no fear at all. Endeavor observed the girl challenging him with fierce determination in her eyes. She shouted at him, demanding his attention and calling him a coward. The sidekicks looked at her in disbelief as Endeavor entered the room, his displeasure evident, causing everyone to shrink away from her. He approached her, intent on intimidating her, and asked what she had just said. She met his gaze without flinching and repeated her challenge. The crowd around them whispered in astonishment at her courage and audacity. It seemed she was unaware of the gravity of her situation. After a moment of silence, Endeavor decided that this girl needed a lesson. He spoke low, stating that he would face her but warned her not to regret her decision. He would demonstrate just how weak and useless she was to the Todoroki line, proving that she was not strong enough for his training. She needed to prepare herself. Finally giving Amari what she wanted, she couldn't help but smile slyly, knowing her determination would be evident. She was ready to show him that she should not be underestimated. They moved away from each other to get into position, and Endeavor sensed that he would need to strip her of her overconfidence. As he charged at her, Amari calculated her options. This would be extremely challenging, but she didn't need to win, she just needed to show him she was serious. She threw a punch, but her small size allowed her to slip under his large arm, raising a protective shield to shield herself from his flames. Endeavor redirected his attack, launching a ball of fire toward her. She raised her arm to block it, but the impact shattered her shield, causing her skin to sting. Amari winced at the pain, realizing this was unlike any opponent she had faced before. He was on another level. Seeing her injured skin, Endeavor paused for a moment, urging her to stop before she got herself hurt. But Amari narrowed her eyes, readying her quirk for another attempt. She insisted that this was nothing, claiming she had faced worse challenges before. With renewed determination, she charged at him again, lighting up her palms with her quirk, ready to retaliate. However, Endeavor swiftly grabbed her arm, twisting it in a way that showcased his strength. It was as if he wasn't even trying. He lifted her off her feet and threw her across the training ring, her body hitting the ground with a thud. Amari groaned, rolling over and coughing slightly, feeling the sting of pain throughout her limbs. He was not holding back. Endeavor called out to her, urging her to give up. But she frowned, willing herself back to her feet despite her shaking legs. She refused to surrender. Endeavor raised an eyebrow, realizing that her gold matter alone would not be enough to contend with him. She would need to tap into her explosive powers. Trying to channel her emotions, she declared that she had never truly hated anyone before, finding it amusing that he would be the first. With that surge of anger, she felt the fire of determination within her. If she stopped now, Todoroki would always be under his control. She needed to show him that he couldn't do as he pleased with her. Feeling her palms start to spark, she charged towards him again, this time unleashing a large explosion in his path. Although he managed to sidestep, he caught her arm once more. To avoid the same fate, Amari grunted through her pain, channeling her power into her palms. It seemed to work, as Endeavor loosened his grip just enough for her to break free. She smiled at this small victory. However, her triumph was short-lived as a powerful blow collided with her stomach, stealing her breath away. In her weakened state, he easily tossed her aside again. The impact blurred her vision, and she couldn't help but wonder if this was the training Todoroki had mentioned. Facing such challenges as a child was something she didn't want to contemplate. Coughing violently, Amari felt as though her limbs were about to give out. Endeavor observed her with disappointment, questioning her resolve. His words echoed in her mind, filling her with a new sense of determination. She slowly willed herself back to her feet, refusing to let this be the end. Todoroki walked into the agency, sighing. Nothing significant had happened during patrol, and being stuck with his father for that long was far from ideal. Throughout the day, he couldn't shake the concern for Amari. She had seemed so frustrated when he tried to assist her against those sidekicks, and just recalling their insults ignited a simmering anger within him. He hoped everything was all right now. As he moved toward his father's office, Todoroki noticed a crowd gathered around the second floor of the training hall, buzzing with excitement. A couple of sidekicks hurried past him, their conversation catching his attention. They mentioned that an intern had been bold enough to challenge the boss. A sense of dread filled his stomach as he listened to their next words, which confirmed his worst fears. They said she was being overwhelmed by Endeavor, and the thought sent a wave of terror through him. No, that couldn't be true. Amari was reckless but not foolish. She wouldn't have done that, would she? His feet moved on their own, propelling him toward the throng of people as he pushed through, his heart racing in his chest. He silently pleaded for her safety. When he finally reached the front, Todoroki froze at the sight before him. The sidekicks had been right. Amari was indeed fighting his father, and she was struggling immensely. He watched as Endeavor unleashed his full power, repeatedly throwing her to the ground. Placing a trembling hand against the glass, Todoroki was flooded with memories of his own childhood and the harsh training his father had put him through. He didn't want this for her. He needed to intervene. Before he could think twice, he raced down the steps toward the training grounds, determined to put a stop to this. Amari exhaled heavily, feeling herself on the brink of exhaustion. If she continued like this, she would collapse, and that would mean surrendering. Endeavor, also frustrated with the match, decided to intervene. He stated that they would stop, warning her that if she kept pushing herself, she could end up seriously hurt, and he didn't want that on his conscience. He added that the Todoroki line didn't need someone like her, as she would only be a burden. As he turned away, Endeavor heard heavy groaning and paused to look back at the determined girl still trying to stand. He questioned her stubbornness, telling her she had already lost. However, Amari was resolute, clawing her fingers into the ground and forcing herself upright. She declared that she didn't understand the meaning of giving up. As long as she was alive, she would not back down, insisting that she wasn't finished with him yet. Endeavor was taken aback by her tenacity. Here was a child on the verge of collapse, yet she was still fighting to stand. Remembering what his sidekicks had said about her being something other than human, he began to understand their perspective. He remarked on her seemingly reckless nature, questioning if she had a death wish. Amari managed a grim smile, explaining that if she was going to die, it didn't matter whether it was now or later. If he couldn't tolerate her, he should be ready to finish what he started. Endeavor felt a sense of defeat. This girl was truly something else. He reluctantly agreed to train her but made it clear that it didn't mean he accepted her. Amari acknowledged this, reminding him not to think that it changed her feelings toward him. Just then, the door slammed open, revealing a worried and angry Todoroki. He recognized Amari's silhouette and rushed to catch her as she stumbled forward. He glared at his father, demanding to know what he had been doing. Endeavor replied that he was simply responding to her challenge and urged Todoroki not to be soft. Todoroki frowned, focused on getting Amari away from the situation. Once outside, she tried to reassure him, insisting that she was okay. However, he knew better and expressed his frustration over her challenging Endeavor. Amari found his concern amusing, acknowledging that she had been told she was insane before. Todoroki, however, was too worried to appreciate her lightheartedness and insisted they find a new agency. Amari felt a flicker of anger at his words, questioning his attitude. She reminded him that her choices were her own and he needed to accept that. Todoroki found her reasoning absurd, insisting he wouldn't accept her pushing herself to such extremes. In frustration, Amari argued that being a hero was about pushing past one's limits and facing obstacles head-on. She believed that getting hurt was part of the journey. While he understood her point, Todoroki urged her to take care of herself too. He expressed concern that she couldn't bear all these burdens alone. Her response reflected her painful past, revealing that she had always had to fight for her place and be taken seriously. She felt that if she didn't push herself, she would never be seen as worthy. Todoroki realized that her mindset had been shaped by her experiences in America, where she had to rely solely on herself. He gently touched her shoulder, expressing his worry about her reckless behavior. He reminded her that she could have walked away from Endeavor without facing him directly. But Amari shook her head, insisting that walking away felt like giving up, something she would never do. As her gaze turned distant, she recalled a painful memory. She shared that she had been taught that giving up was akin to dying, and if she ever surrendered, she might as well be dead. Todoroki felt a wave of concern wash over him, realizing the weight of those words. He couldn't fathom the kind of trauma she must have endured to adopt such a belief. Todoroki's heart ached for her, thinking back to her scars and burns. It was as if she had been conditioned to be a machine rather than a person. He asked her what had happened, but she closed her eyes in pain, unwilling to discuss it at that moment. Though her reluctance frustrated him, he respected her boundaries. Instead, he enveloped her in a warm embrace, assuring her that she didn't have to share anything now. He promised that he would always be there for her, emphasizing that she had support now she had him. Feeling the warmth of his embrace, Amari melted into his touch, comforted by the connection they shared. He observed the situation and felt a sense of relief. This girl seemed to be more troubled than he had initially thought. Endeavor heard a heavy knock on the door before Katsu entered. He presented the file on Bakugo Amari. Grabbing the paper, Todoroki's father opened the folder carefully and expressed his gratitude. Katsu asked if Endeavor truly intended to train her personally, noting that he had never done so for anyone except his own children. As he scanned the file, Endeavor sighed, sensing something unique about her. He inquired about what Katsu had discovered. Katsu pulled out his own folder and began to read. He mentioned that not much was known about her, confirming that she was a weak girl with a fragile constitution. However, he had found something unusual. During her time in America, Bakugo attended Primrose Academy, which was not a hero school and where quirks were rarely used. This raised questions about her training. Katsu turned the page and revealed that during the last 5 years, at least one student had gone missing from the academy. He presented a missing poster for Bakugo Amari, who had been reported missing for a month before returning unharmed. The school had never reported the incident, and it had been quietly dismissed before gaining media attention. Since then, no other children had gone missing. Endeavor listened intently, intrigued by the information. If Amari had been a missing child, why hadn't the school reported it? And what had changed upon her return? Katsu confirmed that before her disappearance, Bakugo had been essentially quirkless, but upon her return, she could suddenly control her quirk. This transformation added to the mystery surrounding her. The next day, Amari sat at the kitchen table, stirring her cereal slowly, her mind preoccupied with the challenges ahead. It was clear that Endeavor disliked her and would likely do everything in his power to make her quit. Little did he know who he was dealing with. She sighed heavily when she noticed Katsuki descending the stairs, his appearance catching her off guard. He greeted him with a morning acknowledgement, noting the change in his hairstyle, which was now neat and combed down. It was one of the most amusing sights she had seen in a while, and she wondered what Best Jeanist had done to him. Katsuki narrowed his eyes in annoyance and told her not to go there. Amari chuckled, covering her mouth slightly, much to his dismay. He warned her to be quiet or he would retaliate. Despite his irritation, she couldn't help but giggle and asked what had happened to him, noting that he looked different. Katsuki, still upset, pushed her head down momentarily as a form of revenge for her teasing. He blamed Best Jeanist for making him wear the new style. Amari, dropping her spoon in her bowl, remarked that she thought she had it rough. Slumping down in his seat, Bakugo took the bowl of cereal from her and took a big bite, claiming it as his revenge. He asserted that it didn't matter what anyone else did, he would still strive to be the best. Looking down at her empty hands, Amari felt a twinge of sadness, realizing she was done with breakfast. Bakugo noticed her change in demeanor and felt guilty for taking her food. He asked how things were going at Endeavor's agency, knowing she was training under him. Amari nodded, sighing heavily as she tapped her fingers on the table. She mentioned that Endeavor didn't seem to like her very much, indicating that she had a challenging road ahead. Bakugo raised an eyebrow, surprised that Endeavor would dislike her, as she was usually sociable, albeit a bit awkward. Amari nervously laughed and admitted that she might have threatened Endeavor during the sports festival. Bakugo's eyes widened in disbelief, dropping his spoon in surprise. The idea of her threatening the number 2 hero was both shocking and amusing. Processing her words, Bakugo couldn't help but smile at the thought. He leaned forward and ruffled her hair, feeling a sense of pride. He acknowledged that she truly was his twin after all. Amari froze, unsure how to react to his words filled with admiration. It was the first time he had acknowledged their bond, and it nearly brought her to tears. Katsuki pushed the bowl back toward her, smirking as he encouraged her to show Endeavor what a Bakugo was made of. Amari looked down at the milk, a soft smile creeping onto her lips. She felt renewed determination, knowing she couldn't give up after his words. She thanked him, feeling a sense of support she had never experienced before. Amari felt a surge of motivation as she stood up from her seat, grabbing the bag next to her and smiling brightly. The overwhelming joy from his encouragement filled her. She was determined to make him proud. Bakugo nodded in response, affirming her resolve. When Amari arrived at the training grounds, Endeavor was already there, his expression as unamused as ever. He warned her that it wasn't too late to back down, reminding her that his training was not for the faint of heart and that Shoto had likely explained some things to her. Recalling Todoroki's words, Amari felt her determination bubbling within her. She was ready to prove that he couldn't control her. She would show him, step by step. Endeavor sighed heavily at her defiance, shaking his head. He cautioned her not to regret her decision. Amari rolled her eyes as he stepped closer, challenging her to land a hit on him without using her quirk. With a narrowed gaze, she charged at him with a fierce shout, believing that landing one hit would be simple. She swung her fist down, but he sidestepped, causing her to lose her balance. He quickly countered with a swing of his own. Amari gasped and dodged just in time, but he caught her arm, pulling it back painfully. She struggled against his grip, but his strength was overwhelming. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Endeavor had forced her onto her knees, leaving her feeling humiliated. He had won. Looking down at her, he pointed out her reckless fighting style, emphasizing that using her strength so quickly would lead to her downfall. She needed to be more calculating. Frustrated, Amari pushed against him, gritting her teeth. She hated feeling powerless. She pleaded for him to let her go, but he refused, stating that a villain wouldn't either. His response made her hiss in frustration, questioning the difference between them. Not appreciating her attitude, Endeavor tightened his grip, causing her to wince. He warned her against insulting someone who had the upper hand, calling it foolish. He then instructed her to learn how to escape his hold. When he finally released her, Amari touched her sore muscles, realizing he was serious about the training. She dusted herself off and challenged him, suggesting he was underestimating her. After a moment of contemplation, Endeavor agreed to a challenge. If she could land a hit on him before the week ended, he would allow her to patrol with Shoto and him. With her hands balled into fists, Amari accepted the challenge, feeling a new mission ignite within her. She warned him he would regret making that offer. Endeavor shrugged, then unexpectedly launched a massive fireball in her direction. Amari gasped and raised a shield, which shattered upon impact. The power he wielded was incredible. She coughed from the pain, only to have him throw another fireball, breaking her shield again. Seeing her struggle, he sighed and explained that her first test was to maintain her quirk without it breaking. She needed to build her endurance. He unleashed a barrage of fire at her, forcing her to defend herself to avoid being burned. It felt like he wanted her to fail. Amari groaned as she blocked another attack, the force causing her shield to shatter and pain to explode in her chest. Endeavor seemed unimpressed, questioning her abilities. Angry and determined, she tried again, focusing harder this time. When the impact hit, her shield held firm, though the pain was still intense. Endeavor pushed against her power, and she faltered, tumbling to the ground. He reminded her not to let her emotions control her quirk, stating she had much to learn. Amari groaned as she picked herself up, wiping a drop of blood from her mouth. She knew this week would be challenging. The next morning, Endeavor found Amari already running laps and training alone, making him wonder how long she had been there. Throughout the following days, he pushed her hard, but she remained steadfast, focusing on her training. As he threw another fireball her way, Amari shielded herself, feeling less strain from the impact. Endeavor was surprised by her improvement. He attempted to push against her power again, but this time she stood her ground, pushing back with newfound strength. He instructed her to focus on maintaining her quirk. With narrowed eyes, Amari concentrated, her veins visibly straining as she fought to hold her ground against him. He pressed harder, causing her to falter again. She refused to let him defeat her like this. Remembering her brother and Todoroki's encouragement, she found her resolve and firmly planted her feet. With all her might, Amari pushed back against Endeavor, channeling the love and support she had received over the past days. It felt different from her anger. She declared that he wouldn't beat her again. Endeavor widened his eyes in surprise as her shield expanded, pushing him off his feet and sweeping him away with her power. Breathing heavily, Amari let her arms drop, feeling as heavy as lead. She looked at Endeavor, who stood in shock a few feet away. Then she noticed him brush his fingers against his cheek, freezing in place. There was a small cut on his skin. Had she done that? It wasn't much, but that small hit meant everything to her. She had succeeded. Endeavor sighed, cautioning her not to get too cocky. A small hit like that was nothing to celebrate over. Despite his words, Todoroki's father was surprised by his daughter's strength. Perhaps he had underestimated her after all. Taking a step forward, She crossed her arms over her chest, ignoring the heaviness in her limbs. He was trying to turn the situation around on her, but that wasn't going to happen. It didn't matter, she expected him to keep his promise. Recalling a couple of days ago, he sighed internally. It seemed he would have to look after her tonight after all. He was a man of his word. Amari smiled at his response. Previously, he had told her that only the most capable members of his team were allowed to patrol. For the first time, it felt like he was recognizing her talent. Just then, the door to their right slammed open, revealing Todoroki. Amari blinked in surprise at his presence. He took one look at his father before turning back to her, stating that he was taking a break and that she should do the same. Amari, recalling her sore arms, knew she couldn't give up now. She encouraged him to enjoy his break, but he wasn't taking no for an answer. He reached forward to grab her arm and turned to his father, insisting that she was taking a break. Before his father could respond, Todoroki had already pulled Amari out of the training room and down the hallway. She protested, saying it was fine, but he stopped, recalling her earlier fight with his father. He knew she was pushing herself too hard. He asked when she last relaxed, reminding her that she needed to take care of herself. His words resonated with her. She had been so focused on defeating his father that she couldn't remember the last time she took a break. She apologized. He sighed heavily, taking a water bottle from his bag and tossing it in her direction, telling her to drink. Amari complied as a few sidekicks passed by. Their whispers were different now than they had been a couple of days ago. Back then, they had mocked her, calling her names. Now, she was recognized as the one who challenged their boss, the one brave enough to train with him. They walked to a grassy area on the rooftop, and Todoroki noticed the dark circles under her eyes. When was the last time she had slept? Sitting down, he called out to her, asking her to come over. She narrowed her eyes in confusion but complied, sitting down quietly beside him. Once she was settled, he gently pushed her head down onto his lap, hoping it would help her relax. Amari felt embarrassed, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. She protested, saying she was fine, but paused when she felt his fingers running through her hair, relaxing her instantly. He encouraged her to close her eyes, assuring her that he would be right there. His words washed over her, and she felt a sense of acceptance. She agreed to rest for just a minute. Closing her eyes, she focused on the gentle breeze and the soothing motion of his hand. It had been so long since she had relaxed like this, she could almost drift off to sleep. However, a couple of voices nearby shook her from her peaceful state. They were talking about her, mentioning her training with the boss and how she had challenged him in front of the entire agency. One voice dismissed the rumors, suggesting that her connection to his son was the reason for her opportunity. Their words stirred an uncomfortable feeling in her stomach. They could say whatever they wanted about her, but she wouldn't let them assume anything about Todoroki. Noticing her unease, he gently touched her face, confused about what was troubling her. She opened her eyes and gazed at him sadly before looking away. She expressed her frustration about their relationship being seen as a means to get ahead, and how it upset her that others thought he used underhanded tactics as well. Todoroki took in her words, glancing at the people she referred to. He couldn't understand why she was so affected by their opinions. He didn't care what others thought. Before she could continue, he leaned down and kissed her unexpectedly. She widened her eyes in surprise but didn't pull away, feeling caught off guard. He pulled back, and embarrassment washed over Amari as she covered her face with her hands, trying to hide her expression. Concerned, he asked if he had done something wrong. She shook her head, assuring him it was just a surprise. Wanting to see her face, he gently took her hands away from her cheeks, not wanting to think she was upset. She reluctantly uncovered her face, and he froze at the sight of her flushed expression. The moment was overwhelming, and he accidentally ignited a small flame on his hand. He quickly pulled away, apologizing for startling her. Amari turned away, embarrassed, and explained that she hadn't been prepared for such a surprise. He reminded her that they had shared kisses before, and there was no need to be so embarrassed. She nodded in understanding but then paused, recalling his earlier comment. She questioned him about the number of times they had kissed, realizing he had said 4 when she thought it was only 2. Todoroki froze, remembering the other 2 times she didn't recall. During the USJ attack, Todoroki had given Amari her medicine while she was unconscious. Reflecting on this, Amari nodded. Made sense. However, Todoroki continued, reminding her of his visit on her birthday. Amari nodded again, uncertain of where this was leading. She couldn't recall much from her birthday, except for a strange dream she had. Suddenly, the pieces fell into place. Panic washed over her as she realized the implications of her dream. Had she really attacked him? She gasped, horrified at the thought. Todoroki blinked in surprise, clearly not expecting her to remember. He asked if she recalled the incident, which only deepened her embarrassment. Rising from his lap, she felt utterly mortified. She had thought it was just a bad dream. How could she have acted like that? She apologized profusely, questioning why he would still want to be friends with her after such an incident. Todoroki placed a reassuring hand over hers, asking why he wouldn't want to be friends. Amari shook her head, muttering to herself about her terrible actions and vowing to never drink again. Seeing her distress, Todoroki leaned in and kissed her unexpectedly, mirroring her actions from that night. Amari fell silent, her cheeks flushing. She felt conflicted, her body inching closer to him despite her worries about being watched. She warned him that others might see, but Todoroki dismissed her concerns, expressing that he didn't care what others thought. Just then, Katsu appeared, looking unimpressed as he informed them that Endeavor was looking for them. Embarrassed, Amari quickly stood up, apologizing and promising to join him soon. Before leaving, she turned to Todoroki with a bright smile, sharing that she had finally convinced Endeavor to let her patrol with him later. Todoroki was surprised, knowing how difficult his father could be. He asked how she managed it, and she simply winked at him, playfully challenging his perception of her abilities. He smiled back, acknowledging her strength. Amari felt a rush of warmth from his compliment but was at a loss for words, playfully protesting that she was trying to be the cool one. Katsu interrupted their moment, reminding them that they needed to move. Flushing with embarrassment, Amari nodded, apologizing for the distraction and promising to see Todoroki later. As she walked away, Todoroki watched her, still amazed at her ability to sway his father's decision. Yet, a nagging feeling settled in his stomach, as if this was merely the calm before a storm. Later that night, Amari, Todoroki, and Endeavor arrived in Hosu to patrol. There had been reports of a series of incidents in the area, prompting the number 2 hero to investigate. As they stepped onto the bustling streets, Amari felt a surge of excitement. Her dream of becoming a hero was closer than ever. Endeavor felt a hand on his shoulder and turned to see Katsu looking concerned. Katsu questioned the decision to bring Amari along, citing potential dangers. Endeavor sighed, stating that a promise was a promise, but insisted that Katsu ensure Amari's safety, as it would reflect poorly on their agency if anything happened to her. Katsu nodded, exasperated, and turned to Amari, reminding her to uphold the family name. Amari rolled her eyes, whispering to Todoroki with a hint of sarcasm about Endeavor's charm. Todoroki smirked, impressed by her boldness in calling out his father. Endeavor's voice cut through their banter, reminding Amari to pay attention. She groaned in response, affirming that she had heard him the first time. Noticing her lack of respect, Endeavor narrowed his eyes, advising her to show more deference to her superiors. Amari chuckled, flipping her hair over her shoulder and playfully retorting that he should stop acting like a G. The other sidekicks around them widened their eyes at her boldness, but Endeavor seemed unfazed. He assigned Todoroki to patrol the north side with Katsu while he would supervise Amari on the south side. Amari felt a mix of surprise and annoyance, questioning why she had to be with Endeavor. Endeavor simply stated that he didn't trust her. Although his remarks stung, Amari reminded herself that she should be grateful for the opportunity to be there at all. She crossed her arms defiantly, while Todoroki felt a twinge of worry for her. He knew she wanted to prove herself, but he couldn't help but want to protect her. He placed a hand on her shoulder, asking if she would be all right. Amari nodded, offering him a reassuring smile, even joking about Endeavor's demeanor. Todoroki wasn't entirely convinced but decided to trust her abilities, knowing she had trained hard with him recently. He reminded her to reach out if she needed anything and to avoid reckless behavior, which only made her smirk in amusement. Amari had meant her words as a joke, but Todoroki understood the truth behind them. If danger arose, she would likely rush in without a second thought. He had witnessed it before. Seeing the frown on his face, Amari's expression softened, and she gently touched his cheek. She reassured him that she would be okay and promised to avoid any reckless actions. He nodded, hearing his father call for her with urgency. "Bakugo, let's go already," Endeavor shouted. Amari rolled her eyes but raised her hand in a quick farewell. She acknowledged Todoroki with a similar gesture, hoping that everything would be fine with his father. As they walked through the south side of town, a heavy silence enveloped them, revealing the tension between Amari and Endeavor. Finally, Endeavor broke the silence. He mentioned that something had been bothering him for days. Amari, glancing away, responded with a hint of sarcasm, questioning if he had finally recognized his own flaws. Endeavor narrowed his eyes at her retort, dismissing it. He revealed that he had looked into her background and noted that she had attended a non-hero academy while overseas. Amari's eyes widened in surprise, and she halted in her tracks, questioning his motives. She accused him of stalking her and reminded him that he had deemed her unworthy of his son. Endeavor quickly countered, asserting that he still believed she wasn't suitable for the Todoroki lineage. His curiosity about her reckless behavior led him to investigate her past. Feeling a wave of anxiety, Amari attempted to brush off his probing. She warned him not to dig into her history. Endeavor pressed on, sensing her discomfort. He questioned if she had something to hide, mentioning her month-long disappearance before returning unharmed. Amari's expression darkened, and her breathing quickened as painful memories surged within her. She urged him to stop. But Endeavor stepped closer, determined to uncover the truth. Just then, a loud explosion erupted nearby, shaking the ground and drawing their attention. A giant winged creature emerged from the smoke, and the sounds of chaos filled the air. It was a Nomu, the same creature from the USJ attack. People rushed past her in panic, and the reality of the situation hit her hard. This was no training exercise. Hosu was under attack. A nearby building ignited in flames, and Amari realized there could be people trapped inside. Her instincts kicked in, and she turned toward the burning structure, only to be stopped by Endeavor's grip on her arm. "What do you think you're doing?" he demanded. Amari frowned, desperate to break free. She insisted that they needed to help those inside the building. Endeavor, however, insisted she stay put and let the pro-heroes handle the situation. He reminded her that she was just an intern. Though he had a point, Amari knew she couldn't stand by while lives were at stake. She had trained hard to become a hero, and this was her moment to act. Ignoring Endeavor's orders, she made her decision. Standing idle was not what a hero would do. With determination, she ran toward the building, prompting Endeavor to shout after her, concerned for her safety. Amari focused solely on the door ahead. She took a deep breath and swallowed 3 pills for courage. She could do this. As she pushed through the flames and climbed the steps, she found a family of 5 huddled together, terrified. Suddenly, a large beam crashed down toward them, but Amari reacted swiftly, summoning her gold matter to create a protective shield around the family. They looked at her in confusion, and she encouraged them to follow her. The youngest child reached for her hand just as the ground shook violently, causing the floorboards to splinter. Amari's heart raced as she spotted the Nomu in the room with them. She quickly formed a protective dome around the family and instructed them to stay behind her. As the Nomu locked eyes with her, it charged forward. Amari prepared herself, remembering the chaos of the USJ incident. The creature swung a fist, but she dodged just in time, narrowly avoiding the destruction it caused. The Nomu charged again, and as a large beam fell toward her, she unleashed her explosion quirk, blasting it away and creating an opening for escape. Amari could vaguely hear the children screaming in terror, and she knew she had to finish this quickly. The scream caught the attention of the Nomu, which began pounding against Amari's protective barrier with increasing aggression. This was bad. She needed to divert its attention away from the family, and fast. As she ran past the creature, a plan formed in her mind. She called out to it, challenging its focus. Amari picked up a small piece of wood and threw it at the Nomu, which let out a loud, animalistic scream in response. That was the distraction she needed. The creature charged at her, but just before its fist could collide with her, Amari dodged, causing its hand to get stuck in the floorboards for a moment. That brief moment was all she needed. She quickly enclosed the Nomu in a dome, causing the family's protective barrier to disappear. However, she knew it wouldn't hold for long. Ignoring the discomfort in her chest as it pounded against her quirk, she grasped one of the children's hands and urged them to follow her. They quickly made their way down the stairs, trying to avoid the flames surrounding them. Fortunately, Amari was able to shield them from the smoke, though she wasn't as lucky herself, as her quirk could only do so much. Using her explosions, Amari burst through the barricaded front door, leading the family into the street. They coughed slightly from the smoke they had inhaled. Looking back at the building, she noticed a pro-hero nearby. She called out to him, asking him to take care of the family, explaining that she had tried to cover the smoke but some had seeped in. The hero nodded, understanding the situation, and carefully shielded the family as he noticed Amari coughing heavily. He insisted that she should get checked out, but she shook her head, focusing on the family's safety. A little smoke wouldn't harm her, she just needed to ensure they were okay. Wiping ash from her face, she noticed the mother extending her hand, tears in her eyes. She expressed her gratitude, thanking Amari for saving them and asking for her name. Amari looked down at her hands and smiled, feeling that they didn't need to know who she was. Recognition didn't matter to her. She simply told them not to worry about it. The mother blinked in surprise as Amari disappeared around the corner, leaving the children in awe of the heroic display they had just witnessed. One of the kids exclaimed that she was like a superhero, comparing her to an ember. As Amari ran down the street, her phone suddenly buzzed in her back pocket. It was unusual for anyone to call her. She pulled it out and saw that Deku had sent a message with his location. Confused, she realized it was just a couple of blocks away. A heavy pit of anxiety formed in her stomach. Why was Midoriya in Hosu, and why had he only sent his location? It felt odd. Not liking the feeling, Amari decided to check it out. It could be nothing, but she needed to ensure her friend was all right. As she approached the location, she froze at the sight before her. Deku and Ida were lying on the ground, a large pool of blood surrounding Ida. What had happened? Her thoughts were interrupted when a man standing in front of her turned around, his blade glinting in the sunlight. He questioned her identity, mocking her as another fake hero. Deku struggled to look up, warning Amari not to let him cut her, as that was how the man activated his quirk. Amari eyed the man carefully, trying to buy time to formulate a plan. She addressed him, stating that he must be the hero killer and that she needed him to step away from her friends. Stain blinked in surprise, slightly amused by her tone, and dismissed her authority, taunting her about saving them like the others had tried. Amari remained silent, putting 3 pills in her hand before swallowing them. She declared that he could call her what he wanted, but she couldn't let him kill them. With determination, she raced forward, unsure if she could defeat him, but knowing she had to try for Deku and Ida. Stain lifted his blade, aiming to strike her, but was surprised when it bounced off her. Her quirk was intriguing. Seizing the moment, Amari attempted to make him drop the sword by placing a burning hand on his arm as she passed, causing him to gasp in surprise. Though it didn't loosen his grip, she tried a new approach, attempting to knock him off balance. She ran past him again, leaping into the air and unleashing her explosion quirk, landing a hit on his face. Stain stumbled back a few steps, allowing her to focus on her friends. She rushed to help Deku up, asking if he was okay and urging him to move. Deku remained frozen, struggling to move when a flash of light made him shout a warning to her. Amari barely registered his cry before Stain swung his blade down toward her back. She managed to block the blow just in time with her quirk, groaning at the impact. She aimed to knock him out long enough to drag Deku, Ida, and the pro-hero to safety. She just needed to concentrate. Amari raised her hand, throwing an explosion in his direction, only to find that he had vanished. Where had he gone? Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her side, accompanied by cries from Ida and Deku. They called out her name in alarm. Jumping away from the blade, Amari clutched her side in pain, falling to her knees in shock. Stain chuckled, examining the blood on his blade. He complimented her attempt and expressed admiration for her strength, suggesting she might be good enough to survive after all. Then, he liked the blood from his blade, causing Amari to freeze in fear, realizing it was similar to Shinso's quirk. She suddenly found herself unable to move. Stain frowned, staring at the blood on his blade in confusion. He touched a bit of the red liquid before shaking his head, an air of absolute intent in his stance. Now he understood, this was the kind of hero he despised the most. Amari's eyes widened as Stain raced toward her, swinging his blade down. She braced herself for the impact, closing her eyes in fear, when suddenly a huge burst of fire flew past them, causing Stain to freeze. Blinking in surprise, she focused on Todoroki standing a few feet away. He had arrived just in time, apologizing for the delay as he explained that he had been trying to decipher Midoriya's words. He reassured her that the pros were on their way. Stepping forward, Todoroki summoned ice to rise above Deku, Ida, and Amari, allowing them to slide behind him. He declared that he wouldn't let Stain harm them. Struggling to move, Deku warned Todoroki not to let Stain taste his blood, explaining how the villain's quirk worked. Todoroki took in the information, carefully eyeing Amari, who was frozen and bleeding from the side. He realized that keeping his distance was crucial. Just then, a bundle of knives flew past him, grazing his cheek. Stain taunted them, acknowledging their camaraderie. Swinging his sword down, Todoroki quickly blocked the attack with a sheet of ice. This was proving to be more challenging than he had anticipated. Stain was a formidable opponent. Amari watched Todoroki fight, feeling utterly useless. Why weren't her limbs responding? She had to get up. She was not one to give up. Willing everything within her, she caught Midoriya's gaze and noticed his fingers beginning to twitch. It seemed his paralysis was wearing off, and there must have been a time limit. She chose to remain silent, watching as he slowly rose from the floor without Stain noticing. With a sudden burst of energy, he threw a punch in Stain's direction, landing a hit on his jaw. If Amari could smile, she would have. It seemed they had gained the upper hand. Deku moved next to Todoroki, carefully planning their next attack. They needed to work together to protect Amari and Ida from Stain. They decided that their best course of action was to hold him off from a distance until the pros arrived. Todoroki couldn't help but glance at Amari, noticing the blood leaking from her side. They needed to act quickly. He worried about how badly she was hurt. He agreed to the plan, though he knew it would be risky. They hoped the pros would arrive soon. Amari noticed his concern and heard his voice echo in her ear, asking if she was all right. He sounded extremely worried, so she tried to ease his anxiety, assuring him that she was fine and that it was just a little cut. Todoroki's stance softened, but he remained on edge, knowing that he wouldn't feel at ease until he saw for himself that she was okay. Ida watched everything unfold with hollowed eyes, unsure why his friends were risking their lives for him. They should have just run away and let him handle it. It was his fault for not being strong enough. He shouted out, urging them to stop. Ignoring him, Todoroki and Deku aimed their quirks at Stain, who seemed amused by the 2-against-1 situation. Deku charged forward, throwing a fist down, only to collide with Stain's blade, which lightly cut his leg. He groaned from the impact but quickly fell back when Todoroki blinded the villain with his fire. They were truly in over their heads. Stain, unfazed, aimed his sword at Todoroki, causing the boy to falter. He was too fast. Widening his eyes in terror, Ida shouted for them to stop. Suddenly, Stain's blade halted inches from Todoroki's face, blocked by a wall of solid gold matter. Amari was shakily getting to her feet, a few drops of blood leaking from her side. It looked like it pained her to fight against Stain's quirk. Gritting her teeth, she shouted at Ida with determination, urging him to take action. The world wouldn't be kind to him, he needed to be strong enough to face it. Even Stain seemed confused by her resilience. He questioned how she was still standing, suggesting it was due to her blood. Amari frowned at his words, denying his claims. Stain pressed on, accusing her of masquerading as a hero and using the title for selfish purposes. He claimed that people like her had stained the meaning of heroism. Taking another step forward, her friends could see the fierce determination in her eyes. She reiterated that she was not masquerading as anything and that she would be a hero, regardless of his words. Stain growled in frustration and charged at her, his power overwhelming. Amari gritted her teeth in pain, preparing to dodge when Todoroki stepped in front of her, launching ice spikes that forced Stain to retreat. He called out to her, urging her to stop provoking the villain, reminding her that she couldn't fight with her injury. Her response was a frown, filled with sarcasm as she insisted that he underestimated her. She claimed she was fine and could still fight. Though Todoroki remained unconvinced, he stood protectively in front of her, urging her to stay behind him. Before he could finish, Amari dashed away from her shield, aiming an explosion at Stain. The blast erupted in the alley, catching Stain off guard and forcing him to jump back, which only fueled his anger further. Ida watched helplessly as Stain grabbed Amari and threw her against the wall, the impact echoing in the alley. He couldn't understand why they were putting themselves in danger like this. It was clear that victory was slipping away from them. Ida felt tears welling in his eyes as he poured out his feelings, wishing for everything to just stop. He lamented not being as strong as his brother, wishing he could possess that same strength. Amari, feeling the impact of the situation, sensed a familiar echo in his words. She thought of Katsuki, understanding Ida's feelings more than anyone else. Gripping her head in pain, she shouted back at him, urging him to stand up and fight. She insisted that it didn't matter if he wasn't as strong as his brother. Giving up was not an option. Suddenly, a hand gripped her throat, lifting her into the air. She gasped, struggling for breath as she met the eyes of her captor. The villain taunted her, mocking her noble words. Todoroki felt a surge of anger as he aimed a blast of fire at the villain, but he hesitated, knowing he couldn't risk harming Amari. He shouted for the villain to release her. The villain only smiled, relishing in the power he held over Amari. She fought for air, her vision fading. She couldn't let it end like this. She needed to be there for Katsuki. Just when she thought all hope was lost, the pressure around her throat vanished. She fell to the ground, gasping for breath, clutching her throat in disbelief. Ida stood before her, breathing heavily. He had broken free from the villain's hold to save her. He vowed that he wouldn't allow anyone to shed blood for him anymore. Amari managed a smile, though it was strained. She attempted to speak but was interrupted by her coughing. The fight was far from over, as the villain regained his footing, ready to continue the battle. Ida assessed the situation, formulating a plan. He noted the villain's flustered state and decided it was time to attack together. Deku, leaning against the wall, expressed concern about Amari's ability to fight, but she stubbornly insisted that she could. Though the others were uncertain, they chose not to argue with her determination. Even Todoroki remained silent, knowing she was being reckless. They needed to act quickly to secure their victory. With a sudden leap, Stain launched himself into the air, prompting Deku to follow suit. The plan was set in motion. Ida joined them, his eyes filled with determination. He refused to let the villain harm anyone any longer. Their legs collided with Stain, causing him to grunt in pain and surprise. That was their opening. Before he could retaliate, Todoroki unleashed a blast of fire, followed by Amari's explosions, creating a massive fiery spectacle that Stain couldn't evade. Deku and Ida braced for impact, only to be gently lowered to the ground by Amari's protective shields, despite the strain it put on her. They had done it. They had knocked the villain out. Todoroki quickly scanned the area, suggesting they find something to tie him up while Deku began to remove the villain's weapons. They worked together to pull the unconscious villain toward the busy street, hoping to encounter some pro-heroes along the way. Todoroki glanced at Amari with concern, who noticed his gaze and sighed. She assured him she was fine, having endured worse injuries. He remained skeptical, worried about her shallow breathing. He urged her to get checked out. After a moment, she smiled, spotting a few heroes approaching. She promised him she would. As they neared the heroes, the kids recounted everything that had happened, handing Stain over to be detained while Deku's teacher scolded him for being in danger. Amari could only imagine what Endeavor would say about the situation. Suddenly, Ida bowed his head in regret, apologizing for their injuries, admitting he had let his anger cloud his judgment. Amari reassured him, reminding him that this was part of being a hero. Deku echoed his sentiments, expressing his own regret for not noticing Ida's distress. Tears streamed down Ida's face as he reflected on how fortunate he was to have such understanding friends, despite feeling responsible for everything. Amari patted his back, trying to ease his worries. They believed everything was over, but that was a fleeting thought. Out of nowhere, a Nomu appeared, reaching for Deku with its claws extended. Amari instinctively pushed herself in front of Deku, feeling the creature's talons dig into her wound as it lifted her into the air. Todoroki's eyes widened in shock, his anger boiling over as he aimed his quirk at the creature, demanding it release her. Before they could react, Stain leaped forward, liking the Nomu's blood and declaring it was his prize. The Nomu suddenly plummeted to the ground, causing Amari to gasp and struggle against its grip. Just then, she felt a hand grasp her waist, pulling her away from the creature and bringing her safely to the ground. Amari was about to thank the stranger until she realized who it was. Stain. Her eyes widened as she watched him plunge his dagger into the Nomu's skull, eliminating it effortlessly. A few drops of blood splattered onto her face, and she felt a chill run down her spine. This man was terrifying. Deku, Todoroki, Ida, and the other heroes gasped at the scene, witnessing Stain force Amari onto the ground with his hand. They realized he had taken a hostage. They wanted to use their quirks, but the risk of hitting Amari was too great. They had to wait and strategize, which only fueled Todoroki's anger. He couldn't stand the thought of this. Stain chuckled at the remains of the Nomu before lifting Amari into his arms, who struggled beneath him. He seemed unsteady as well. He declared his intent to finish his mission, stating that all false heroes must be stained in blood. He then leaped into the air, disappearing from sight, causing Todoroki's stomach to drop. The uncertainty of what that man could do to her was unbearable. He didn't want to think about it. He called out for Amari, his voice filled with desperation. The other heroes were equally distressed. They decided to split up to search for the hostage before it was too late. Someone needed to contact Endeavor. As they scattered, Deku glanced at Todoroki, who looked like a wreck. To reassure him, but Todoroki's fiery determination only intensified. He would hunt Stain down if it was the last thing he did. Amari just had to be okay. Stain stumbled into a nearby alleyway, pushing Amari against the wall with a fierce intensity in his eyes. He took out his small knife, and a wave of fear washed over her. She questioned why he kept calling her a fake hero, insisting she hadn't done anything wrong and that he didn't know her at all. Stain seemed amused by her words, running a finger along his blade. He taunted her, revealing that she was unaware of the monster within her. As she fought against his grip, she insisted he was wrong about her. He noticed her defiance and pushed her back, asserting that he knew exactly what kind of person she was. He lamented how she had allowed herself to be destroyed without understanding the consequences. Amari's eyes widened in confusion as she heard Todoroki's voice calling out to her, sounding frightened. She needed to respond, to let him know where she was. She opened her mouth to cry out, but Stain's rough hand covered it, pressing her further into the wall. His eyes bore into hers with a mix of hatred and disgust, rendering her immobile. Leaning closer, Stain spoke in a low, threatening tone, his blade dangerously close to her face. He claimed he must cleanse the world before Todoroki could rescue her, vowing to redefine what it meant to be a hero. For the first time, Amari felt true fear. She realized no one knew where she was, and she couldn't fight back as her strength had waned. Was this how she was going to die? She had always thought it would be due to her pills, not at the hands of a murderer. She wasn't ready to leave. There was so much she needed to say to Katsuki and Todoroki, and it felt like the end was closing in. As Stain's knife began to descend, Amari shut her eyes in terror. Suddenly, everything stopped. Stain's hand fell to the side, his knife clattering to the ground, freeing her from his grip. She noticed a large wound in his side, realizing he was no longer breathing or moving. Was he dead? The shock overwhelmed her, and her legs gave out, sliding to the floor. She was alive, somehow. A hand touched her shoulder, and she looked up to see Todoroki staring at her with concern. His voice sounded distant as he asked if she was okay and what had happened. She knew she needed to respond, but the shock lingered in her eyes. All she could manage was a small nod, indicating she was fine. But was she really? After that night, everyone was taken to the hospital for checkups. Amari was fortunate to have only sustained a bruised windpipe, a small side wound, and a couple of broken ribs. However, it was frustrating knowing she couldn't heal like everyone else. Todoroki and Deku had just gone to the cafeteria for food when the door slammed open, revealing someone she wished wasn't their endeavor. He approached her, an aura of anger surrounding him. He reprimanded her for embarrassing the Todoroki name and questioned why she hadn't followed his orders. Not in the mood for his criticism, Amari sighed heavily and replied that it wasn't her style. Endeavor was displeased, crossing his arms in disgust. He blamed her reckless actions for the consequences he faced, stating she couldn't do anything right. She lightly touched her arm and defended her choices, explaining that if she hadn't rushed into that burning building, a family might have perished and her friends could have been hurt. She had no regrets. Endeavor frowned, declaring that her choices had led to her expulsion from the internship. He insisted she would never be a hero if she continued to throw herself into dangerous situations. You aren't the only ones who suffer because of your poor choices. It seems you are still an unruly child. He turned away, calling back to her that he was not a babysitter. Amari let her eyes fall at his words, hating to admit he was right in a sense. She should have been able to fight Stain better, but instead, she felt like a helpless fool. She really did bring everyone down. Endeavor opened the door to find Todoroki and Deku staring at him unhappily. What was he doing here? Todoroki was especially curious about his presence. He asked why Endeavor was there. Staring at his son, Endeavor answered plainly that he only wanted to finish his business with Bakugo, as she had expelled herself from his internship program. The boy's eyes widened at this, with Todoroki fighting back. He expressed disbelief that Amari could be expelled after saving so many people. What surprised them most was when Amari, sounding rather defeated, said it was fine. She knew what she was doing when she disobeyed his orders and now had to live with the consequences. Endeavor started to smile, thinking she was finally getting something right, but his smile dropped when she spoke again. She clarified that she would still be a hero and didn't need his validation or permission to be one. That wouldn't stop her in the slightest. He stood still for a moment before shaking his head in disappointment and leaving the room silently. This girl was too stubborn for her own good. It would clearly be a challenge for her in the future. Once he was gone, Todoroki moved up to her as she plopped down on the bed silently. He asked if she was okay, noting that being expelled would leave a poor mark on her record. She smiled, patting the space next to her, and said it was fine. She hadn't been aiming for anything long-term anyway, and that wasn't why she picked his agency in the first place. It was enough that she had gotten Endeavor to seriously recognize her. That was all she wanted. Her goals were simple and plain. She didn't want to think about becoming a long-term pro-hero but rather live in the moment and break all the barriers while she could. Suddenly, the door slammed open again, and Amari's breath caught in her throat. It was her brother. He looked terrified, as if he had just run to Hosu all at once. He called her name, and blinking in surprise, Amari tried to act natural, smiling back happily. But Bakugo had other plans. He eyed her battered appearance and frowned, stomping up to her. He exclaimed that she looked like a mess and questioned what she was thinking. Amari laughed nervously, trying to downplay her condition. Deku stepped forward carefully, trying to quell Bakugo's anger. He pointed out that Amari had saved him and Ida from the hero killer and suggested Bakugo should ease up on her. This did not help Bakugo at all, it only made him more worked up. Couldn't understand why she was fighting a dangerous villain without him. He insisted that she deserved to know how foolish she was being. Amari took in his features, missing him all at once. Yes, he was yelling at her, but she somehow knew it came from a place of love. Suddenly, Stain's red, bloodshot eyes flashed in her mind, and she felt choked up hearing her brother's voice again. She thought she would never hear it. She expressed her happiness to see him. Noticing her scratchy tone, Bakugo turned back to her, asking what her problem was. Amari realized she must have seemed strange and tried to clean herself up in front of him. She worried about what he would think if he saw her like this. She apologized repeatedly, not meaning to act this way. Bakugo watched her breathing grow more rapid as she continued to apologize. He was not pleased with her behavior. He told her to stop apologizing, insisting she didn't need to be strong in front of him. She knew he had to stop it. He wouldn't like her weak side, so she tried her best to pull herself together, ignoring the tears in her eyes. As she continued to apologize, Bakugo was surprised to see her falling apart in front of him. Did she really think he would be bothered by her tears? He reached out to touch her shoulder, feeling uncomfortable with the situation. He told her to quit it. Nodding her head, her tears began to fall onto her cheeks. She reminded herself that a Bakugo was better than this. She then voiced her fears, revealing that she thought she would never see him again and was so happy to hear his voice. Bakugo's eyes widened at her words, now extremely worried about what she had faced. She wasn't usually like this. Did something scare her? Forgetting the other two people around them, he knew he had to quell her cries or they wouldn't ever stop. He told her not to say such nonsense and carefully wrapped his arms around her shaking body, pulling her close, even though he felt mildly uncomfortable. This was new to him. He assured her it was okay to cry and that he wouldn't think she was weak. Registering his words, Amari wrapped her arms around his waist, taking in his warmth and comfort. She needed to be sure he was still there, that she hadn't died back in that alleyway. Tensing at the action, Bakugo didn't pull away, only patting her head softly as she muttered into his chest that for the first time in her life, she realized she didn't want to die. Blinking in surprise, Bakugo felt a new wave of worry for her, wondering what she had been feeling for the past years. But those thoughts would have to wait for another time. Right now, he just needed to be there for her. Amari felt overwhelmed after the incident in Hosu, believing she was on the brink of death. The moment she heard her brother's voice, she broke down, finally grasping the gravity of her situation with Stain. A few days after the Hosu incident, Deku, Amari, and Todoroki remained in the hospital before finally being sent home. Since then, the boys had avoided mentioning the emotional display they witnessed between Bakugo and his sister. Deku, in particular, felt that acknowledging Bakugo's softer side could lead to trouble, and he didn't want to take that risk. Bakugo, too, couldn't shake the memory of the incident. The following morning, he stomped down the stairs and poured himself a cup of orange juice, his mind still occupied with thoughts of Amari. He had only known her for a short time, but her behavior at the hospital was concerning. Something must have happened in Hosu to frighten her so deeply. He remembered how she had trembled beneath him, and it troubled him. This was precisely why he had reservations about her becoming a hero. It wasn't that he disapproved of her dreams, he simply didn't want her to suffer because of the dangers that came with them. As he pondered, Amari descended the stairs, placing a hesitant hand on her forehead while slinging her bag over her shoulder. She wore her school uniform, which made Bakugo uneasy. She had just been in a hospital bed days ago, and there was no way she was going to school. He confronted her, asking what she thought she was doing. Amari looked up and sighed, grabbing an apple from the table. She explained that she was going to school, as if it were obvious. Deep down, she regretted showing her brother her vulnerable side, as it seemed to make him question her every move. She despised being treated with pity. Bakugo frowned and snatched the apple from her hand, placing it back in the bowl. He insisted that she wasn't going anywhere, reminding her that she had just been in the hospital. Amari rolled her eyes and stepped closer, trying to reassure him that she was fine and that the doctor had discharged her. However, as she took a shaky step forward, Bakugo noticed something was off. He reached out to check her forehead and was alarmed by the heat radiating from it. It was clear she had a fever. He panicked, realizing that her condition could worsen, especially with their parents away. He exclaimed that they needed to get her to the hospital immediately. Before he could push her out the door, Amari halted him, insisting it wasn't a big deal. The doctor had warned her about the possibility of a fever due to her weakened immune system, and she urged him to call their mother if he didn't believe her. Bakugo complied, dialing his mother's number and demanding she confirm Amari's claims. After a brief conversation, His mother verified that Amari was indeed correct but also mentioned she wouldn't be home until later that night. Bakugo felt frustrated, unsure of what to do next. He glanced over and saw Amari putting on her shoes, preparing to leave. He couldn't let that happen. He shouted at her, demanding to know where she thought she was going, reiterating that she wasn't going to school. Amari, determined not to miss a day of school, stood her ground, even as dizziness washed over her. She refused to let a minor illness stop her. Suddenly, Bakugo hoisted her onto his shoulder, ignoring her protests as he carried her up the stairs to her room. Despite her kicking and complaining, he was resolute, throwing her onto the bed and covering her with her comforter. As he pointed a finger at her, he warned her to stay put, threatening that if she didn't, she could pack her things and leave. The fear in Amari's eyes made her feel defeated, and she slumped back into her bed, not wanting to regress in her relationship with her brother. Bakugo, relieved by her compliance, left the room, slamming the door behind him. And feeling slightly irritated. He wished their mother were there to handle the situation. Downstairs, he checked the time and groaned, wondering what their mother usually did when he was sick. He felt lost and alone in this situation. Then he spotted a cookbook and recalled a recipe. He was reluctant, not wanting to be seen as a housewife, but the memory of Amari's scared expression pushed him to take action. He slammed the cookbook on the counter, muttering to himself about his predicament. After scanning the recipes, he settled on a simple rice porridge and angrily placed a pot on the stove. That brat better appreciate this. Just then, the phone next to her bag began to ring loudly, causing Bakugo to raise an eyebrow. Who could that be? Amari didn't have many friends, he noted. Moving to the object, Bakugo picked it up, not bothering to read the caller ID and answering it roughly. He demanded to know who was on the other end. The voice responded plainly, causing Bakugo to frown. It was that icy hot guy. He asked why Bakugo was answering Amari's phone. Katsuki felt annoyed by the question and replied sharply that it was none of his business and to stop calling. Todoroki, sounding confused, expressed concern about Amari not arriving at their meeting spot. He asked if Bakugo knew where she was. Shaking his head in frustration, Katsuki moved back toward the kitchen to start cooking. He stated that Amari wasn't coming today and to forget it. There was a slight pause before Todoroki questioned why not, noting that their internships were over. Rolling his eyes at the boy's lack of understanding, Katsuki opened a cabinet sharply and explained that Amari was sick and staying home. He told Todoroki to stop asking stupid questions and hung up, slamming the phone on the table. That guy was so annoying. It wasn't his business to know everything. Katsuki still felt sour about Todoroki after his outbursts at the hospital a couple of months ago. His sister really had terrible taste. Ignoring the encounter, Katsuki focused on the food, stirring the pot on the stove with frustration, still stewing over that icy hot guy. Moving toward her room with a tray in hand, Bakugo stopped when he saw his sister, sweating and sleeping quietly in her bed. Her fever looked worse. Katsuki quickly placed the tray on the side of her table before moving closer to Amari, staring at her weakened form. He recalled terrible memories that made his stomach churn. It felt like he was back in kindergarten, sitting by her hospital bed, seeing the tubes and wires on her pale skin. Even though that was long ago, he still felt useless and incompetent. Here he was with all this power and strength, yet he couldn't save his sister from her condition. Although she seemed better in the last couple of months, now able to use her quirk and control it, he still felt a sickening sensation in his stomach. He just didn't want to see her in a hospital bed again. Was that too much to wish for? His thoughts were interrupted when Amari turned her head, opening her eyes and meeting his gaze groggily. She asked what he was doing. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he turned his head away quickly and told her to shut up, stating he was just checking if she was finally listening to him or if he would have to kick her out. Blinking in confusion, she noticed the tray of food in the corner, realizing it wasn't there before. She asked if their mom made that for her, expressing surprise since she thought their mom was working. Bakugo thought for a moment before crossing his arms and roughly picking up the tray. He explained that their mom was working and that Amari had to be sick at the worst possible time, making him waste his time. Registering his words, Amari gasped, trying to sit up but finding the room spinning. She felt guilty for inconveniencing him. She apologized, realizing he had to stay home for her and now had to do this. Listening to her apology, he felt slightly bad for being harsh. It wasn't her fault she was sick. He shoved the tray onto her lap and scoffed, not knowing how to apologize. He told her to eat the entire thing since he had to do this for her. She nodded sadly, picking up the spoon and thanking him, surprised he could cook. Rolling his eyes, Bakugo replied that of course he could, reminding her he was great at everything and that this was nothing for the future #1 hero. Amari smiled at that, blowing on the hot porridge. She felt grateful, noting it was the first time she had tasted his cooking. Bakugo widened his eyes at her kindness, unsure how to respond. He told her to just shut up and eat already. Smiling to herself, Amari complied, feeling happy to talk with her brother. That was until she remembered her display in the hospital. She wished he hadn't seen that. Setting the spoon down, she stared at her bowl sadly and asked if they could forget what happened back in Hosu. Raising a brow, Bakugo recalled her crying face and asked why he would do that. Amari stirred her porridge, looking sad as she explained it was embarrassing and she never wanted him to see her like that. She promised she was just shaken up from encountering that villain. Katsuki listened silently, wondering why she wanted him to forget her breakdown. In that moment, he thought he saw a raw and untouched side of her for the first time. He didn't want to forget that. Shaking his head, Bakugo narrowed his eyes, trying his best to express his feelings. He told her she could forget it, stating he couldn't forget something like that. He wasn't the type to back down, so she didn't need to apologize. Amari seemed frustrated, explaining that she didn't want him to think of her as a pathetic weak sister who couldn't do anything and was a crybaby. That was the last thing she wanted him to think of her as. But she felt that was pretty accurate at the moment, and she worried he still didn't believe she could be a hero. Gazing at her sweating exterior, Bakugo considered her words. He knew better than to think that now. He told her she was right about that, but it didn't mean he thought she was a crybaby either. He pointed out that she didn't know how to stop or when to give up before hurting herself. Amari felt slightly embarrassed by this and frowned, reminding him that he didn't either. Bakugo felt a hint of frustration at her response. Katsuki felt a surge of frustration as he confronted Amari. He believed they were fundamentally different, and he wished she would stop acting as if they were the same. He had strength and training on his side, while she had only her determination, which he thought could only take her so far. Amari shook her head, gripping her bowl tightly. She didn't appreciate his words. She acknowledged that she might not be as strong or smart as he was, but that didn't mean she couldn't succeed. Her challenges were simply tougher, but that would never deter her. She was determined to become a hero, no matter the obstacles or how hard she had to push herself. She would always rise again. Katsuki listened to her impressive speech but couldn't shake the worry in his mind. He questioned her stubbornness, wondering why she would willingly put herself in dangerous situations. He reminded her that it was that very stubbornness that had led her to her current state. He slumped down in the chair next to her, staring at her pale features. He hated seeing her like this and didn't want to witness her return to the way she had been before. Amari raised an eyebrow, curious about what he meant by before. Katsuki, feeling frustrated, explained that he was referring to their childhood, a time when she had been on the brink of death, and he had been forced to visit her. Seeing her expression change, he pressed on, urging her to listen because he would only say this once. Her current state angered him, and he wanted her to return to being the annoying sister he knew. Surprised by his words, Amari took a moment to process them. It was unusual for him to be so kind, but she couldn't deny that she appreciated it, even if he seemed distressed. She asked if she was burdening him. Katsuki nodded, confirming her suspicion. He insisted that she needed to recover quickly. A long silence followed until the doorbell rang, causing Katsuki to frown. He wondered who could be at the door. As he stood up, he turned to glare at Amari, warning her not to move. She nodded, placing the bowl back on the tray. Satisfied that she wouldn't follow him, he descended the stairs, only for the doorbell to ring again. The impatience of the visitor was irritating. When he finally reached the door, he opened it with a heavy sigh, only to find Todoroki standing there. Katsuki had already told him to leave, so he was not pleased to see him. Ignoring Katsuki's tone, Todoroki quickly asked about Amari's well-being. At the mention of her name, Katsuki frowned, realizing he didn't want to deal with Todoroki today. Instead, he slammed the door in his face and walked away. However, the doorbell rang again, multiple times, pushing Katsuki to the brink of frustration. He threw the door open once more, demanding to know what Todoroki wanted. Todoroki repeated his question, insisting he needed to see Amari. Katsuki rolled his eyes, telling him she was unavailable and to go home. As he attempted to shut the door again, Todoroki's hand stopped him. He pressed on, asking if Amari was all right and if she had been taken to the hospital. Katsuki pushed back against the door, annoyed. Todoroki was determined to see Amari, fearing for her health. Just then, Amari's small voice called out from behind them, leaning against the wall for support. She wanted to know what was happening. Seeing her struggle, Todoroki rushed to her side, asking if she was all right. Katsuki, irritated by the situation, ordered Todoroki to leave and reminded Amari to stay in bed. Amari smiled at Todoroki, assuring him that she was okay and that her fever was normal given her condition. She explained that the doctors had said it was expected. Todoroki gently touched her shoulder, concerned, while Katsuki frowned, wanting Todoroki to leave. However, Amari began to sway, and Todoroki quickly gathered her in his arms, insisting they get her back to bed. Katsuki watched, realizing that this was the only way to get her to listen. He expected to shout at Todoroki for carrying her, but instead he only muttered under his breath that Todoroki was getting a pass today. Todoroki carefully brought Amari upstairs and laid her down in bed, smoothing a piece of hair from her face and smiling softly. He noticed the empty bowl by her desk and asked if she could cook. Katsuki scoffed, slightly embarrassed that Todoroki had figured it out. He couldn't believe he had gone through the trouble of making food for Amari while she was sick. Todoroki felt a sense of happiness from Bakugo's gesture, recognizing that it demonstrated a deeper care beneath the surface of his angry words. A heavy silence lingered for a moment before Bakugo, appearing slightly uncomfortable, asked if Amari had mentioned anything about her encounter with the hero killer in Hosu, noting that she trusted Todoroki. Turning to face him, Todoroki shook his head, explaining that Amari had been alone with the villain for a while and he had no idea what had transpired. The thought of her facing such a terrible villain alone made Bakugo clench his fists in anger. He expressed that the villain was fortunate he hadn't been there, or he would have taken matters into his own hands. Todoroki understood Bakugo's feelings, aware of the boy's capabilities. He reminded Bakugo that killing was the action of a villain and that they shouldn't stoop to such levels, emphasizing that Amari was safe now. However, despite his words, Todoroki couldn't shake the anger in his stomach as he recalled Amari's shocked and scared expression in that alleyway. He wanted to know what had happened, but Amari wasn't ready to share, which worried him. Bakugo, dissatisfied with Todoroki's response, muttered that none of this would have happened if Amari had given up on her dream of being a hero. Amari groaned in her sleep, prompting a small smile from Bakugo. Todoroki defended her, stating that she was capable of much more than Bakugo realized. Bakugo, not fully grasping Todoroki's words, dismissed them, calling Amari an idiot. Todoroki closed his eyes in disappointment, responding that Bakugo didn't even realize he was being protected by his sister. Bakugo's eyes widened at the remark, clearly displeased. He demanded to know what Todoroki meant. Todoroki sighed and stood up, explaining that it wasn't his place to reveal everything but that Amari admired Bakugo as a brother and acted the way she did because of him. Bakugo frowned at this declaration, feeling challenged. He couldn't accept that Amari's reckless behavior was somehow his fault. Fearing the implications of Todoroki's words, Bakugo lashed out, accusing him of saying that Amari's current state was his fault. Todoroki shook his head, clarifying that he only wanted Bakugo to understand how Amari felt. She was afraid to confide in him, fearing rejection, and wanted to be strong for him. Bakugo, confused, recalled how Amari had asked him to forget her moment of weakness in the hospital and how she had tried to continue going to school despite her condition. It dawned on him that she might have been trying to appear strong for him. Frustrated, he questioned Todoroki's reasoning. Todoroki replied plainly, his gaze softening as he looked at Amari. He expressed that whether Bakugo believed it or not was up to him, but he didn't want her to suffer anymore. He assumed they were in the same position regarding their concern for her. As he stared at his sister, Bakugo realized for the first time that he agreed with Todoroki. He didn't want her to suffer. Amari swirled the pills in her hand before swallowing 3, feeling the familiar burn in her chest. She had just recovered from a fever and was eager to return to training, believing that her break had already wasted enough time. As she raced through the training course, she suddenly fell to her knees, her breath coming in shallow gasps. Confused by her sudden exhaustion, she clutched her chest in pain and fumbled for her pills. It felt as though the effects were wearing off too quickly. Without hesitation, she grabbed 2 more pills and swallowed them, feeling the burning sensation slowly dissipate. As she caught her breath, she pondered the implications of needing more pills to activate her quirk. Just last week, 3 pills had sufficed, but now it took 5. The increasing dosage was concerning. With a tired arm draped over her face, Amari lay on the training floor, realizing that her body was rejecting the medication faster than before. Did this mean her time was running out? Normally, she would have dismissed such thoughts, knowing the medicine wasn't a permanent solution, but now she felt scared. The past few months had been filled with love and joy from both her brother and Todoroki. Once, she would have accepted this progression without question, but now she didn't want to leave them. Groaning to herself, she recognized that this was why she had hesitated to grow close to either Todoroki or Bakugo. She felt selfish for wanting more than what she had already been given. Determined, she picked herself up from the floor, grabbed her bag and sighed. If time was truly running out, she couldn't afford to wallow in despair. She needed to focus on achieving her goals. Shinso hadn't slept since learning about Amari, and it troubled him that he couldn't ask her about it while she was busy with her class internships. Doubt clouded his mind. He didn't want to believe that Amari's outburst at the sports festival had been genuine. As he approached the school, he noticed a couple of Class B students whispering about him as he passed, a common occurrence. He couldn't shake the feeling of uncertainty that lingered in his heart. It was unsettling how people viewed his quirk. Shinso sighed heavily, accustomed to the judgment that labeled him as a villain. His friend chimed in, noticing their exchange. He warned Shinso to be careful, suggesting that the other boy might use his quirk on him. Both boys shivered at the thought, but Shinso turned away, only to be halted by a familiar voice. Amari stood with her back to him, seemingly unaware of his presence. She taunted him, reminding him that she had bested him in the sports festival, questioning if his bravado stemmed from jealousy. The boys were taken aback, challenging her statement. One of them scoffed, denying any jealousy. Amari crossed her arms, contemplating her response. She pointed out that if he had Shinso's quirk, he might not have placed last in the first round. If he wanted to boast, he needed the skills to back it up. Shinso blinked in surprise, watching her defend him. Wasn't she still angry with him? It was unexpected. The boy recalled her from the sports festival and questioned why she would stand up for someone like Shinso. Amari smirked, asserting that while Shinso had his flaws, he was not a villain. Her words struck Shinso deeply. It was the first time someone had defended him and not labeled him as a villain. The boys, realizing they were losing the argument, turned away but not before attempting to embarrass her with a nickname. Amari rolled her eyes, unimpressed. She remarked that if they were going to insult her, they should be more creative. Shinso was puzzled by the nickname. It seemed she had heard it often, but it had nothing to do with the sports festival. The boys finally gave up and walked away, leaving Amari to sigh heavily. As she turned back toward the school, she noticed Shinso behind her and froze. Their eyes met, and 1,000 unspoken words hung in the air. Shinso broke the silence, asking why she had defended him. She paused, frowning, and walked past him without answering. It was clear she was still upset with him. Shinso blinked in surprise and felt compelled to follow her, wanting to understand her sudden display of support. He called out, asking where she was going. Amari looked down, responding plainly that she was going to class and wanted him to leave her alone because she was still angry. She quickened her pace, but Shinso matched her speed, stepping in front of her to ask about the sports festival incident. She knew exactly what he meant but was reluctant to discuss it. When she flatly said no, he reached out, insisting she at least confirm if her earlier words were true. Her abrupt stop and serious gaze made the air thick with tension. She replied that if it was easier for him to think that way, then sure. Shinso felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Why wasn't she denying it? He couldn't believe what she had said. Before he could process his thoughts, Amari resumed walking toward the school, and he felt a surge of determination to get answers. As they approached a group of students, including Katsuki, Shinso raised his voice, making sure everyone could hear. He declared that what Bakugo had said earlier was serious, questioning what he meant about her quirk. Amari's eyes widened in alarm, and she quickly covered his mouth, realizing he might expose everything she had worked to keep private. She urgently told him to be quiet. Shinso glanced at Bakugo, who looked confused, and then back at Amari. He asked if Bakugo knew. She shook her head vigorously, insisting that she didn't want to talk about it. Knowing she wouldn't budge, Shinso raised his voice again, threatening to reveal the truth about her quirk. Amari clamped her hand back over his mouth, realizing he was playing dirty. She sighed, finally conceding to meet him in the courtyard during lunch, but warned him to keep quiet about it. Once she was sure he wouldn't shout again, Amari let go and walked away, grumbling to herself about the impending chaos. Shinso stood still, relieved that he would finally get some answers. When lunch arrived, Shinso entered the courtyard, surprised to find Amari absent. Perhaps she really had decided to ignore him. However, he spotted her sitting on a bench a short distance away, staring into space with a solemn expression. As he approached, Amari sensed his presence and sighed, expressing her disappointment that he had shown up. The heavy atmosphere around them was palpable, and Shinso was determined to uncover the reason for her sudden change in demeanor. With his hands in his pockets, he asked her why she had stood up for him, noting that he thought she hated him. Amari clarified that she didn't hate him, she just disliked when people underestimated others. While he could be a JRK, she acknowledged that he had an impressive quirk, and others needed to recognize that. Shinso absorbed her words, feeling a sense of happiness from her unexpected support. It seemed that Amari didn't like the feeling of underestimation directed at anyone, not just herself. She continued plainly, staring at her hands. She expressed that she had been pushed around all her life and didn't want that feeling to fall on anyone else, regardless of her feelings toward them. Her explanation was intriguing, but it left a heavy pit of shame in the boy's stomach, realizing that he had treated her the same way. He reflected on his behavior during the sports festival and acknowledged that he had acted like a JRK. To his surprise, Amari agreed with his assessment, nodding her head. She mentioned that it wasn't entirely his fault, as most people reacted that way when they saw her. It felt natural to him now that he had fallen into the same category as everyone else, judging her based on her appearance when he had witnessed her skills firsthand. After a brief pause, Amari couldn't hold back any longer. It was difficult for her to wait. She urged him to continue, wanting to know what he wanted to discuss. Shinso took a step forward, leaning against a nearby tree, needing to gauge her reaction. He asked if what she had said at the sports festival was really true. Amari looked down for a moment before offering a sad smile. She questioned if it would make him feel better if she said no. Her answer, not a direct denial, made him even more anxious. He pressed her to stop playing games and just tell him the truth. Amari grimaced at her last name and wished it were a game, but she explained that it wasn't. She urged him to forget everything she had said, not wanting to involve him in her struggles. However, Shinso had no intention of walking away. He had spent too many restless nights thinking about everything. He insisted that she wasn't getting away that easily. Amari shook her head and reached into her pocket for her pills, acknowledging that it was worth a try. As she opened the box to show him the medicine, she reiterated that what she had said before was not a lie. His eyes widened as he recalled her previous words, realizing the implications. He asked if that meant her quirk would harm her. Amari nodded, confirming that the pills were a temporary solution that allowed her to use her quirk for a short time. She explained that she couldn't fight without them. Shinso was overwhelmed by her revelation and stepped closer to see her face more clearly. He asked why she would put herself in such a position. Amari found the question amusing, stating that he understood better than anyone why she would do it. She had been given the chance to be a hero, and she believed anyone would take that opportunity. Shinso hated that she was right. He would have done the same in her position. He questioned why Bakugo didn't know yet, referring to him as her dearest brother. At the mention of her brother, her expression fell. She explained that it was precisely because he was her brother that he couldn't know. She feared he wouldn't understand everything she had to endure to get where she was, believing it was better this way. Shinso was skeptical and asked how that was better. Amari offered a sad smile, stating that she wanted to see him happy and proud. If he learned about her limitations, she felt she would only burden him further, something she already did enough of. Concerned, Shinso asked what she meant by that. Amari pointed to herself, expressing that she felt like a disappointment to everyone. She recalled his earlier words, admitting that she wasn't much of a hero. She felt the need to prove herself, regardless of her health or size, hoping to be worthy of being called Katsuki's sister one day. Realizing she may have overshared, she quickly apologized, suggesting he forget what she had said. However, Shinso couldn't dismiss her feelings so easily. He reflected on her words, wondering if she truly believed she wasn't good enough. He crossed his arms and admitted that he had been wrong in the past, thinking she had cheated her way into the hero program. Now, he saw her as just as much of a hero as anyone else. Amari found his apology strange, insisting she didn't need his pity. Just because he learned she was struggling didn't mean he had to act nice. Shinso felt frustrated. He had only realized his mistake after hearing her explanation, but her performance at the sports festival had shown him she was not to be underestimated. Sighing in annoyance, he insisted he wasn't pretending and that he was serious about his change in attitude. He wanted to be genuine for once. Amari eyed him curiously, unsure if his kindness was genuine but feeling a strange happiness inside. She remarked that she didn't know he was capable of such sincerity. Shinso felt a mix of frustration and warmth when he saw her smile softly, touched by his words. Amari then mentioned that while she wouldn't thank him for his actions at the festival, she admitted that if it weren't for him, she might never have found the courage to express her feelings to Shoto. Shinso recalled her sudden confession and pieced together why she had hesitated in the first place. He asked if she truly didn't want to confess. Amari shook her head, sighing that she still believed it would have been better if Shoto never realized her feelings. Yet, she cherished the past few weeks, never expecting to experience something so meaningful. However, her expression turned distant and sad as she revealed she had a new problem. Curious, Shinso leaned forward, wanting to understand what troubled her. Amari looked down at her gold bracelet, lightly touching the band before sighing, expressing her reluctance to give it up. Amari had always been aware of her time at the academy, careful not to get too comfortable. However, the past few weeks had ignited a desire to truly live. Shinso's eyes widened at her words, and he turned to her sharply. He couldn't understand why she felt this way. If she wanted to stay, she should just do it. But Amari shook her head, her expression serious. The universe was not kind, and she had even less time than she had thought. Her body was starting to reject the medication, and at this rate, she doubted she would make it through the year. Shinso froze, processing her declaration. He had assumed she had years left before her quirk would take her life, but now it seemed it was only a year. The thought was devastating. Amari laughed softly, a smirk on her face as she tried to lighten the mood. She suggested that if her time was so limited he could take her place in the hero course, which should make him happy. Shinso felt no happiness at her words, only concern for her fate. He insisted that he didn't want to earn his spot that way. Amari's smile faded, and she rubbed the back of her neck nervously. She acknowledged her comment was a poor joke, trying to make light of a heavy situation. Shinso felt anxious as she jumped up from her seat, stating that now that he knew, he could stop asking her about her condition. The bell would ring soon, and she needed to head back. Stretching her arms, she grabbed her bag, and Shinso spoke softly, suggesting they take a truce. Amari blinked in surprise and turned back to him, asking if he was serious. He nodded, realizing he couldn't hold a grudge against her anymore. The reason for his annoyance had vanished. She considered his words for a moment before a sly smile appeared on her face. She agreed to the truce but warned him that if he ever tried to brainwash her again without her permission, she would retaliate. Shinso raised his hands in defense, acknowledging that her terms were fair. They shook hands, sealing their agreement. It seemed they no longer fully hated each other. Meanwhile, Todoroki observed the two from a distance, eyeing Shinso carefully. He couldn't help but feel uneasy about the guy who had been picking on Amari. Suddenly, a voice behind Todoroki whistled, and he turned to see Denki patting his shoulder. Denki warned him to be careful, as a woman's heart could be unpredictable. This remark annoyed Todoroki, who raised his left hand in a threatening manner. Denki quickly jumped back in fear and hurried away, sensing Todoroki's irritation. Once Denki was gone, Todoroki turned back to the window, only to find that Amari and Shinso had disappeared. He wondered what had happened while he wasn't looking. Just then, Amari's voice echoed behind him, asking what he was looking at. Todoroki recognized her instantly and replied that he was not looking at anything in particular. He then asked why she had canceled lunch that day. Amari sighed, explaining that she had to deal with something unpleasant. She had accidentally overshared information with a certain purple-haired student during the sports festival and needed to straighten things out. Todoroki listened, curious about why she would reveal so much to that guy, but he reminded himself that it wasn't his place to pry. He asked if she had managed to resolve the situation. Amari thought for a moment before smiling to herself, saying she believed everything was fine now. Although her smile usually brought him joy, this time it filled him with unease. He wondered what she was smiling about that he didn't know. Noticing his change in demeanor, Amari reached out to grab his hand, asking if he was okay and what was wrong. Her concerned expression made him hesitate, and he didn't want to worry her further. He assured her he was all right. He then pulled something from his bag and offered it to her. It was a single wrapped piece of bread. Amari blinked in surprise, realizing he had gotten it for her. She thought it was incredibly sweet of him and told him he didn't have to do that. But Todoroki insisted, asking if she would have remembered to eat if he hadn't brought it. Amari felt her face flush, realizing he was right. She probably would have skipped lunch. She thanked him, calling him the best. Todoroki nodded in response and took her hand, suggesting they head back. She agreed, allowing him to lead her back to the classroom with their hands intertwined. She felt fortunate to have him in her life. A couple of days later, Amari walked into the classroom to find several students gathered around Mina's desk, laughing and reading something. As she approached, Mina called out to her, noticing her presence. She urged Amari to come check something out. The other students joined in, and Amari had no choice but to walk over. Mina lifted a book into the air, waving it excitedly. A news outlet had covered their class during the sports festival, and there was a page dedicated to everyone. Amari narrowed her eyes in confusion and asked what it said about her. Kirishima pointed to the page, grinning as he informed her that it stated she was incredibly strong and amazing, ranking third in the entire class. He admitted he was still jealous of her achievement. Amari couldn't help but feel her face flush at the compliment, and she affectionately patted Kirishima's spiky head. Kiri didn't give herself enough credit, and the boy smiled softly at her words. Denki suddenly snatched the book from Mina's hands, smirking as he pointed out a section dedicated to Kiri's confession to Todoroki during his match. Amari's expression fell, and she turned away from the book, not wanting to hear more. She had endured enough embarrassment over the past few days. Mina, noticing Amari's retreat, called out to her, urging her to see her page. But Amari simply placed her bag on her desk, dismissing the idea. She didn't want to read about one of her biggest public embarrassments. Mina's voice lowered playfully as she teased Amari about the section on Todoroki, complete with pictures. This caused Amari to hesitate, her curiosity piqued. Mina shrugged, waving the book enticingly. She suggested that Amari might want to read about her boyfriend, hinting at some intriguing details. Amari narrowed her eyes, resisting the urge to give in, but deep down she felt tempted. Reluctantly, she returned to the desk and snatched the book from Mina's hands, avoiding eye contact. She muttered her frustration, but Mina just smiled, unfazed. Amari focused on the page, which featured Todoroki, showcasing a picture of him using his left side alongside facts about him. She realized she should have asked him about these things, but he often kept to himself, leaving her in the dark about many aspects of his life. As she scanned the page, Amari's heart sank when she noticed something crucial. Todoroki's birthday had passed weeks ago. She felt a wave of guilt wash over her. He had done so much for her on her birthday, and she hadn't reciprocated in any way. Feeling terrible, she crumpled the page in her hands, prompting Mina to ask what was wrong. Amari expressed her distress over not knowing Todoroki's birthday and how she hadn't done anything special for him despite all he had done for her. Denki chimed in, trying to comfort her, pointing out that it wasn't her fault since Todoroki wasn't the most sociable person. While he had a point, it didn't ease her guilt. She knew she needed to make it up to him somehow. Determined, Amari resolved to fix the situation. She looked at her classmates with newfound determination and asked for their help. One by one, they smiled slyly, ready to assist her. Just then, a voice startled her. It was Todoroki, greeting her. Amari jumped, trying to mask her surprise with an overly cheerful demeanor, insisting she was perfectly fine. Todoroki raised an eyebrow, concerned about her nervousness. Mina quickly intervened, explaining that they were just teasing Amari about her feelings for him. Fortunately, Todoroki accepted the explanation, urging them not to make her uncomfortable. Mina backed off, and Amari played along, grateful for her friend's support. As the bell rang, signaling the start of class, Amari felt a mix of excitement and determination about the upcoming months, while Mina winked at her, signaling that they were in this together. During class, Aizawa announced that final exams were approaching, along with the opportunity to attend an exclusive training camp over the break. The news stirred a mix of excitement and anxiety among the students. Meanwhile, Bakugo, confident in his abilities, began packing, already convinced of his success before the exams even began. That's just how Bakugo was. Once his mother learned about the exam, she insisted he take Amari to the nearby mall to help her prepare, although he wasn't too sure she would pass. Part of him hoped she wouldn't, as a small break would be nice. Amari, on the other hand, was excited about the possibilities ahead. She didn't care what the training camp involved. She was just thrilled at the idea of bonding with her brother. Maybe this trip could bring them closer together. As they stepped through the mall doors, Amari hummed happily, skipping slightly, which caused Bakugo to groan. He couldn't understand why she was so cheerful. He couldn't believe their mother made him bring her along. Who knew if she would even pass her exam? Amari frowned, stopping her skip as she shrugged. She was determined to give it her all so she could join him over break. The thought of the two of them together, sharing stories and training, sounded fun to her. Her voice rose with excitement, but Bakugo felt differently. To him, it sounded like he would have to babysit her and prevent her from doing something foolish. He firmly stated that he wouldn't be doing any of that. Amari shook her head slightly, her eyes downcast. She realized she might have been getting ahead of herself. Still, she thought it would be fun. Bakugo noticed her change in mood and felt a twinge of guilt for shooting her down. Why did she look so disappointed? Groaning again, he pressed down on her head before turning away. He suggested she focus on passing the exam first before discussing any of that nonsense. Amari blinked in surprise, lightly touching the spot where his hand had been. She wondered if that meant he was okay with her plans. Bakugo scoffed, telling her not to get ahead of herself and that she needed to pass first. Despite his words, Amari felt joy at the fact that he wasn't completely dismissing her. This was new territory for her, and she didn't know how to feel. With a happy smile, she raced in front of him, flexing her invisible muscles in determination. She declared that she would pass, and they would become the Bakugo Dream Team together. Bakugo was not amused by her title and shook his head in disappointment, telling her never to say that again. It was the silliest name he had ever heard. Nodding in acceptance, Amari considered the name, knowing Katsuki didn't approve. She promised to work on it before the break. Just then, a voice behind her made her freeze. Someone called out, wondering if that was Bakugo. Amari felt her stomach twist and her heart race. She was suddenly reminded of her childhood, hiding behind the entrance to her house to catch a glimpse of his friends. She wanted to run, but her body wouldn't cooperate. Bakugo blinked in surprise at the familiar faces, recognizing them as childhood friends. He recalled how he had lied to them about Amari all those years ago. Was the universe playing a cruel joke on him? He asked what they were doing there. The boys laughed and approached him, playfully slapping him on the back. They teased him about being famous and praised his performance at the sports festival. Bakugo couldn't help but smirk at their compliments, affirming that he was indeed the best of the best. They laughed, enjoying his confidence, and expressed how much they missed him, suggesting he should hang out more. As they chatted about trivial matters, they still hadn't noticed Amari, and she thought it best to leave them alone. Bakugo probably didn't want them to know about her, just as it had been when they were kids. However, one of his friends spotted her and pointed out how much she resembled Bakugo. He remarked that if she were a bit taller, they could pass for twins, lamenting that Bakugo was an only child. Those words struck Amari like a blow, making her feel inadequate. She wondered what kind of disappointed expression Bakugo would have if he knew they were actually related. Not wanting to say too much, Amari smiled and raised her hands in response, trying to mask her nerves. She needed to leave quickly. She told them not to worry about her, stating she was no one and that they should catch up while she checked out some shops. As she turned to leave, Bakugo called out to her in confusion, questioning where she thought she was going. Their mother had told him not to leave her alone. Amari shook her head, eager to escape the situation. She didn't want to get in the way of their reunion. Just as she stepped away, Bakugo grabbed the strap of her backpack, pulling her back in surprise. He wondered why she was acting so jumpy. His friends noticed the interaction, curious about the close atmosphere. One of them asked if she was a classmate. Amari was about to deny it again when Bakugo did something unexpected, causing her eyes to widen. He declared that she wasn't just a classmate, she was his sister. His words shocked the boys, who recalled how Bakugo had always claimed to be an only child. The revelation filled Bakugo with shame as he remembered the lies he had told to ease his own guilt. He didn't want Amari to know about that. His friends were confused, struggling to comprehend the situation. They questioned if he was joking about her being his sister. Amari felt the sting of their words, already preparing to explain herself. Although Bakugo quickly interrupted her with an angry shout, he demanded to know if she had a problem with his statement. He insisted that if she did, she would have to deal with him, emphasizing that it was no joke. A brief silence followed as he pushed her forward in one swift motion, urging her to introduce herself so that everyone would know he wasn't lying. Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, Amari bowed slightly to mask her nervousness. She introduced herself, explaining that she was Bakugo Amari and that she had spent most of her life in America, which was why they might not have known about her. She smiled as she finished, hoping to ease the tension. His friends raised their eyebrows in surprise, and Amari felt self-conscious under their scrutiny. One of them questioned why Bakugo had hidden her for so long, recalling that he had claimed to be an only child during their childhood. Bakugo's expression darkened as Amari offered a sad smile, explaining that she had spent much of her childhood in the hospital, making it easier for him to say he was alone. She suggested that it would have been strange to explain her situation, and he likely thought it was simpler to avoid it. Her words struck a chord with Bakugo, who felt a pang of guilt. He had intentionally kept her existence a secret to shield his friends from the pain he had caused her. He realized that he had been a coward in the past. Despite his friends seeming to accept her explanation, they expressed disappointment that he had not introduced her sooner, noting that they could have had another person to play with. Amari smiled nervously, and Katsuki noticed a hint of sadness in her eyes. She acknowledged that she hadn't been able to participate in those activities anyway, adding that she was happy to finally meet them. One of his friends then asked what had brought her back to Japan, recalling that she had mentioned being in America. Amari responded smoothly, despite feeling butterflies in her stomach, explaining that she had been accepted at UA and was working toward her hero license with Katsuki. The boys were taken aback, scanning her again in disbelief, questioning if she was really training to be a hero too. Their skeptical tone was familiar to Amari, reminiscent of her experiences at Endeavor's agency. Bakugo noticed their doubt and felt protective, knowing that Amari was more capable than they realized. He frowned slightly and placed a hand on her shoulder, asserting that she might not look like much, But she was stubborn and should not be underestimated. Amari's eyes widened, surprised by his defense. She had not expected him to stand up for her. His friends raised their hands in surrender, acknowledging their mistake and understanding that provoking Bakugo was never wise. They laughed nervously and chatted for a few more minutes before parting ways, with Bakugo shoving his hands into his pockets as they left. Seeing his old friends had unearthed feelings of shame that he had buried deep inside. Amari appeared uncomfortable as well, and he was relieved that the encounter was over. However, as he walked, he heard Amari's voice call out to him, prompting him to turn and see her face filled with uncertainty. She asked why he had defended her, and he responded with confusion, wondering what she meant. Amari looked distant as she explained that she had been trying to make things easier by walking away. Bakugo felt a sense of alarm, sensing something was off. He stepped closer, questioning her words and recalling their mother's warning about leaving her alone. A silence fell between them as he noticed her grip on her arms tighten, indicating her discomfort. She pointed out that he had introduced her as his sister, which seemed to bother her. Bakugo's annoyance grew. He couldn't understand why that was a problem. He pressed her for clarification, but she cast her eyes away, softly expressing that she thought he might be ashamed of her. Bakugo processed her words slowly, feeling a mix of confusion and nervousness. He couldn't comprehend why she would think that. She quickly tried to backtrack, insisting it was nothing and suggesting they focus on their plans. However, he stopped her, refusing to let the conversation end there. He needed to understand what she meant. Amari's gaze locked onto his for a moment before she looked away again, seemingly ashamed. She insisted it was nothing, but Bakugo was unconvinced. He demanded to know why she would say such a thing, asserting that he was not ashamed of her. Her expression revealed an internal struggle as she debated whether to share her thoughts. Taking a deep breath, she explained her confusion, suggesting that she thought he wanted to keep his life separate from hers. Bakugo's expression fell as he processed her words, realizing she had believed he was ashamed of her all along. In truth, he had felt ashamed, but for different reasons. He began to speak her name, but she shook her head, looking away. She insisted he didn't need to explain himself, stating that she had always known he wanted to be seen as an only child. Back then, Amari didn't think she was impressive enough to show off. She didn't blame Katsuki for that, but she was curious about why he had decided to tell others now. Katsuki stared at his sister, trying to process her words. He hated how calmly she spoke, as if this was just another day for her, when in reality, it felt cruel. How long had she known he was trying to erase her existence? He took his hands out of his pockets, unable to find the words to respond. The reason behind his actions was something he couldn't voice. He felt too ashamed. Noticing his silence, Amari took a small step forward, a glimmer of hope shining in her eyes. She asked if she had changed since their last encounter. His gaze locked onto hers, and he felt compelled to answer. He told her that she had changed, that she was like a completely different person now. Amari blinked in surprise, absorbing his response. Perhaps that was why he had finally introduced her to his friends. All this time, her main goal had been to prove to Katsuki that she could be a sister he would be proud of, someone he could openly claim as family. It felt almost too good to be true. Katsuki had done what she had always wanted. Did this mean what she thought it meant? Had she finally earned his approval? Tears began to well in the corners of her eyes as she asked if she was truly stronger now. Katsuki, unsure how to interpret her words, responded with a hint of frustration, questioning if her brain was broken. Amari's heart raced, and she felt lightheaded, struggling to process his words. She had finally achieved her goal. All the intense training and effort had paid off. He wasn't ashamed of her anymore. Bringing a hand to her mouth, she wiped away a tear and looked at him with a mix of disbelief and excitement. She asked if this meant she could be his sister now, if she could finally tell people. Katsuki found her words concerning, sensing a seriousness in her tone. He narrowed his eyes, dropping his voice as he expressed his concern. He reminded her that she had always been his sister, questioning why she would think otherwise. Amari shook her head, wiping away another tear, her voice small as she asked if he truly wasn't ashamed. Katsuki shook his head, groaning in response. He insisted that he could never be ashamed of having one of the most formidable sisters. He reminded her that she was a Bakugo, the strongest of them all, though he playfully added that she still wasn't as strong as him. It took a moment for his words to sink in, and then Amari couldn't hold back her tears any longer. They streamed down her face as she realized she could finally call herself a Bakugo with pride. She didn't care about anything else. She had accomplished her goal. Smiling through her tears, she rushed forward and wrapped her arms around her brother in an enthusiastic embrace, expressing her gratitude repeatedly. Katsuki jumped back, surprised by her sudden affection. He had no idea how much this meant to her and questioned her sanity. But Amari was too overwhelmed with joy to care. She released him and ran up to a random couple in the mall, announcing her identity proudly. Then she dashed away to find another family, repeating the same introduction. Katsuki watched her with embarrassment, calling out to her in disbelief. He wondered if she had truly lost her mind. Ignoring his calls, she jumped onto the edge of the railing and shouted down to everyone below, unable to contain her happiness. Katsuki's eyes widened in alarm as he pulled her down from the railing, ignoring the stares of onlookers. He covered her mouth, urging her to calm down and stop drawing attention to herself.